It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go. To broadcast.
Gaza. Doctors under attack.
Won a major award, a BAFTA, as the best British documentary of 2025. In accepting that award, the program's executive producer called out the BBC.
Just a question to the BBC. Given that you dropped our film, will you drop us from the BAFTA screening later tonight?
Despite all the help from the Western mainstream media, international support for Israel keeps on tanking. Opposition to it keeps growing. And the best the Israeli authorities can come up with is to keep pumping more money into their forever war of propaganda.
They understand they're losing in this battle. And it doesn't matter how much money you invest. In the end of the day, when a person in the US, in Europe, sees a live from Gaza, sees bloggers or influencers his age from Gaza, talking about the horrific reality they go through, the killing, the hunger, the living conditions, the people they lost, you cannot compete with it. And they're kind of fighting a lost battle.
Every generation has its historical moment that expresses a particular shift.
What do you want?
We know about the Vietnam generation, radicalized by the Vietnam War. And Eastern Europe, the fall of the Soviet Union. We know now that the genocide in Gaza is the war of this generation.
Stop that genocide!
They know that they want to be on the right side of history. And I think it's part of what explains shifts among the New York Times and other shifts that we will see very soon.
Going back to that New York Times piece on sexual violence against Palestinians, Israeli officials have characterized it as a malignant lie. That coming from a country where on the airwaves, the abuse of Palestinian prisoners is often cause for celebration. Nick Muirhead is here with more.
Blood libel is how Israeli officials have described Nicholas Kristof's reporting in the New York Times. But you don't have to look hard to find the claims in that report being openly discussed in the Israeli media. Among the horrific accounts in Kristof's piece, a Gazan journalist who said that he was sexually abused by a dog. Hard to fathom. But then you see interviews like this one with an Israeli soldier and his dog and what it did to alleged Hamas fighters inside the Sde Teiman military prison.
טיפל קצת בנוח'בות בשדה תימן, עשה הרבה.
תגיד דברים ש...
The same prison where video emerged of a Palestinian captive being led away and allegedly raped by Israeli guards. They denied the allegation, but the captive was later hospitalized with internal injuries. Despite the video evidence, the Israeli military acquitted the guards involved and approved them for duty. When the charges were dropped, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called them heroic fighters and said the blood libel had come to an end. During the trial, most of the guards concealed their identities except one, Meir Ben Shetri, who has been treated as some kind of celebrity on the Israeli airwaves.
לוחם כוח 100, מאיר בן שטרית, שהתמודד עם הנוח'בות בשדה תימן, ועכשיו מתמודד עם האשמות קשות, וכולנו רוצים לשמוע מה יש לו להגיד.
Despite the mounting evidence, the Israeli prison service still denies the sexual abuse of Palestinians, but there have been calls by Israeli journalists to legalize it.
קודם כל, הדבר היחיד שמבחינתי הוא בעיה פה, זה שזו לא איזושהי מדיניות מוסדרת של המדינה להתעלל בעצירים.
And one last point on Kristof's piece. He acknowledged that some would suspect that the accounts were fabricated to defame Israel. He called that far-fetched. Why? Because according to Kristof, he found the Palestinians interviewed in the piece, not the other way around. So it's either a case of a two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist reporting for a historically pro-Israel news outlet engaging in an act of blood libel, or it's true.
Thanks, Nick. The explosion of generative AI has ushered in a new era of technological innovation and with it a massive expansion of infrastructure, the facilities storing the equipment that powers it, data centers. At the forefront of this boom is Aragon, an underpopulated region in Spain where the government has encouraged the expansion of data farms for companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and others. Those giant structures are sucking up natural resources while profiting off of communities and taking advantage of some bureaucratic legal loopholes. But the local government wants to tell a different story, one of progress, investment, and a region on the cusp of a digital transformation. Much of the local media is happy to go along with that version of the story, but who really profits from this supposed progress and at what cost? The Listening Post's Aletra Scrivo now from Aragon on the sprawling new data centers there and the gap between narrative and reality.
In Aragon, northeastern Spain, roads can stretch for miles with no sign of a single human being. One of the country's largest regions, it is sparsely populated. Vast swathes of deserted land have made it a major hub for renewable energy. Wind turbines are common here. Aragon has also turned into an attractive destination for a new kind of modern infrastructure that is reshaping the landscape. Data farms. They are colossal in scale, and while the government has welcomed the companies behind them, little is known about how they operate.
Local and regional authorities are actively facilitating the arrival of these companies. There is a strong desire to attract these companies and turn this into a political win.
The public administration rolls out the red carpet for those technology companies. They shamelessly say so themselves, making everything easier for them. They help with administrative procedures, tax avoidance, and many other advantages. Meanwhile, the data farms operate with complete secrecy. They're like fortresses. We know almost nothing about them. It's astonishing that after 4 years of data center expansion in Aragon, there hasn't been a broad public debate.
Data centers are at the foundation of the future, the foundation of AI, and an industry that will undoubtedly shape the future of technology. Aragon views the development of this industry as an opportunity. It positions us at the forefront of a new sector that, without a doubt, will transform our region economically and socially.
In its quest to turn Aragon into a data hub, the government has fast-tracked the regulatory approvals process for tech companies using a legal mechanism known as PIGA, or Project of General Interest. One major beneficiary, Amazon. It plans to have 60 operational data centers by 2036. The equipment stored in these facilities relies on heat-emitting chips that require an immense amount of energy and water to function. I went to one of Amazon's data centers with Alonso Llorente, a journalist investigating their impact on the environment in Aragon, which has a population of 1.35 million.
It's estimated that when Amazon and Microsoft centers are fully operational, they will consume twice as much electricity as Aragon currently consumes. The water issue is even bigger because there's no transparency about the real numbers.
El gobierno de aquí, el presidente, los alcaldes, cómo presentan todo eso.
During all these years, all the political parties have been part of the Aragonese government. We've even had recent elections, and there hasn't been any debate about data centers. There's been debates about renewables.
Hay debates sobre otras cosas. ¿Por qué es esto?
The local media here is very dependent on technology companies. One family, the Yarza family, controlled the largest and most widely circulated newspaper, Heraldo de Aragon, and the largest information and communication technology company, Iberus. It's not a criticism of journalists per se, but my colleagues are clearly well informed and aware of the problems seen in other countries with data farms.
The lack of media scrutiny has made it easier for the government to promote a narrative, unchallenged, that equates digitalization with progress.
Aragón es una comunidad llena de oportunidades.
The president of Aragon, Jorge Ascon, who's made technological innovation a hallmark of his administration, has branded the region the, quote, New Virginia, a reference to the American state with the highest number of data farms in the world. To push that message home, Ascon went on a PR trip to Virginia to visit some of the most prominent players in the global data space.
We have this constant clickbait here in Aragon that the data centers are going to put us on the world map. Now they're talking about the European Virginia. The government's narrative is that that is going to be the future of Aragon. There's going to be a lot of growth. They're flooding the zone with constant media coverage of millions in investments, like it's a mantra.
Visitamos uno de los centros de datos que Microsoft construye en Estados Unidos. Prevén invertir en la comunidad 10.000 millones de euros.
The president also puts out 2-minute videos, like an influencer, with very positive and emotional messages.
Hoy nos adentramos en el epicentro mundial de los centros de datos. Alfombra roja a quienes quieren generar prosperidad y mejorar la calidad de vida de los aragoneses. Dos verdades sobre los centros de datos. Son sostenibles y crean empleo.
While Ascon visited Virginia, the environmental impact assessment for Amazon's expansion was greenlit, followed by a cascade of PIGA approvals. So when he returned, he could say, I've seen it with my own eyes.
Cuando lo ves con tus propios ojos, es mucho más sencillo creer lo que pasa cuando estos proyectos se llevan adelante.
El viaje, lógicamente, es una The trip was essentially exploratory. The goal was to learn, explore, speak with local residents, and get to know the industry that grew around data centers. It allowed us to verify much of the information we read and sometimes see questioned. The conclusion was unanimous, positive.
Es positiva.
That unanimously positive outlook is echoed in local media, which forefronts a corporate message that highlights the upsides of data farms.
En ese mismo escenario, el sector podría superar los 16.000 empleos en 4 años.
While minimizing the negative impacts.
Si ya empezamos diciendo de dónde sacamos el agua, de que no hay agua, de dónde vamos a producir la energía, entonces mal vamos. La gente que lo invierte me parece a mí que no es boba de capirote.
Si tú no cuestionas.
If you don't question what's being presented, what you're really doing is constantly reinforcing the narrative, validating the idea that huge investments are coming, that this will transform everything. Almost every week, there's news in Aragon claiming that artificial intelligence will solve something. At the same time, there's this validation of the broader AI discourse, technological solutionism, and the amplification of stories that greenwash or launder the reputations of large tech companies.
Greenwashing o de blanqueo de las grandes tecnológicas.
Yo pongo en cuestión que conozcan. I question whether the government really knows all the details about the need for resources, water, energy, and land. These large tech companies have more power than some countries in the world. I've spoken with local authorities, mayors, and heads of government in those municipalities. They've been asked to sign confidentiality agreements. Their hands are tied when it comes to sharing information, sensitive or not.
I asked Mar Vaquero about the secrecy and opacity surrounding big tech.
Para la calificación como proyectos.
For projects to be classified as regionally relevant, we have to thoroughly examine the various reports prepared by the relevant departments. The process is very rigorous in regards to environmental impact, to ensure that the new infrastructure doesn't pose a risk to water resources.
Los hídricos que tenemos.
However, a recent inquiry led by Investigate Europe revealed that Microsoft and a major tech lobbying firm have secured an EU law that keeps key environmental information related to data centers hidden from the public. And this modus operandi, where big data relies on pliant governments to cut red tape, avoiding public scrutiny by pushing media-friendly narratives about technological progress, is being replicated far beyond Aragon. Around the world, the explosion of colossal, resource-hungry data centers will have implications for us all.
It's important to understand that since the explosion of generative AI, these tech companies require enormous amounts of often scarce, natural resources to function. They're becoming more like extractive companies, behaving in ways previously associated with sectors that have far worse public images, such as the tobacco and fossil fuel industries. And if you go out on the ground and talk to the people who live near these large complexes, they barely have a say when it comes to deciding if and how the data centers should be built.
And finally, the Eurovision Song Contest and the effect that Israel's participation has had on this year's competition. Eurovision got its start 70 years ago in 1956. It attracts singers from dozens of countries who perform and compete for votes from viewers. And it can get political. Russian musicians have been banned over their country's invasion of Ukraine, but Israel's have not, despite everything it's done. Amnesty International says that by allowing Israel to compete, the European Broadcasting Union is betraying humanity, and public broadcasters in Spain, the Netherlands, Ireland, Iceland, and Slovenia have all boycotted this year's event in Vienna, where the Israeli contestants' performance was met with disruption inside the arena. An investigation by the New York Times found that since 2018, the Israeli government has funded campaigns to boost votes for Israeli contestants and is still doing that through Benjamin Netanyahu's overseas propaganda office. And that Israeli contestant, he knew what he was in for. He said that in preparing for his performance, he had practiced singing to a booing crowd.
The latest news.
There seems to be a clear indication that the shootout was staged and it's somehow connected to an escape plan of Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
With detailed coverage.
People defending public
We're incredibly grateful for
university
every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
Good morning to the best morning audience on YouTube. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
Hello, I'm Tom McRae. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, Democratic Republic of Congo has set up 3 new treatment centers after an Ebola outbreak that's caused fears of a wider risk. US President Donald Trump warns Iran that the clock is ticking to make a deal. Negotiations remain deadlocked. Israeli forces intercept a flotilla of 58 boats trying to breach the blockade of the Gaza Strip. Also ahead this hour, intense scenes in Kenya as a transport strike against rising fuel prices gets underway. Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say they've selected 2 locations in the east to establish new Ebola treatment centres. The health ministry said dozens of patients were receiving care in the centres in Rwampara and Mongwalu. The treatment area is also being set up in Bunia, which is one of the main cities affected by the outbreak in the eastern Ituri province near Uganda. And the move comes after the World Health Organization declared an international health emergency in response to the outbreak. Rwanda has closed its border with DRC after a positive case was confirmed in the nearby Congolese city of Goma. The Rwandan government says it will remain shut for an indefinite period. We have 2 correspondents on both sides of the border for us. Catherine Soy standing by in Kampala in Uganda. But first we're going to speak to Elaine Waikani in Goma in eastern DRC. Elaine, obviously a huge amount of concern there. What are authorities doing right now to make sure that this stays contained?
Well, Tom, authorities right now are trying to focus on Bunia, Bunia, first of all, the province of Ituri, the epicenter of this outbreak, because they have noticed right now that it was almost like more than 20 days that cases were already moving around, and also authorities were focusing on testing people based on what they know as the virus, like Zaire, for example. Then it is only after they noticed that it was another virus which they were not informed about. Then that has worry is growing because the majority of the contacts were spreading around, they were moving, they were traveling. This is why you can see the level of this spreading right now, for example, here in Goma, in Beni, and also in the crossing Uganda, for example. This is why authorities, Minister of Health himself is now in Bunia since yesterday. They managed to set up the treatment center, as you mentioned yourself, because that was the main concern when we were talking to people in Rwapara, in Mungwalu. This is a mining zone, and also the first person who died, authorities are saying it was also a miner which he died like 20 days past without no one to know that it was already Ebola outbreak turning around people. Right now, also in the town of Goma here, the IFC officials, the Reboko officials here with the medical team, they have managed also to set up a treatment center. So we can talk in terms of 3 different treatment centers right now, 2 in the Ituri region and 1 here in Goma. And concern is growing here because of this border closure with Rwanda. We have seen again this morning people trying to gathering around the border, but they don't have access. Rwandan people, citizens, are not allowed to come here, and also Congolese cannot, for example, cross in the other side. It's showing the sense of the panic in the region, but at the same time, authorities and partners are on the move right now because they do believe that there is a huge amount of spreading within the community in both sides, Goma and also in the eastern DRC right now, the other side of Bunia as well.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Elaine. Elaine Waikani for us in Goma in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. We're going to go to Catherine Soy, who joins us further north in Kampala, the capital of neighbouring Uganda. And Catherine, can you just give us an update on the number of cases there and how much concern there is that they could just be the tip of the iceberg?
Well, there's a lot of concern, but right now there's been 1 fatality and 2 people have been confirmed to have the disease. They're recuperating. Right now, we are the Virus Research Institute at Entebbe in Uganda, where researchers are trying to help get a solution. So we are at the lab. This is where all the samples from Uganda come in for studies and things like that. Obviously, we can't get in because it's a highly restricted place. So a lot of medics here, a lot of researchers here are working round the clock to ensure that this does not spread further. And joining me to discuss this is the director of the Institute, Pontiano Kalebu. Thank you so much. This strain has been around since 2007. In fact, this outbreak started here in Uganda. You've been doing a lot when it comes to, researching on it. Why has it spread so fast or has killed so many people? Because you've also been saying that it is less mild compared to the other strains.
I think the challenge, was the slow detection of the cases. With Ebola, with these infections, you need to detect early and intervene. So I think there was some delay in detecting, and that could be the cause. And you mentioned about the mortality. Actually, we're not very, very sure. In the first outbreak we had in 2007, 2008, we had about 30% mortality. The last that was had in DRC in 2012, about 50%. So the mortality, case fatality rate also depends on how quickly you intervene. But generally, we think that it's less severe than Ebola Zaire, but we need to know a little bit more about this.
Researchers like yourself have been researching on vaccines. We know there's a Zaire vaccine, but there's no vaccine at this moment with this. Why?
There is no vaccine against this strain, Bundibujo, because it's different. It's different from Zaire, it's different from Sudan. The only vaccine that is licensed is for Ebola Zaire. We are now testing the one for Sudan. It's not yet also licensed. Bundibujo is a little bit behind. I think there was more towards the Zaire because of the bigger outbreaks that we've had in Sudan, less of Bundibujo. But I'm sure a vaccine can be found. In fact, there are some candidates that have gone into non-human primates, monkeys and the chimpanzees, and they appear to work. So a vaccine can be found if resources are put there and the money. We can have the vaccine for Bundibujo.
Yeah.
But currently, we don't have.
Yeah, let's talk about these ecological studies. Very expensive. What challenges do you face when you're doing these studies?
Ecological studies are so important. We don't know where the virus hides. Nobody knows where Ebola virus hides. So we need to do these studies, but they're expensive. You need to invest. You don't do it short period and then leave. You have to do a lot of studies, epidemiological, contact, social, animals, and all that, One Health. We need to do that. If we know where the virus hides, it can help us to prevent. So it's very, very important we do ecology. We have done some, but it's limited. We need to do more.
My colleague in Goma was saying that it has already spread so wide. What needs to be done now going forward?
I think intervention, case identification, isolation, and all those who have been in contact so that they are monitored so that there's no spread. That's very, very important. Case very quickly detect, isolate, and prevent further spread. And of course, movement of people. That is what we need to do for now. And those who are sick, intervention, care, so that we can reduce on the mortality.
Thank you very much, Professor. This was the director of this institute. We know that the government has been talking to the public, telling them to calm down. Everything is under control. We also know from yesterday that a very important national holiday celebrations have been postponed and cancelled. This holiday, the Martyrs' Day, was supposed to happen on the 6th of June, but the government said that this is not going to happen right now until this situation is contained. So a lot of people saying that they have, they know that the government is going to do its job because it has been very effective when it comes to dealing with such outbreaks.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Catherine Soy for us there in Kampala. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says his country is focused on ending the war at this stage with the US and Israel. Ismail Bagay told media that Iran is in contact with Oman to discuss a mechanism for safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz. He says mediation efforts through Pakistan are ongoing.
We received from the Pakistani mediator some reservations and some amendments, which means that after sending our viewpoint to America through Pakistan, we have received some amendments from the United States. We discussed these matters and these things and these amendments, and we have informed them yesterday with our position. We have sent them our viewpoint. This path is ongoing through the Pakistani mediator.
Tawhid Asadi joins us from Iran's Bandar Abbas, a port city overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. Tawhid, can you just, first of all, can you show us the reality of what it's like in the Strait right now and any progress on getting safe passage through?
Well, while the diplomatic standoff between Washington and Tehran continues, we see the same standoff when it comes to the waters here at the Strait of Hormuz. On the right and left of the strait, obviously, we see many ships and vessels being blocked as a result of the situation. What we hear from Tehran over the past weeks, I may say, is based on three messages. First, they're saying that the strait is open to friendly countries but closed to adversaries. But the reality on the ground is indicative of the very fact that the numbers of ships and vessels given a chance to transit through this strategically significant choke point has decreased dramatically compared to the time that there was no war. Over the past few days, I may say on Friday and Saturday, we saw a limited number, about 30 to 40 ships, most of them belonging to Chinese companies, transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. But from yesterday onward, we don't receive any reports about new ships, officially speaking at least, transiting through this strait. Also, IRGC is saying that no military ships and vessels are allowed to transit, and they are saying that any transiting should be coordinated with the Iranian side if they want to go through this transit. This strait.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we heard from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson a little earlier. He didn't just speak about the Strait of Hormuz, did he? What else did he talk about?
He talked about a wide spectrum of issues. The gist of the matter when it comes to the entirety of the situation is that we know Strait of Hormuz is just one part of that, and in this bigger picture we have a lot of actors and factors he talked about. And he's saying a sort of two-sided message. I can say that Iran is ready for a negotiated settlement while it has certain demands, while it says it's not negotiating under imposed conditions and dictated terms. And also the rhetoric we hear from him is based on simultaneous readiness for another round of confrontation should negotiations fail. And on that, we know that such a possibility exists, specifically seeing other sticking points. The war reparations Iran is looking for, Iran's actually regional relations, ballistic missiles, frozen assets, removal of sanctions, and most importantly, the security assurances that Tehran is looking for to make sure that it's not going to end up in a trap of vicious circle of another round of war, a limited period of ceasefire, then another round of confrontation. So all in all, we are dealing with a very intricate situation in which I can say uncertainty is the name of the game.
It certainly seems that way. Thank you so much, as always, Tawhid Asadi there in Bandar Abbas, port city overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. On Sunday evening, US President Donald Trump issued a new warning to Iran as talks to end the conflict remain deadlocked. Trump posted on social media saying, for Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. Well, to discuss this further, joining me now is Mohammed Al-Masri. He's a professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. And in Tehran is Ali Akbar Darini, researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. Thanks so much for being with us, both of you. Ali, if I could begin with you. We heard Donald Trump there continuing his pressure campaign, his war of words against Tehran, basically saying that Iran needs the deal more than the US. Is that the reality on the ground there, though?
No. Trump has made two fundamental mistakes. One is that he believes instilling fear in Tehran is necessary to force Iran to capitulate. This has not worked and is not going to work. The second mistake is that he believes if he escalates tensions and escalates the war, Iran will back down and capitulate. This has not happened and is not going to happen. He suffers from these two major fundamental mistakes. Iran is preparing for the worst scenario, that is war. It's likely that the Americans will reignite the war soon. Iran takes Trump's threat that nothing will be left of Iran very seriously, but that is a stark reminder of how immoral and outside the bounds of international law Trump is.
Okay.
This is similar to his threat that a whole civilization will die tonight a few weeks back.
Yes, we remember that very well, obviously. Professor, as we heard there from Ali, this is all designed to try and force Iran to capitulate. Obviously, as he said, that hasn't happened yet. Do you think that these threats that we continue to get from Donald Trump are actually losing their effect? I mean, they haven't worked so far, and they're just being shrugged off, not only by Tehran, but the rest of the world as well.
Yeah, I do think that is the case. I mean, we've been saying from the start that time is actually on the side of the Iranians. They indicated from the beginning that they were much more willing to play the long game than the United States. The U.S. was very much interested in a quick in and out operation. Indeed, that's how they were talking about the war in the very early days. But now, fast forward, 2.5 months, Iran actually has more confidence. They were able to take the best punch from the United States and Israel for about 40 days. Certainly, they came out of it, battered and bruised. But at the end of the day, certainly the government, the regime is still intact. They still have their missile capabilities. You all have been covering these leaks from U.S. intelligence showing that 30 out of the 33 missile launching sites are intact in Iran. They still have the drone program. They still have their network of allies. And they were able to inflict quite a lot of damage to Israel and U.S. bases in the region. We're starting to get more information on some of that damage. And then last night, yesterday, it seems that Iran may have sent a kind of warning shot to the UAE via one of their proxies, one of their allies in the region, suggesting that if the United States decides, if the U.S. and Israel decide to go back to an all-out war, then the region perhaps, and perhaps in particular the UAE and Israel, could expect to be hit even harder the next time around.
Ali, is there any desire from Tehran to actually go back to war? Is it still doing everything it can to avoid that at this point?
Of course not. Iran is not looking for war. It has done everything to avoid war. It showed flexibility at the negotiating table, but it was the Americans who bombed the negotiating table. But now Iran is very much determined to make sure that if a war is imposed on it, this time it will react differently. We are going to see a completely different war, no comparison with the 40-day war, and no comparison with the 12-day war of last year. Iran is making preparations. The UAE has played a very destructive role. It is the front line in this war. It has signed a pact with the devil, and it is pushing the United States and encouraging the U.S. to attack Iran again. If it happens, Iran will see the whole UAE as a legitimate target. So. And if anything is going to happen this time, very likely it will include infrastructure. And in that case, the whole Middle East, the whole West Asia will go into darkness. Iran doesn't want war; it wants to avoid that. But if it is imposed on Iran, it will be a war of survival for Iran, and Iran will do everything within its power to punish the aggressors.
Okay, Professor, you were saying when we were talking an hour or two ago that you were quite pessimistic, that there is a very realistic chance that we could see a return to conflict in the next few days, potentially. Would another round of attacks by the US and Israel actually gain them in the next round of negotiations? Because it really would only be used to try and strengthen their position at the negotiating table, right?
Right. Well, just first of all, to clarify, I'm not saying that it's inevitable that we're going back to war. What I was saying is that I was very optimistic that we were not going back to war, and I'm not as optimistic anymore. But to answer your question directly, we don't really have evidence that an additional round of fighting would produce the kind of gains that Trump and Netanyahu seem to want. And in particular, they're after a kind of surrender, a kind of capitulation at the negotiating table. And I don't think that that is in the cards, not unless the U.S. is prepared for a very serious escalation involving ground troops and a much more sustained campaign to actually try to see if they can eliminate the regime, eliminate the government. But I think that's very, very unlikely. So to answer your question, we just don't have any evidence that another round of fighting would produce what Trump and Netanyahu want.
Would change anything when they would eventually go back to the negotiating table. Okay, we'll have to leave it there, but thank you so much, Professor Mohammed Al-Masri and Ali Akbar Darini for us in Tehran as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, Israeli forces have intercepted an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. So far, they have stopped nearly 20 ships and arrested about 100 activists. The operation took place off the coast of Cyprus. The fleet of 58 ships aims to break the siege on Gaza and deliver humanitarian aid. Authorities are transferring the activists to Israel. Well, Al Jazeera journalist Abdulaziz Mujahid is on board one of the ships in the flotilla and had this to say when the Israeli Navy started the interception.
Israel has begun intercepting several boats of the Freedom Flotilla heading towards the Gaza Strip. This time, the interception is taking place in broad daylight, unlike previous incidents. Israeli gunboats have reached at least 4 boats of the Global Samud aid flotilla and ordered the participants to turn the engines off so the boats would stop moving. As has happened in the past, this is the first step of Israeli interception of the Freedom Flotilla. They started with some boats and then moved to all of them. The Freedom Flotilla is large, with 58 boats this time, so we expect the interception to take longer. The interception operations may continue throughout the day.
Well, for more, we're going to speak to Tarek Abu Azoum. He is in Gaza City for us. And as I said, 20 ships intercepted so far, arrested about 100 activists. What do we know about the other almost 40 boats? What's happening now?
Well, what we know so far is that 20 boats were intercepted by Israeli naval forces near the coast of Cyprus, far from reaching Gaza's territorial waters, Tom. And we do understand that Israel appears to be conducting a coordinated operation to seize control of all boats included in this flotilla. But footage coming from one of the boats shows how the Israeli military used communication jamming tactics, including interference over radio frequencies between the vessels. And we saw also another video that was recorded by one of the participants showing activists throwing their personal belongings to the water in order to avoid being confiscated by the Israeli naval forces. But we've got Israeli reports that confirmed 100 activists were detained and transferred to Israeli naval warships ahead of being taken to Ashdod port. Now, the operation is still ongoing and it's expected to last for several hours until Israel secure all the flotilla's ships and prevent any ship to independently access Gaza and to break the grip of the naval maritime blockade on Gaza that has been imposed since 2005.
And Tarek, are people there in Gaza aware of these flotillas? And do most people think that it's actually useful, it's helpful to try and break the blockade? I mean, despite the incredibly slim chance of them making it through to Gaza.
Well, awareness is generally high whenever these flotillas set sail, and they are seen as a rare moment of international direct engagement with the blockade of Gaza. But the perception of its usefulness remains heavily mixed. Some people believe that it's a symbolic gesture, only showing solidarity and support of the international community to people living under siege in Gaza, while others believe that there is still value attached to these ships that have left everything behind in their countries and risked traveling to Gaza amid such Israeli tight blockade imposed on the territory, and despite the growing risk of being detained and subjected to Israeli torture and interrogation, as what we saw previously with a number of activists who have been detained by the Israeli military. The later were released, but people on the ground are really sharing their thanking messages and appreciation to the activists who have been deciding to highlight the reality of the blockade and also challenge the Israeli naval blockade of Gaza to send aid that could be meaningful, and also to send a wake-up message to the world about what's been happening here in Gaza.
Okay, thank you as always, Tarek. Tarek Abu Azum for us in Gaza City. Gaza is continuing to face severe shortages, and the lack of imported materials has forced many to look for alternative solutions. Across the Strip, some small workshops are now relying on recycled plastic gathered from the rubble to produce basic water hoses used in emergency water distribution. Ibrahim Al-Khalili reports from Gaza City.
Since the war on Gaza, imports of essential goods have dropped sharply, while waste continues to pile up across the Strip. In response, people are improvising, keeping small businesses alive by recycling the plastic waste from landfills and the rubble of destroyed homes. Inside this workshop, workers cut and sort discarded plastic, breaking it down into small pieces before feeding it into shredders for reuse as raw material.
We are meeting these challenges. We now rely on a recycling system where collectors gather plastic from solid waste and destroyed homes, then bring it to us. Here, we sort and prepare it for grinding. Before the war, a single grinding machine could process between 5 and 6 tons, but now it only produces between 400 kilograms and half a ton. This is due to the lack of electricity, constant breakdowns of electrical generators, and the soaring cost of oils and maintenance, all of which have severely affected production.
Before the war, factory owners here depended on imported plastic raw materials, but with supplies no longer entering Gaza, many say recycling has become the only option.
We managed to restart and produce the water hoses you see in front of you, which are serving people in a major way. Today, these hoses require plastic raw materials that are no longer available in Gaza and are banned from entering through the Israeli side. So we managed to collect plastic from destroyed homes and former plastic workshops, along with some remaining raw materials stored in warehouses. This allowed us to restart production and manufacture water hoses for people.
Despite the scale of the need, production here remains extremely limited.
With over 150,000 meters of water networks destroyed, Gaza's water system has largely collapsed. As a result, these small factories turn damaged plastic into water hoses. It is a simple form of production, but in a place where water has become uncertain, it has become part of an effort to keep it flowing. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
We're still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
Yalla, yalla.
The dangerous journey into Mali's capital, a city under siege by armed groups. We meet the truck drivers bringing in supplies. And we look at how hundreds of thousands of people displaced by fighting in Sudan are struggling to survive in makeshift camps.
Everything centering around the Strait of Hormuz.
Maritime transport crucial to the global economy.
Diesel up by more than 50%.
The real casualty.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Really hard to restore it.
Unflinching journalism.
Well, with the police who are about to carry out a raid, these confrontations between the police and the gangs have gotten increasingly more violent.
Explore an abundance of world-class programming. Are we in the middle of an arms race?
AI-driven weaponry is the next great threat.
Programs that open your eyes to an alternative view of the world today on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Just a reminder of our top stories this hour. The World Health Organization says an Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic could spread further across the region. It has declared an international health emergency in response to the outbreak in Eastern DRC and neighboring Uganda. At least 88 people have died so far. The US president has made new threats to Iran as talks to end the conflict remain deadlocked. Donald Trump says time is running out for Tehran to agree to a deal. Iran says it's focused on ending the war through Pakistan's mediation. And the Israeli Navy has intercepted an aid flotilla headed for Gaza in international waters near Cyprus. The fleet of 58 ships aimed to break Israel's siege on Gaza and deliver humanitarian aid. Let's return to our top story now in the outbreak of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Well, Ebola is a virus that causes severe illness. It spreads through direct contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal and contaminated objects. Early symptoms can feel like the flu at first, with fever, fatigue, headaches, and muscle pain. But over time, the virus weakens the immune system and damages organs. Patients may suffer severe dehydration, hemorrhages, and death. There is no approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain of Ebola virus, which is associated with the outbreak in Eastern DRC and Uganda. Well, to discuss all of this much further, we're joined now by Trish Newport. She is the program manager for the emergency desk at Doctors Without Borders. She is in Geneva for us today. Thank you so much for being with us here, Trish. First of all, Doctors Without Borders has been on the ground in the DRC for a number of decades, but You're dealing with the strain of Ebola that has no approved vaccine, no known treatment at this point in time. In practical terms, what does that actually mean for your teams there right now?
And just to add, not only is there not a vaccine and is there no treatment, there's very limited diagnostic capacity. And this has a huge impact on our teams right now. So in Ituri right now, we have over 5 projects that are ongoing access to healthcare projects in a conflict zone for displaced populations. And suddenly you have more than 300 suspect cases of Ebola, more than 100 deaths reported by the Ministry of Health. And so right now, without adequate testing capacity, it's very difficult to know what suspect cases have Ebola, which ones do not have Ebola. Right now, there's very, very limited visibility over the outbreak situation in general, and that means people are getting afraid to go to different healthcare. They're searching for healthcare somewhere else. Going to health centers, you can have people that already have Ebola, which means that healthcare facilities become infectious. So there's a lot of risks. There urgently needs to be better testing capacity.
Right.
Urgently needs to be efficient isolation, surveillance that is put in place. A lot needs to be done before this outbreak can be controlled.
Okay, so there's a lack of surveillance, there's a lack of testing. People are afraid to go to treatment centres. How do you go about changing that?
So first, we need to engage with the community. We need to go understand their priorities. In the outbreak that was in 2018-19 in DRC, in the Congo, it was also in Ituri, and there were a lot of challenges and a lot of security challenges. And in the end, what it came down to, we're telling people to wash their hands. We're coming in focusing on Ebola. People there, a lot of them don't have access to water. They already don't have access to healthcare. So we need to be working with the community and addressing the priorities, not just Ebola priorities. We need to build the trust of the community. We need to have them engaged in the response. And once we get to that point, we can focus on building the Ebola response with them. It is challenging, especially in a place like Ituri that is a conflict zone, and there are a lot of non-state armed actors.
Right. How concerned are you about the spread? But Rwanda shut its border with the DRC after a confirmed case in Goma. That's a major transit city. How worried should the entire region be about this moving faster than it can actually be contained?
There's a serious concern, especially at the very beginning, before there's surveillance in place, before we're able to identify who are cases, who are all of their contacts, and actually follow them regularly. People are searching for healthcare. So they're going to far regions, including Uganda, to search for healthcare. And if people are sick and they have Ebola and they go search for healthcare somewhere else, this creates a lot of problems. So it means that really we need to put resources into responding to this outbreak in DRC so that surveillance can be done, so that we can be identifying who has Ebola, who doesn't, or else the risk of spread only increases more.
The World Health Organization has declared this an international health emergency. Can you explain what does that actually unlock for organizations like yours, and what is still missing here?
So it increases collaboration with different international actors. It unlocks a lot of resources, but what we need to be sure of is proper coordination between all of the different organizations that come, to make sure that they're working with the Ministry of Health, and to make sure that people are engaging with the community. If we suddenly have all different organizations that don't know that region flooding into the area just to focus on Ebola, we're going to have the same problems that we had in the North Kivu Ituri outbreak in 2018, 2019, where Ebola treatment centers and Ebola response teams were constantly being attacked. We need to work with the communities, and we need to make sure that any actors that are coming are also working with the communities.
Okay, thank you so much, Trish. We really do appreciate your time, your insight, and your work as well. Trish Newport with Doctors Without Borders. To Kenya now, where public transport operators have started a nationwide strike against rising fuel costs. The strikes have affected major cities like Nairobi and Mombasa, where many people rely on bus services. Commuters in several towns are having to walk long distances to work and school. Transport unions are demanding the reversal of a fuel price increase announced by the government just a few days ago. Kenya has raised petroleum prices by nearly 24% as the conflict in Iran drives up global oil prices. We're going to go to Malcolm Webb, who is live for us in Nairobi. And Malcolm, can you just give us an idea of what's happening there behind you? How volatile is it there at this point in time?
Well, I'm going to step aside so we can zoom in and take a little bit of a look. And we maybe need the car to move forward a little bit as well, just to get slowly, just to get a safe distance. So since the morning, demonstrators have blocked roads, main roads leading into the city with stones amid burning roadblocks. And they have not welcomed press. They don't want to be seen on cameras. We can see someone being robbed right there. And police have come, broken them up with tear gas. We've seen several exchanges, but there's no police here right now. And so the demonstrators have been dragging stones and other items back into the road. And that's happened several times. And the police tend to come back again, tear gas, and then the protesters, demonstrators take over again. Now, I think the cars should move forward slowly, just so we can keep a safe distance. But this began because of increases in the price of fuel. In the middle of last month, the government announced a 24% increase in the price of fuel and announced the same again last week. Many people living a hand-to-mouth existence, and particularly those people working in the transport sector, the operators of the minibuses that provide the most of the public transport in Nairobi, in which hundreds of thousands of people depend on. They called for a strike today, but not everyone agrees with this strike. I've just been speaking to motorbike taxi riders and delivery riders, and who are just waiting by the side of the road, unable to pass because of the blocked road. Some of them who were speaking to say they want to work today. If they don't work, no money, that means no food for their families. So certainly not everyone is in agreement with this call for a demonstration, but the frustration with the high cost of living and with the government does seem to be universal. Some of the drivers who did manage to get through the roadblock, some of them have had their windscreens stoned and cracked.
Right.
Others who came through cheered as they saw our camera and they went past. One term. This is something that started in protests a year ago. People who think that President William Ruto should serve only one term. So that we heard that from people who were being impeded by the demonstrators. And the demonstrators, of course, are also not happy with the government.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that, Malcolm. Malcolm Webb for us there in Nairobi. Well, for a third week, an al-Qaeda-linked armed group has tightened its blockade around Mali's capital, Bamako, increasing pressure on supply routes. Landlocked Mali relies on neighbouring countries like Ivory Coast for fuel and food, but transport routes have become more dangerous, with truck drivers facing growing risks. Nicholas Haak reports from Abidjan.
He drove through the night from a city under siege, dodging fighters on the road. Finally safe at the port of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, Abdurrahman Bacharu waits to load his truck with wheat bound for Bamako in central Mali, where food supplies are running low. Their journey back is frightening, he says. Members of the al-Qaeda-linked JNIM group hiding along the route, operating checkpoints, deciding who passes.
I am worried about my country, but I will not stop working. Even though the country is going through a crisis and nothing is moving, we are the only ones providing a lifeline and bringing things in.
And this is what JNIM checkpoints in Mali often look like. Young men, sometimes barely out of their teens, on motorbikes with machine guns mounted on the back. Fast, mobile, and lightly equipped, they stop trucks and buses on key roads leading to Bamako. Drivers say fighters search vehicles, force passengers off buses, and separate men and women according to their interpretation of Islamic law. Armed groups have also burned some trucks carrying food and goods. The blockade is choking the flow of supplies and spreading fear. Landlocked Mali depends on the port of Abidjan for goods, food, and fuel. Here, Malian truck drivers gather to share concerns, warnings, and tips on which routes may still be passable. The president of the West African Union of Truck Drivers has come to reassure them.
Preventing these vehicles from moving and delivering food to people is in effect condemning the population. That's why we continue to appeal to armed groups to allow these trucks to pass.
There is, in their attempt to keep supplies moving towards Bamako, an air of defiance against fear, intimidation, and a blockade designed to make the Malian people surrender. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
More than 300,000 people have been displaced in Sudan's Blue Nile state by fighting between the Sudanese army and the RSF. But many were already uprooted by earlier conflicts that scarred the region. Heber Morgan reports from Bor in Blue Nile state.
These people are the latest to arrive to this displacement camp in Damazin in Sudan's Blue Nile state. Families who have fled the fighting between the Sudanese army and the rapid support forces in the southern part of the region. They joined the more than 20,000 people here in this camp. Melka Amir fled Al-Kele when the RSF attacked it more than a month ago and has come to the camp looking for safety, but also for her family, whom she says she was separated from as they fled from the group's attack.
The RSF came and took control of Al-Kele. They beat people and killed some of them. We hid in the mountains, and I fled Al-Kele with my mother during the night, but somehow I ended up here alone. My mother and the rest of my family stayed behind in Al-Kele while I came here. I don't know whether they're dead or alive.
The camp is congested, and newly arrived displaced people say they lack shelter, while those who've been here for months say the camp conditions are poor. But it's not the only displacement camp in the state. About 60 kilometers away, in Bao in the southwest, is another camp that is home to more than 50,000 people. They've come from South Sudan, where they have sought refuge during the 2011 war in Blue Nile. The then conflict between the government and Sudan People's Liberation Movement forced hundreds of thousands across the border. Many of them returned after a peace deal was signed. Abu Saleh and his family arrived nearly a year ago. He says he'd hoped to stay here only a few days, but the current conflict forced him to stay here longer.
The journey here took nearly a month and was very difficult. We came with almost nothing, hoping to organize ourselves and return home. But when the RSF attacks began, we were forced to stay, unable to go back or rebuild our lives.
Many in the camp here share similar stories. Once refugees, now displaced returnees.
Camps like this one tell the history of recent conflicts in the region, but they're also an example of how the government and aid groups are struggling to deal with the number of displaced people when new waves arrive. Displaced people living in this camp say, despite the presence of aid organizations, the humanitarian situation is dire, and they worry it could get worse as the rainy season approaches.
Agalen Koi and his family are living in the camp after returning from South Sudan, where they fled to for refuge nearly 14 years ago. He says the assistance they get in the camp is not enough for him and his large family.
How can it be enough? They give us only a little flour, oil, and lentils, and sometimes months pass without any food distribution. We survive by being patient.
Sudan's current conflict has produced the world's largest displacement crisis. But for some of the 300,000 displaced in Blue Nile, it's a repeated displacement, and many don't know if they'll ever return home. Hiba Morgan, Al Jazeera, Bao, Blue Nile State.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, thousands gather in Washington, D.C. for a government-backed prayer event, but not everyone is happy about it.
Hi, I'm Bill Schindler, founder of Hyperbaric PHP, which stands for People Helping People. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or HBOT, is a medical treatment that involves breathing 100% oxygen inside a pressurized chamber. This process increases oxygen levels in the blood, helping repair tissue, fight infections, and stimulate the body's natural healing response. It's been used to treat conditions like non-healing wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, and decompression sickness. Here at my clinic, we treat a myriad of conditions using OxyHealth oxygen chambers that climb up to 2.0 ATA, the only FDA-approved chambers designed for both in-home and in clinical use. Come with me and let me show you how the magic happens. This is the Viteris chamber, a portable system that reaches an atmospheric pressure of 1.3, making it both safe and affordable for in-home use. With over 25 years in this field, I've seen miracles. My clinic was the first of its kind in Georgia, and we're proud to have treated over 70,000 families. There's nothing like witnessing a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum speak their very first words, or seeing a stroke victims regain their fine and gross motor skills that they thought were gone forever. This is Pamela Hillman, who happens to be one of our families that comes to our clinic. So Pamela, what brought you here?
So 2019 is when I started coming, and I did it basically for preventative measures.
Tell us, how often you come down to the clinic? Or
every week. I come once a week. I'd like to come twice a week, but yeah, and I feel so relaxed when I get out. The benefits are amazing, and this is what I always tell everybody, is that it infuses your body with 2,800% greater oxygen in your body to repair anything that's out of order in your body. So if you have anything that, any cancer, autism, anything that it just goes directly toward that illness and targets that, but I do it as a preventative. I sleep so well at night. I used to have this restless leg syndrome when I didn't come. I got so busy that I didn't come for 3 weeks, and I started getting this restless leg stuff, and it went away when I started coming back. So I'm telling you.
And your husband's probably pretty happy that you're not kicking him all the time when you're sleeping that way.
Right. And speaking of my husband, so he had a quadruple bypass a couple of years ago. He wasn't big on the hyperbaric or any kind of health and wellness thing, but he comes every week now also.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'd love to see you at the clinic, and have a blessed day. So if you're suffering from anything from arthritis to long-term COVID, you owe it to yourself to start your health transformation. Visit our website to get detailed information and book an appointment. After all, at Hyperbaric PHP, we specialize in treating people, not just symptoms. We are people helping people.
That they will proceed to a trial, given that they also convened as an impeachment court last year, but ultimately voted to throw out the first impeachment complaint against the vice president, and De La Rosa being able to flee after a shooting incident between Senate security personnel and federal agents. They say reinforces their lack of trust in the Senate, so they're calling on authorities to find and arrest De La Rosa and to hold politicians who helped him evade arrest accountable.
To our senators, instead of seeking justice for victims of extrajudicial killings, you helped De La Rosa evade arrest, and you removed the former Senate president to shield Sara Duterte.
Vice President Sara Duterte was impeached by the lower chamber of Congress on Monday last week, the same day De La Rosa resurfaced. She is facing trial for threatening to assassinate the president, the first lady, and a former Speaker of the House for the alleged misuse of around $10 million in intelligence funds and for allegedly amassing tens of millions of dollars in unexplained wealth. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
4 pilots have ejected to safety after their planes collided at an air show in the US. The Navy pilots were taking part in a demonstration in western Idaho when their fighter jets became tangled mid-air. Officials are investigating the crash. None of the pilots were injured, and the remainder of the air show was cancelled. The 250th anniversary of the US was marked by a prayer event in Washington, backed by the Trump administration. Supporters describe the rally as a call for spiritual renewal, but critics say it reflects the growing influence of Christian nationalism in US politics. Manuel Rapolo reports.
Come on, can we lift our voices? You were worthy of it all.
Worship music,
prayer circles and American flags filled the grounds of the National Mall on Saturday as thousands gathered for Rededicate 250. Organizers described the event as a spiritual renewal movement ahead of America's 250th anniversary this July.
This is God's country, and you can't celebrate God's country without celebrating God. And so I think there's no better way to kick off the birthday than this. So, yeah, God bless America.
The rally is tied to a White House-backed campaign called Freedom 250 and the administration's America Prays initiative, which encourages citizens across the country to form local prayer groups. The event featured pre-recorded messages from prominent Republicans, along with various speakers ranging from Christian pastors to prominent conservative politicians.
I stand before you as living proof that prayer, the power of prayer, changes lives.
The event was also deliberately timed. Exactly 250 years ago, the Continental Congress declared May 17, 1776, a national day of fasting and prayer. The National Mall has long served as a stage for competing visions of America. But as the country approaches its 250th anniversary, the spotlight is over questions of faith, patriotism, and identity. Many in attendance say the event is not political, but instead patriotic.
I know there's a lot of debate back and forth of separation of church and state and that kind of thing, but there's freedom from religion, there's freedom of religion, right? We should all be able to express our faith and to be able to come together.
But critics argue the rally reflects something much larger and more problematic. Civil liberties and progressive faith groups accuse the administration of using the symbolism of America's founding to promote a Christian nationalist vision of the country. Despite the criticisms of the event, attendees say they reject the accusations of exclusion, arguing the event simply reflects the country's religious heritage.
When we come together to understand and despite our differences, that's when we make the most progress as a country and unite the most, and that is beautiful. That should be welcomed.
The rally comes amid broader debates over the role of religion in the public sphere. And with the United States soon commemorating 250 years since its founding, the debate over how the country should remember its past and how it should define its identity appears far from settled. Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, that's all for me for the moment. Scott McLean will be here in just a couple of minutes with much more of the day's news. Make sure you stay with us.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
You are watching Morning Mug Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Congo has set up 3 new treatment centers after an Ebola outbreak that's caused fears of a wider risk. U.S. President Donald Trump warns Iran that the clock is ticking to make a deal as negotiations remain deadlocked. Plus, Israeli forces intercept a flotilla of 58 boats trying to breach the blockade of the Gaza Strip.
Yalla, yalla.
And the dangerous journey into Mali's capital, a city under siege by armed groups. We meet the truck drivers bringing in supplies. Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say they've selected 2 locations in the eastern part of the country to establish new Ebola treatment centers. The health ministry says dozens of patients were receiving care in the centers in Ruwampara and Mongwalu in Ituri province. The treatment area is also being set up in Bunia, which is one of the main cities affected by the outbreak near Uganda. The move comes after the World Health Organization declared an international health emergency in response to the outbreak. Now, Rwanda has closed its border with DRC after a positive case was confirmed in the nearby Congolese city of Goma. The Rwandan government says it will remain shut for an indefinite period. Now, Ebola is a virus that causes severe illness. It spreads through direct contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal and contaminated objects. Early symptoms can feel like flu at first, with fever, fatigue, headaches, and muscle pain. Over time, the virus weakens the immune system and damages organs. Patients may suffer severe dehydration, hemorrhages, and death. There is no approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain of Ebola virus, which is associated with the outbreak in the eastern DRC and Uganda. All right, we have correspondents on both sides of the border. Catherine Soy is standing by for us in Entebbe in Uganda. But first, let's speak to Elaine Waikani in Goma in the eastern DRC. So, Elaine, can you just explain, how is life different now? Are there precautions being taken or obvious differences in how people are going about their lives?
Well, at least in the town of Bunia, people are assured after seeing all this logistic deployed by Kinshasa, with the Minister of Health himself present in the town, because people were expressing their worry about the fact that they couldn't see, for example, any proper treatment center or even isolation places. And this is a border area. You know, Bunia is bordering with Uganda, and also mainly from this area of Njugu, for example, where the case in Mungwalu was detected, the epicenter even of this outbreak. The worry was growing among the population, but right now authorities are assuring, because Bunia is linked with Kinshasa with one of the big airports, and now the deployment of medical team and also treatment facilities being set up in Bunia, Ruapara, and in Mungwalu. It's assuring people, but the worry still, because people doesn't know. Majority of the relatives, those who have lost their family members without knowing what was it about, are now also like they are tracking them. They are trying to trace them in the city within the border to know, so that they can stop, because people are suspecting, even medical authorities are suspecting that more cases may be moving around without knowing exactly, because the virus was detected late after almost 20 days. This is why even people could travel from North Kivu, from Ituri region to North Kivu right now, because even in the town of Goma here, worry is growing also among population, because many people from Ituri came back last week. Some of them were even blocked yesterday in the other side of Rwanda. That is why Rwanda even blocked the border up to now, because they have to control the situation. The particularity is also here in the town of Goma, even though people are still going to their normal life, but people are worrying for the fact that this town here is completely disconnected with Kinshasa because of the ongoing conflict. The airport is shut down for almost a year right now. We don't have a logistic coming in like it's going in Bunia, for example. Then people are wondering, knowing the memory that they have due to the past Ebola, they are wondering how things will be handled properly here in the town of Goma here. We didn't see much mobilization in terms of partners because of the access. If they have to come from Kinshasa, these people will need to land, for example, in Beni region, and then they have MONUSCO or UN, due to his capacity, will have to organize logistics to bring them here. it's really putting Goma in a very difficult situation. And that is why even Rwanda authorities, they took the preventive measures to block the border so that they can control people movement and to know how many cases we have in the town here, and also the potential suspected cases. So you have to understand this is the political and also the security context which is putting this battle against outbreak very difficult in this particular context of the eastern DRC for now.
All right, Al Jazeera's Elaine Waikani reporting for us in Goma in the eastern DRC. Let's hop over to the other side of the border now. That's where Catherine Soy joins us from Entebbe in neighboring Uganda. So, Catherine, what is the Ugandan government doing to sort of get a handle on this? And I wonder, when you talk to people on the street, I mean, how concerned are they about this?
Well, people are worried, but the government has been assuring them that everything is okay. The government has been telling them that they are putting measures in place to make sure that everybody is protected. We know that, for example, organizations like MSF, Red Cross, and also government officials, health workers have been deployed to border areas where this outbreak across the border in Ituri, where this is happening. So the government has deployed all these health workers to surveil and also try and deal with the situation from there. So let me just tell you where I am right now. So we are at a lab at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. This is where studies are happening, where researchers are just trying to help where they can. This is where samples in Uganda come to, just as the researchers try to figure out what can be done to help. And I've been speaking, for example, to the director of this institute, and who was saying that it's a very expensive venture, like doing these studies. It's very challenging as well. This particular strain that we're talking about originated from here, and since the time 2007, researchers have been studying what really is happening and what can be done, especially when it comes to vaccines. But he's also was telling us that because there are other strains, the other more lethal strains, researchers have been more concentrating on that as well. There's, for example, the Zaire strain. There's a vaccine there. I was in Ituri. I got a job, but right now there's nothing, and that is a big concern. Again, the government is asking people to be vigilant, but also the government is in control.
All right, Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy there for us in Entebbe in Uganda. Catherine, thank you. Tehran's foreign ministry spokesman says Iran is focused on ending the war with the U.S. and Israel. Ismail Baghai told media in Iran that Iran is in contact with Oman, to discuss a mechanism for safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz. He says mediation efforts through Pakistan are ongoing.
We received from the Pakistani mediator some reservations and some amendments, which means that after sending our viewpoint to America through Pakistan, we have received some amendments from the United States. We discussed these matters and these things and these amendments, and we have informed them yesterday with our position. We have sent them our viewpoint. This path is ongoing through the Pakistani mediator.
Well, on Sunday evening, U.S. President Donald Trump issued a new warning to Iran as talks to end the conflict remain deadlocked. So he posted on social media saying this: "For Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence." All right, joining me live from Tehran is Ali Akbar Durrani. He is a researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. So, Ali Akbar, you heard there President Trump's Truth Social post. Are there any indications where you are that the Iranians are really taking this seriously?
Iran does take Trump's threat seriously, and it is preparing for the worst scenario, that is war. No country can ignore a threat like saying nothing will be left of Iran. That shows how immoral and outside the bounds of international law Trump is. Iran is very much determined to put an end to this vicious cycle of war, ceasefire, negotiations, and war. Trump has destroyed the U.S. credibility for diplomacy. He has left no room for any meaningful negotiations. Why? Because he is insisting that Iran has to capitulate. This has not happened, is not going to happen. So that's why Iran is preparing for the worst scenario. Ground realities also tell us that the Americans are not for any meaningful negotiations, but they are preparing to reignite the war. And why this is on the verge of happening, if it does, that is because the U.S. failed in the 40-day war, and Trump's blockade against Iran has failed.
You mentioned Iran is preparing for war there. They don't think that these negotiations are going anywhere. I wonder, what's the average person in Iran feeling about this? I mean, are people taking steps? Are they stocking up on essentials in anticipation of conflict resuming?
Iranians do not expect a breakthrough at this point because they see how Trump's excessive demands has closed the door of diplomacy. At the same time, Iran is self-sufficient in many issues, despite the naval blockade and despite the experience of 2 wars in 1 year. Actually, Iran has 15 neighbors and is not in short of basic commodities. If you go to the street in Tehran, there is no shortage of anything, no shortage of commodities. The prices have gone up, but there is no shortage. Iranians hope that there will be no war, but the average Iranians also expect that they won't be surprised if war happens again.
I know that publicly both sides are giving this sort of maximalist stance. The Iranians are no exception to this. The foreign ministry spokesperson said that the enrichment program was not up for negotiation, but my colleague Rasul Sardar reported earlier that privately the Iranians are open to some kind of moratorium on enrichment of maybe 3, maybe 5 years. I wonder, how long do you think that the Americans might be able to stretch that period out, that moratorium period, were they to agree to it?
Iran is in an existential war. Iran is the victim. The United States is the aggressor. The aggressor has to back down. Yet Iran,
but I'm just asking you where they might compromise, though, Ali. I'm just asking you how long they might, agree to a moratorium for 3, 5, 10 years, something else.
Iran's right to uranium enrichment is non-negotiable. Iran will not negotiate over its basic rights, its inalienable right to uranium enrichment. But about the percentage, the level of enrichment, and the scope of the program, Iran has negotiated about the details in the past, and it has been open to negotiate with the United States under Trump. Iran showed flexibility in the previous talks to came up with very reasonable plan to reach a deal, but it was the Americans who bombed the negotiating table. So that path remains open, but Iran will not negotiate over its basic rights.
All right, got to leave it there. Ali Akbar Durrani, researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. We appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you. Well, Israeli forces have intercepted an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. So far, they've stopped nearly 20 ships and arrested about 100 activists. The operation took place in international waters off the coast of Cyprus. The fleet of 58 ships aimed to break the siege on Gaza and deliver humanitarian aid. Authorities are transferring the activists to Israel. Well, Al Jazeera journalist Abdulaziz Mujahid is on board one of the ships in the flotilla and had this to say when the Israeli Navy started that interception.
Israel has begun intercepting several boats of the Freedom Flotilla heading towards the Gaza Strip. This time, the interception is taking place in broad daylight, unlike previous incidents. Israeli gunboats have reached at least 4 boats of the Global Samud aid flotilla and ordered the participants to turn the engines off so the boats would stop moving. As has happened in the past, this is the first step of Israeli interception of the Freedom Flotilla. They started with some boats and then moved to all of them. The Freedom Flotilla is large, with 58 boats this time, so we expect the interception to take longer. The interception operations may continue throughout the day.
All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, we look at how hundreds of thousands of people displaced by fighting in Sudan are struggling to survive in makeshift camps.
Hi, I'm Bill Schindler, founder of Hyperbaric PHP, which stands for People Helping People. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or HBOT, is a medical treatment that involves breathing 100% oxygen inside a pressurized chamber. This process increases oxygen levels in the blood, helping repair tissue, fight infections, and stimulate the body's natural healing response. It's been used to treat conditions like non-healing wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, and decompression sickness. Here at my clinic, we treat a myriad of conditions using OxyHealth oxygen chambers that climb up to 2.0 ATA, the only FDA-approved chambers designed for both in-home and in clinical use. Come with me and let me show you how the magic happens. This is the Viteris chamber, a portable system that reaches an atmospheric pressure of 1.3, making it both safe and affordable for in-home use. With over 25 years in this field, I've seen miracles. My clinic was the first of its kind in Georgia, and we're proud to have treated over 70,000 families. There's nothing like witnessing a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum speak their very first words, or seeing the stroke victims regain their fine and gross motor skills that they thought were gone forever. This is Pamela Hillman, who happens to be one of our families that comes to our clinic. So Pamela, what brought you here?
So 2019 is when I started coming, and I did it basically for preventative measures.
Tell us, how often you come down to the clinic?
Every week. I come once a week. I'd like to come twice a week, but yeah, and I feel so relaxed when I get out. The benefits are amazing, and this is what I always tell everybody, is that it infuses your body with 2,800% greater oxygen in your body to repair anything that's out of order in your body. So if you have anything that, any cancer, autism, anything that it just goes directly toward that illness and targets that. But I do it as a preventative. I sleep so well at night. I used to have this restless leg syndrome when I didn't come. I got so busy that I didn't come for 3 weeks? And I started getting this restless leg stuff, and it went away when I started coming back. So I'm telling you.
And your husband's probably pretty happy that you're not kicking him all the time when you're sleeping.
Right. And speaking of my husband, so he had a quadruple bypass a couple of years ago. He wasn't big on the hyperbaric or any kind of health and wellness thing, but he comes every week now also.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'd love to see you at the clinic, and have a blessed day. So if you're suffering from anything from arthritis to long-term COVID, you owe it to yourself to start your health transformation. Visit our website to get detailed information and book an appointment. After all, at Hyperbaric PHP, we specialize in treating people, not just symptoms. We are people helping people.
to Lebanon's priorities of a full cessation of hostilities and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanese territory.
We had a wonderful exchange of over 2 hours.
The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. says, for the first time, talks are not focused on when the Israeli army will withdraw from southern Lebanon, because Israel's presence there is because of Hezbollah's presence. Lebanon also agreed to security talks with Israel. The United States will host those meetings at the Pentagon later this month. They're expected to focus on coordination and communication between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries. Here in Beirut, it is being seen as part of efforts to disarm Hezbollah, which could trigger tensions inside Lebanon. Hezbollah, which is refusing to hold fire as long as Israel reserves the right to strike at will, is accusing the Lebanese authorities of creating what it calls very big predicaments for the country. It says neither the government nor anyone else will be able to carry out what Israel wants. And while its drone and rocket attacks are inflicting casualties among Israeli troops, Israel's firepower is causing death and destruction. For now, at least, there's little to show for the meaningful progress reported by Lebanon's delegation to the Washington talks. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
More than 300,000 people have been displaced in Sudan's Blue Nile state by fighting between the Sudanese army and the RSF. But many were already uprooted by earlier conflicts that scarred the region. Iba Morgan reports.
These people are the latest to arrive to this displacement camp in Damazin in Sudan's Blue Nile state. Families who have fled the fighting between the Sudanese army and the rapid support forces in the southern part of the region. They joined the more than 20,000 people here in this camp. Malka Amir fled Al-Kele when the RSF attacked it more than a month ago and has come to the camp looking for safety, but also for her family, whom she says she was separated from as they fled from the group's attack.
The RSF came and took control of Al-Kele. They beat people and killed some of them. We hid in the mountains, and I fled Al-Kele with my mother during the night, but somehow I ended up here alone. My mother and the rest of my family stayed behind in Al-Kele while I came here. I don't know whether they're dead or alive.
The camp is congested, and newly arrived displaced people say they lack shelter, while those who've been here for months say the camp conditions are poor. But it's not the only displacement camp in the state. About 60 kilometers away, in Bao in the southwest, is another camp that is home to more than 50,000 people. They've come from South Sudan, where they have sought refuge during the 2011 war in Blue Nile. The then conflict between the government and Sudan People's Liberation Movement forced hundreds of thousands across the border. Many of them returned after a peace deal was signed. Abu Saleh and his family arrived nearly a year ago. He says he'd hoped to stay here only a few days, but the current conflict forced him to stay here longer.
The journey here took nearly a month and was very difficult. We came with almost nothing, hoping to organize ourselves and return home. But when the RSF attacks began, we were forced to stay, unable to go back or rebuild our lives.
Many in the camp here share similar stories. Once refugees, now displaced returnees.
Camps like this one tell the history of recent conflicts in the region, but they're also an example of how the government and aid groups are struggling to deal with the number of displaced people when new waves arrive. Displaced people living in this camp say, despite the presence of aid organizations, the humanitarian situation is dire, and they worry it could get worse as the rainy season approaches.
Ageleng Koi and his family are living in the camp after returning from South Sudan, where they fled to for refuge nearly 14 years ago. He says the assistance they get in the camp is not enough for him and his large family.
How can it be enough? They give us only a little flour, oil, and lentils, and sometimes months pass without any food distribution. We survive by being patient.
Sudan's current conflict has produced the world's largest displacement crisis. But for some of the 300,000 displaced in Blue Nile, it's a repeated displacement, and many don't know if they'll ever return home. Hiba Morgan, Al Jazeera, Bao, Blue Nile State.
For a third week, an al-Qaeda-linked armed group has tightened its blockade around Mali's capital, Bamako, increasing pressure on supply routes. Landlocked Mali relies on neighboring countries like Ivory Coast for fuel and food, but transport routes have become more dangerous, with truck drivers facing growing risks. Nicholas Hawk reports from Abidjan.
He drove through the night from a city under siege, dodging fighters on the road. Finally safe at the port of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, Abdurrahman Bacharu waits to load his truck with wheat bound for Bamako in central Mali, where food supplies are running low. Their journey back is frightening, he says. Members of the al-Qaeda-linked JNIM group hiding along the route, operating checkpoints, deciding who passes.
I am worried about my country, but I will not stop working. Even though the country is going through a crisis and nothing is moving, we are the only ones providing a lifeline and bringing things in.
And this is what JNIM checkpoints in Mali often look like. Young men, sometimes barely out of their teens, on motorbikes with machine guns mounted on the back. Fast, mobile, and lightly equipped, they stop trucks and buses on key roads leading to Bamako. Drivers say fighters search vehicles, force passengers off buses, and separate men and women according to their interpretation of Islamic law. Armed groups have also burned some trucks carrying food and goods. The blockade is choking the flow of supplies and spreading fear. Landlocked Mali depends on the port of Abidjan for goods, food, and fuel. Here, Malian truck drivers gather to share concerns, warnings, and tips on which routes may still be passable. The president of the West African Union of Truck Drivers has come to reassure them.
Preventing these vehicles from moving and delivering food to people is in effect condemning the population. That's why we continue to appeal to armed groups to allow these trucks to pass.
There is, in their attempt to keep supplies moving towards Bamako, an air of defiance against fear, intimidation, and a blockade designed to make the Malian people surrender. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
I'm Scott McLean. The news continues here on Al Jazeera in just over 30 minutes from now after Inside Story.
This is America, and that is the US Treasury. Here, the national debt has exceeded GDP for the first time since World War
We're
II.
incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
And good morning to you. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now. And
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Hello, I'm James Bays. A global health crisis, not a pandemic, but the World Health Organization is warning the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and neighboring Uganda could be much larger than what's been detected so far. The global health body is advising the countries to activate national disaster mechanisms and introduce cross-border and internal screening. How would declaring the Ebola epidemic a public health emergency of international concern help stop the spread of the virus in areas facing serious security challenges? Would it help raise funds as the World Health Organization and health NGOs are facing a severe cash crunch? We'll raise those questions, among others, with our panel of guests in a bit. But first, this report by Imogen Kimber.
A new outbreak of the Ebola virus in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. The World Health Organization has declared it a global health emergency, but not a pandemic. This outbreak began when the body of someone who died of Ebola was taken from the town of Bunia to Mongwalu. That's a mining town with a large population. Ebola is contracted through contact with bodily fluids of infected people or animals. The DRC has faced many outbreaks of Ebola, mainly of the Zaire strain. But this outbreak is caused by the Bundibugyo strain, which has no vaccine or specific treatment. And officials say it can also have a fatality rate of up to 50%. But they say they can manage the situation.
The epidemic will not get out of control because there are no vaccines, because there are no medicines. No, this is not an epidemic we are discovering for the first time. We do, in fact, know how to keep the epidemic under control.
Although he says that may be difficult, as the center of the outbreak is Ituri province in the east, where fighting between rival armed groups have killed and displaced scores of people in recent weeks.
It's an insecure area. What do we do? It's a major challenge, especially because of the Mombasa Road, where there are a lot of armed groups. That's why it makes monitoring and managing this outbreak more difficult.
Ituri borders South Sudan and Uganda, which has already reported cases. The World Health Organization is sending support.
We have deployed medical supplies and protective equipment for infection prevention and control to Bunia, the Ituri provincial capital. Today, I have released $500,000 from WHO's contingency fund for emergencies to immediately support the response.
Health authorities across the region are calling for cooperation to stop the spread and avoid a repeat of previous Ebola virus outbreaks that have killed thousands of people. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
All very worrying, one of the world's most deadly diseases, and that's why we want to bring you the facts, and that's why we've got this panel with us today. From Kinshasa, Ariel Kestens. He is head of the Kinshasa delegation in the Democratic Republic of Congo at the IFRC, which is the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. In Falange in France, Dr. Margaret Harris. She's lecturer at the United Nations Institute for Training and Research and former spokesperson at the World Health Organization. And in Nairobi, Dr. Ahmed Ogwell Uma. He is CEO and president of Village Reach and the former Deputy Director General of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us today on Inside Story. Dr. Margaret Harris, we had you on this program just over a week ago talking about the hantavirus on a cruise ship. Now, at the time, yourself and the rest of the panel said, yes, a serious subject, but it was well under control. And as a stress test of the global health system had passed. Do you have the same verdict right now with the Ebola situation?
Well, Ebola is always a really, really serious concern wherever it happens, but particularly if it happens under this perfect storm of conditions where you've got one of the less well-known strains, Bundibugyo, which has only caused 2 other outbreaks, and we haven't got a vaccine candidate for it, and we don't have a specific treatment for it. coupled with happening where there is a really complex, difficult, ongoing conflict. I've worked in that area in 2018-19, and it's really hard to get around. It's always unsafe. Some of my colleagues were even killed. It's a difficult response, and we've also got large numbers of cases already, so it's been burning for a while. And having said that, at least action is being taken the minute the world learned about it.
So, Ariel, you are there in the DRC. Your particular job covers DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi. And of course, obviously, there's concern about regional spread here. Tell us, and we'll go into the details in a minute, but how concerned are you?
We are concerned, of course. At the beginning of every outbreak, we must be concerned until we can see some of our measures starting to have some impact in the containment of the outbreak. At this time, it is concerning the period that has passed from the first moment, from the first, let's say, suspected case until the pandemic has been declared in both countries, in Uganda and in DR Congo. And that period was crucial to start the containment of the outbreak. At this stage, we are now reacting to it. We are putting in place some of the measures that are typical measures for this type of outbreak, with the extra layer of complexity that there is no vaccine. And remember that one of the mechanisms that we use to contain epidemics or outbreak, like in this case, is ring vaccination. Without ring vaccination, most of our measures are going to be at community level. And of course, at this time, this is concerning.
Just, Ariel, explain to us what you mean by ring vaccination.
Well, it's a measure that the public authorities would normally take to contain an outbreak, an epidemic, that it's about vaccinating individuals all around the affected areas, and of course, all around those who has been in contact with the virus. So in that way, creating a ring of safety, let's say, around individual suspected of cases or affected with the virus and the communities and population, a barrier that is difficult to cross through, let's say, by people with the virus or suspected to have the virus.
Ahmed, let me ask you to go back to basics, if you can. And I suppose my question is, what is Ebola? It's a very, very scary word. It comes, I believe, from fruit bats originally. But explain to us how it's spread, how contagious it is, how deadly it is, and what does it do to the human body?
Thanks for having me. And first, let's really reach out in our thoughts and prayers to those who have lost their lives and are affected by this current outbreak of Ebola. So Ebola is a virus that really resides in bats, especially fruit bats found in that belt across the central parts of Africa. And human interaction with the bats result in the virus jumping into the human population. Now, the virus has over time become very adept at not just within the bat, the fruit bat population, but when it gets into the human population, it becomes easy to not easy, but it becomes possible to transmit it between one person and the other. Transmission is by close contact of body fluids and anything that body fluids has touched, clothing and things like that. And some of the early signs are fever, and we have so many diseases that present as fever. Some of the early signs are, the result of bleeding from within the orifices of a human being. And this is one of the unique ways of knowing that you do have a challenging situation. So it's important that we have our health workers to have a high index of suspicion. It's important that communities understand how Ebola looks like. And it is important that reporting is fast and efficient so that we don't have the spread of the virus as has happened with this outbreak. Ebola can be stopped, and we have done it before. We just need to learn the right lessons so that we can stop it again.
Dr. Ahmed, that was a useful medical profile. Perhaps I should add a little bit of history of Ebola, because it first was identified in the country that's now called the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then it was Zaire back in 1976. It was discovered more than 1,000 kilometers away from this current outbreak in the village of Yambuku, but it was named after a local river to avoid stigmatizing the village. The river was called Ebola. The DRC has suffered the most with Ebola. This is the 17th outbreak. Between 2018 and 2020, the virus killed nearly 2,300 people. But in 2014, the largest Ebola outbreak began to spread across West Africa, but mainly in Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Over 2 years, more than 11,300 people died. Ariel, that is the historical background. And what is interesting is it started in Zaire, DRC, and then in West Africa, post-conflict societies there, now in what is very much a conflict zone, the center of this in Ituri. How much more complicated does that make the treatment now and the work that has to be done by people like yourself?
Well, it's important to understand why conflict is add a layer of complexity to contain the outbreak. One of the reasons why it adds a complex layer of complexity is because of the displacement of a group of people due to the conflict. Right? But that's not the only driver for the mobilization of people and migrants. There is also in that area, it's a commercial corridor between the rest of DR Congo and surrounding countries, and people normally move from one side to the other of the country or the different district in Congo. As well, and we should also remember this, that in the epicenter of the pandemic, they are mines, and they are temporary workers that come and go to those mines. So conflict adds a layer of complexity because of the displacement of the population that it drives, but it's not the only driver. In addition to that, conflict in particular add the constraint of mobility of health workers and volunteers of institutions like the Red Cross. That has at the center the duty of care of its own personnel, and therefore take the precautions to make sure that whenever a volunteer or a health worker is reaching to a community or is mobilizing from point A to point B, the measures are taken to protect him or her. In a conflict situation, those measures are, of course, higher to be able to manage different type of risk, and that at the end of the day tend to constrain the response. So those are two very specific elements of why in a conflict area, the response is a bit more complex.
Margaret, I mean, if you look at what's going on in terms of the conflict, there is an ISIL affiliate there, the ADF. There's something called Codeco, which is another armed group. There's the CRP, which is a group that Convention for the Popular Revolution, remarkably led by someone called Thomas Lubanga, who was jailed by the International Criminal Court back in 2012 and released in 2020, and is now leading a group that includes child soldiers yet again. The Congolese army are there. In the wider dispute, you have M23, all of these groups. If you were still in your job at the World Health Organization, sending extra medical staff, extra aid workers into this area, I mean, you wouldn't want to risk their lives, would you?
Well, I've risked my own life. I've in fact been caught in the crossfire between M23 and the Congolese National Army. In fact, quite often, WHO staff have been the only people that can go. Quite often, partners can't go into those areas because they've got restrictions on the level of security. Some international NGOs won't allow people with arms to accompany them. We've often had to evacuate treatment centers and put in our own people in order to keep things going. I know I once arrived at a treatment center that had been trashed and destroyed with another colleague to see if we could continue doing it, just us two. So this is how it works. And again, that's why you do need organizations like the IFRC and the World Health Organization to ensure that the people who need the help most can still get it.
Ahmed, I mean, if we look at a report which was by Médecins Sans Frontières, which came out just before it was discovered that there was the Ebola in this area, that was the 30th of April this report was released. They talked about a health system before any of this in complete collapse. And you've got Ebola now, but already a real problem with cholera and mpox and care for sexual violence victims almost non-existent. This is a real problem because there's none of the basic support services there that would be there anywhere else in the world, are there?
And this is the huge challenge when you find an outbreak of this magnitude and of this type of virus occurring in an area where the basic health system is not functioning at capacity. It means that you have to rely on the community itself to be able to give the push for information, to give the push for containment, and to give us information to be able to act with some level of accuracy. The absence and the collapse of the health system does not mean there are no people who need support. In fact, that absence tells us that our action is required today much more urgently than if the health system was in place. And the community becomes the backbone of that. We need to find effective ways of empowering the community to be able to understand what this outbreak is about, what their role is, how we can be able to get good information out. And we need to ensure that as we do that with the community, we are building some levels of trust amongst all the players that, that could possibly disrupt the interventions that we need to make. And that means you need to speak with every party that is in control of the area. It means that you need to engage with the communities in a way that they understand and therefore can be able to trust the information and the interventions that come into play. I must add that for all types of outbreaks, the battle is won before the outbreak occurs. The preparedness that we make, the systems that we put in place, the capacity that we have in reserve, that is what makes an outbreak be controlled quickly. In the absence of that, the work is more, but with the community in place, we can still be able to control so long as we build good trust with the communities that are affected.
Margaret, as you discussed, there was an outbreak in the same area, 2018 to 2020. What's concerning is that was picked up earlier. According to research by Imperial College London, they think this has been transmitting since late April. So there are several weeks when no one knew that the Ebola was there. That lag, how concerning is that to you about the possible scale?
Oh, very, very concerning. And this is exactly, I'm very pleased to see that the World Health Organization Director General immediately declared the public health emergency of international concern. And he did that that was one of the reasons. The extent of it, it's an unusual event because it's not one of the viruses, the strains that we normally see, but also it's spread, as you mentioned, to Kinshasa, to Kampala, and the complexity of it, but the scale of it as well.
Margaret, sorry, to use that official term, public health emergency of international concern, my understanding that's only the 10th time in the WHO's history that has ever been declared.
Yes, and this is way the fastest, especially for an Ebola outbreak. The big West African Ebola outbreak you mentioned, that wasn't declared for 8 months. The other outbreak in the same area in the North Kivu, that wasn't declared for another year because it didn't, it was under a year, it was about 10 months, because it hadn't spread across international borders. And when it did, it was declared. So this is way the fastest declaration, and it's not something that the Director General does lightly. And this tells us that all stops are being pulled out to get this under control as quickly as possible, including getting that money, that funding. You mentioned the Central Emergency Fund. That was actually set up as a result of the West African Ebola outbreak because it was very difficult to get the money to do the work. And that was provided so that the work can happen as quickly as possible.
Ariel, if we look, that is obviously concerning, the fact it took so long to detect it. But also the other thing I would have thought is a significant concern is the spread that's already taken place, because we have two cases which apparently don't have a link to each other, two people who'd travelled from DRC, confirmed cases in Kampala, the capital of Uganda, a suspected case in Goma, the regional capital, and it seems a case in Kinshasa where you are. Now, Kinshasa, from where the main outbreak is, I'm told, a distance of about 1,600 kilometers. You move it to another continent, that's about the distance from London to Athens.
That's right. And that you are measuring the distance in kilometers, but in fact, in time of traveling, it might take maybe 48 hours or 72 hours to reach Bunia, the capital of the province of Ituri, from Kinshasa and vice versa. So that means that we are facing a challenging outbreak at this stage. And I would like to emphasize what Dr. Ahmed has mentioned already twice in his intervention. He is placing communities at the center of the response, at the center of the containment of this outbreak. And I would like to expand a little bit on why that is key. Well, first, it's key, as we discussed, because in this case, there is no vaccine for this particular strain of the virus. So most of the measures that are going to be in place will have to rely in the community, in individuals doing the right thing. Now, for an individual to do the right thing in terms of taking the measures to take care of himself and take care of his family and take care of those who surrounding him or her, he needs to receive trusted communication, communication in terms of measure that he or she can act. And that trusted communication normally comes from people that they trust, that they are their colleagues, other volunteers in the same community, you know, the health worker that has been in the community for already a while. And it has less to do with international teams coming to reinforce that layer of the system. It's also important that rumors, for example, at community level are being managed and stopped, right? Because rumor also may cause more damage than actually a situation in which people don't know what to do. None of them is an ideal situation, but certainly stopping rumors is another aspect of this response that comes at community level, and comes together with trusted communicators or trusted volunteers at community level that can deliver those messages in both ways, to stop rumors and to communicate the measures that need to be used to prevent the spread of the virus, which, by the way, must be evidence-based measures.
Ahmed, it is already in Kinshasa, a city of 18.5 million people, where Ariel is. We believe it's in Goma, a city of about 1 million people, and in Kampala, a city of 1.8 million people, not all that far from where you are in Nairobi. Is an expansion of this almost inevitable? Is that your fear?
A concern, not a fear at this time, for three reasons. One is the cases reported in Kinshasa, Goma, Kampala were all imported. And by all indications, local spread has not been documented. And that points to a health system that actually addressed the concerns of those individuals in a way that protected the health worker and the population. We are waiting to see if anything else will come out of it. I am concerned at this time around the possibility of that. But second is the level of distance that they had to travel to reach these three relatively large cities without them being detected. This points to an indication that we need to tighten our surveillance systems because illness is seen over days. It's not something that happens very quickly. And third is the fact that we have several countries in the same area. South Sudan and Rwanda will be added to DRC and Uganda. So the possibility of a regional effect is already in place. And that's why our intervention right now should also quickly move to be regional in nature. All the countries that are surrounding the DRC and there is access for movement of people need to heighten their surveillance and get ready. We cannot be able to build a ship when we are in the water, but we certainly can be able to improve the nature of the ship if we know where the problems are. And that's why the regional approach is absolutely essential at this stage. I would encourage the governments of Uganda, of Rwanda, of South Sudan, indeed, any other country that has movement of people in connection with that part of the DRC to immediately put in place active surveillance and be prepared with the necessary countermeasures, including training of health workers, so that anything happening is contained quickly and effectively at source.
Margaret, very quickly, the World Health Organization on its maximum alert. Anything else you think needs to happen now, urgently?
I think, again, what everybody else has said, really support the local health system as best you can. Honestly, if I had Ebola, I'd like to be treated by a Congolese doctor because they know Ebola better than anybody else. But they need all the support they can get, and things like getting the tests out to the periphery where they can do them and help with the communication and any kind of support they request, we, the world, should be providing.
Dr. Margaret Harris, thank you, and also to Dr. Ahmed Ogwell Uma and Ariel Kestens. Al Jazeera's teams are on the ground in DRC and in Uganda, and for further explanation and analysis, head to our website, aljazeera.com. We'd love to hear what you think. Go to our Facebook page, that's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or look for us on X. There we are at AJ Inside Story for now. That's it from me, James Bays, and all the team here. Stand by, though, because
we're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers.
In just a moment.
Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
Good morning to the best morning audience on YouTube. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Democratic Republic of Congo has set up 3 new treatment centers after an Ebola outbreak that's caused fears of a wider risk. Donald Trump tells Tehran the clock is ticking to make a deal, and Iran says it's already responded to a new U.S. proposal to end the war. Israeli forces intercept a flotilla of 58 boats trying to breach the blockade of the Gaza Strip. Also ahead, intense scenes in Kenya as a transport strike against rising fuel prices gets underway. Well, health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say they've selected 2 locations in the eastern part of the country to establish new Ebola treatment centers. The health ministry said dozens of patients were receiving care in the centers in Rwampara and Mangwalu in Ituri province. A treatment area is also being set up in Bunia, which is one of the main cities affected by the outbreak near Uganda. The move comes after the World Health Organization declared an international health emergency in response to the outbreak. Rwanda has closed its border with DRC after a positive case was confirmed in the nearby Congolese city of Goma. The Rwandan government says it will remain shut for an indefinite period of time. The World Health Organization says it's sending additional medical supplies to the Democratic Republic of Congo to combat the outbreak.
We emptied our stock in Kinshasa and brought it here. We are in the process of preparing a cargo plane, which is already in Nairobi at the moment and is being loaded at our depot there. It will then leave for Kinshasa and will bring additional equipment.
All right, we have correspondents on both sides of the border. Catherine Soy is standing by for us in Entebbe in Uganda. But first, let's speak with Alan Waikani in Goma in the eastern DRC. So, Alan, obviously there's huge concern there. I wonder what authorities are doing to try to contain this outbreak.
Yeah, we still have concern, and people are really concerned, mainly in the town of Bunya, where the epicenter is located for now. And we have seen the number of logistic and also authorities since yesterday arriving in Bunya. It's showing also how they're taking this into consideration, what is happening, because they have they ended by find out that many cases were already positive before even the end of the test. This is why authorities are fearing that many different potential cases still in the community. This is why they have deployed, after one of the ministerial meetings led by the president in Kinshasa, they deployed a minister to be himself in the town of Goma in order to coordinate. And now people in Bunya and across the region, they are now assured, because now at least there is a proper treatment center and isolation where they are collecting different people from the city. But the war is still growing also, like from Bunya to Goma here, there is no possibility of organizing the same things that authorities are doing in Bunya, because authorities from Kinshasa do not have access here in the town of Goma here because of the airport, which is shut down since almost like 1 year now due to the conflict. And also medical system here has been working with less capacity in terms of, because they are depending on Kinshasa. Partners who are here, WHO or even the UN system supporting time to time when there is issue like this, they don't have the same capacity they do have they had before the conflict here. So it's putting the combat against this virus here in the town of Goma little bit in it's delaying due to what we are trying to see right now in the side of Bunya, and this is what is really making people to be concerned on how future will look like in the coming days when it comes to deal with this outbreak here.
So, Alan, you mentioned that the airport's closed. Can you just give us a sense of how prepared the healthcare system is? I mean, what is the healthcare system like in Goma, where you are under good circumstances, not when we're dealing with an outbreak of a disease like Ebola?
This is a good question because Goma has been going through a lot of difficult situation. Before even the town fall under the control of rebels, the town was severely hit by the mpox virus, for example, last year, just like 1 year passed. And authorities were here at that time, and partners were having capacity of helping to deal with the situation. And then the town was under a big fighting between the DRC government soldiers and M23, and now they are the one controlling here. All the government system has left the area here, and it's making things more difficult right now because majority of the hospital is not working with the normal system because they have no connection with Kinshasa. They are no longer under the coordination of Kinshasa government, and this is making things more difficult. And also people are very weak here. People have been going through many difficult in terms of life. This is a town completely disconnected. The airport is down, and also the bank system is not working. Business is not working properly, and the people were depending, they're still depending in 100% with this border that Rwanda has closed now. All this context is putting things in a very difficult situation, mainly the population in town here. And people are worrying how it will be now to deal with the disease, with this outbreak, while they are already they're in a very difficult situation due to their life with because of the security situation that they have been facing here up to now.
Yeah, a bad situation already, potentially may get worse. Alan Waikani there for us in Goma in the eastern DRC. Alan, thank you. All right, let's hop over to the other side of the border now, where Catherine Soy is standing by for us in Entebbe in Uganda. So, Catherine, you're at a virus research center there. Can you just show us, what kind of work they're doing there? And last hour, you said that they've known about this particular strain that they're dealing with since 2017. And I wonder, is there already a vaccine that's been tested or at least in development?
Yes, currently we are in an area that deals with HIV. Earlier is when we went to another lab that deals with infections like Ebola. And yes, we have been speaking to the researchers, including the director of this institute, about specifically this strain and why there's no vaccine. And they were saying that because it's a relatively new strain. It originated actually from Uganda in 2007, and there's only been 3 outbreaks since then. So they were concentrating more on the other strains that they believe were more lethal. But right now they say they're doing what they can to see how to help the situation because there's not been many studies done on this particular strain. It's a very expensive venture, but then again, they say the time is right. They must do these studies, and there has to be a vaccine because what we are seeing in DRC is very, very worrying indeed.
So everybody, of course, remembers the COVID pandemic, the masks, the social distancing, the isolation. I wonder, when you walk around Entebbe where you are there noticeable precautions that people are taking or noticeable precautions that the government is imposing on people?
The government is very good at putting these measures that you're talking about because there has been many outbreaks, especially when it comes to Ebola since the year 2000. So the government knows what to do and has been very effective in putting together these measures. Yesterday, we were at the hospital where the first case, the fatality was already. They had set up all these measures. People were being told to wear masks, wash hands. There were temperature checks as well. We also know that health workers have now been deployed to border areas, those areas bordering Ituri province. So that is happening as well. The government telling people not to worry, everything is under control.
All right, Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy reporting for us there from Entebbe, Uganda. Catherine, thank you. Well, Ebola was discovered in the DRC in 1976, but the West African epidemic was the largest Ebola outbreak ever recorded. It started in 2013 and caused more than 11,000 deaths, with about 28,000 cases reported. The outbreak was caused primarily by the Zaire strain of the Ebola virus. The vaccine was developed rapidly, and health authorities declared the outbreak over in 2016. It was made possible by existing research and emergency global funding. The current Ebola outbreak involves the Bundibugyo strain. There is no approved vaccine for it, and it has no specific treatment. Vaccine development traditionally takes up to 15 years. But lessons from the West African Ebola epidemic and the COVID-19 pandemic have made it easier for officials to conduct rapid clinical trials and coordinate international response efforts. All right, for more, joining me is Dr. Dugbe Christopher Yon. He is the Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, and he joins me live from the Liberian capital, Monrovia. Doctor, thank you so much for being on the program. I know that you were heavily involved in those efforts to get the Ebola virus under control more than a decade ago in Liberia. You testified before the U.S. Congress in 2014 about the lessons we ought to learn, or about the strategy that ought to be employed to get that virus under control at that time. What lessons were learned then that ought to be applied now?
Thank you very much. The quick deployment of expertise and the military from the United States of America that carry out logistical services during the Ebola outbreak was very efficient. Also, a coordination of multinational forces of expertise in public health research and response did help to quell the Ebola outbreak in the three countries, Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. Once these efforts are conglomerated in terms of provision of resources as well, material as well as financial resources, I believe this experience can be transferred over to what is currently happening in Uganda and the DRC Congo.
Doctor, there was a vaccine, as I mentioned, developed in the West African outbreak. I wonder, is it useful for people in Uganda, in the eastern DRC, to be taking that vaccine now, or are the strains too different?
The strain that is currently causing the havoc in Uganda and DRC Congo is different from the strain that we experience in West Africa. Yeah, West Africa, we experience the Zaire strain, which is the most prevalent one that DR Congo has also experienced in the past. Now we have the Bundibugyo, which is very rare and have caused very rare outbreaks. And so researchers and medical practitioners and public health experts alike need to double off our efforts in order to produce a vaccine. Since we have a vaccine for the Zaire strain already, that vaccine can be tweaked in a way that it can become a divalent or multivalent vaccine to incorporate the Bundibugyo and other strains such as the Tai and the Reston.
So if it's already, or if it can be tweaked relatively easily, then how quickly do you think that it can be actually rolled out and, going into people's arms?
Well, we have the mRNA technology, which was used to very rapidly produce the COVID-19 vaccine. And so if we are to employ such a technology, which is readily known to be effective and safe in terms of its usage for the production of vaccine, I think we can roll that out as quickly as possible. But there have been very difficult difficulties in the research because the Bundibugyo has been a very rare strain and then not much has been focused on it. So there's quite a lot to do, but if we can employ that technology, I believe we can be able to address the current situation within the next 4 or 5 months or so, even if not now.
Doctor, I know that a lot of your experience is in developing tests for diseases, and I wonder, in the previous West African outbreak of Ebola, how important was testing, and did you encounter any resistance or reluctance for people to actually get tested?
Well, because of the deadly nature of the outbreak, people were were availing themselves to be tested, although there were cultural resistance, social certain kind of resistance, but people were readily available once they were brought into the facility, the holding facilities, they were ready to be tested. In fact, there was not a choice. Yes, I did develop a diagnostic test, a multiple diagnostic test that can test for Ebola and other diseases, infectious diseases that present similar onset symptoms like malaria or typhoid, so as not to confuse malaria infection with Ebola infection as it was during the 2014 outbreak, when similar symptoms were used and were created misdiagnosis.
Doctor, I don't want to make too much of a comparison to the COVID-19 pandemic, because obviously these are different things. COVID was much less deadly, but spread much more easily. This one spreads not nearly as easily, but obviously is much more deadly. Do we have a better understanding of how this virus or this disease is actually spread? I mean, or how it's most commonly spread? I mean, are we talking about sneezes or, you know, somebody talking too close to you? Or talking about sexual activity? What's the most common method of transmission?
Well, one of the most common method of transmission is actually contact with contaminated materials or humans that have the bodily fluid of the containing the virus. That's the most common contact. And so we found that in body fluid, so in saliva. And so if anybody coughs near you and you have a high quantity of the virus within that saliva, those droplets, when inhaled, can cause disease in a healthy person. And so that is why we talked about the social distancing, less contact, hand washing, and also reporting symptoms when you feel those common symptoms that are typical of other viruses, particularly when there's an outbreak of the very virus, which is the Bujubujo's strain of the Ebola virus currently.
Doctor, one last question for you. In the previous outbreak, there were cases outside of West Africa, to other African countries, to Europe. There was even at least one case in the United States. Why do you think it was that the virus never really took hold in those places and caused further outbreaks there? And do you expect there to be further outbreaks in other parts of the world outside of Africa this time around?
Further outbreaks outside of Africa this time and any time is possible due to the movement of people between continents and among countries. The US and Europe, when they had those cases, they quickly handled them because they had a robust public health mechanism that is prepared and responds to viral outbreak of diseases. At the time in West Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea, we did not have public health entities. In fact, that which led to my proposal to Congress, as you earlier stated when I testified, for the Public Health Institute to be established and for the Africa CDC to be established. Now that we have that, we are glad that other outbreaks that have come out during the course of that time after Ebola, we have been able to respond to them effectively, although we still need outside help. Now, because the virus is concentrated mostly in Africa, it appears that these epidemics are only in Africa, the outbreaks are only in Africa. But once it hits a global scale, then the world will turn to us and then begin to put in as much resources as they think they can because they want to save their people. And so my appeal and our appeal from humanity's standpoint is that we shouldn't wait for these diseases to be global, to be a pandemic, before we act. We must act as soon as they crop up, because with globalization, you can never tell when a disease slips out and then go into your country, be transmitted into your country and infect your people.
Yeah, it's Africa's problem today, but it could be spread to other countries tomorrow. A good lesson to keep in mind. Dr. Dugube Christopher Yan, Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. We appreciate you sharing your experience and expertise with us today. Thank you, Doctor. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says Tehran responded to a new U.S. proposal aimed at ending the war. Ismail Baghai told the media that mediation efforts through Pakistan are ongoing.
We received from the Pakistani mediator some reservations and some amendments, which means that after sending our viewpoint to America through Pakistan, we have received some amendments from the United States. We discussed these matters and these things and these amendments, and we have informed them yesterday with our position. We have sent them our viewpoint. This path is ongoing through the Pakistani mediator.
All right, Tawhid Asadi joins us live from Bandar Abbas in Iran, a port city overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. So, Tawhid, can you just show us what you're seeing where you are? And are you seeing any ships moving to transit through the Strait of Hormuz? And what are the circumstances that a ship could pass through?
I'm in the southern coast of Iran in Bandar Abbas city, and I was in some islands, including Hormuz Island yesterday. And the reality on the ground is that there is this accumulation of ships and vessels here. And behind me, you can see some of them. I'm going to step aside so that Hamid can show the situation here. As you can see, there are a lot of ships and vessels, some of them belonging to Iranians, but some international ships and vessels as a result of the situation that exists. Now, Iranian side and the security sources are saying that Strait of Hormuz is open to friendly countries but close to adversaries. But the reality on the ground is indicative of the very fact that only a very limited number of ships and vessels have been given a chance to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. We know that over the past 48 hours, we don't have any confirmed official number about ships and vessels transiting through this strategically significant choke point. And we know that IRGC is saying that any sort of a passage through the trajectory of this strait should be coordinated with them. On Saturday and Friday, we've got reports about 30, 40 ships being able to transit, most of them belonging to Chinese companies. But right now, I can say that the atmosphere here is surrounded by a sense of uncertainty and frustration as the diplomatic standoff between Washington and Tehran goes on, and as Tehran is facing another blockade by the Americans on the ships and vessels trying to export Iranian oil, putting a certain amount of pressure on Iran's economy. We're dealing with a very intricate situation in which the situation here at the Strait of Hormuz is just one part of this entirety of this intricate, complicated situation. Whether or not, with respect of the diplomatic efforts underway, it could be resolved, this is something that we have to keep waiting.
Yeah, Tawhid, with the internet down in Iran, it's so hard for us to really understand what life is like for ordinary Iranian people. I wonder, when you walk around Bandar Abbas, are there visible signs that people are preparing for this war to resume?
Well, what we know is that Iran is talking about measures and preparation for another round of confrontation should the negotiation fail. In that regard, we know that there is this, I would say, tightened up security measures, specifically in islands in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, including Larak, including Qeshm and Hormuz Island, where we were yesterday, and we saw the presence military forces there trying to protect the territorial waters of the country and put a new level of authority and control over the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking of the public mood, I can say it's a mixture of different sentiments here in coastal areas. First, I was talking to fishermen, to residents here, and they were talking about the impact of war. And now the possibility and concern of another round of confrontation on their ordinary lives, the economic impact in particular. Also, there is this concern and anxiety while they are facing a shadow of another round of confrontation. Meanwhile, we see a sort of hope. They are keeping their fingers crossed that at the end of the day, a deal could be reached to settle down all the issues and bring a long-lasting peace. However, they are not that much positive about such a potentiality.
All right, Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi on the shores of the Strait of Hormuz in Bandar Abbas, Iran. Tawhid, thank you. On Sunday evening, U.S. President Donald Trump issued a new warning to Iran as talks to end the conflict remain deadlocked. So Trump posted on social media saying the following: "For Iran, the clock is ticking, and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence." All right, joining me live from Tehran is Ali Akbar Durrani. He is a researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. Welcome back to the show, sir. If this war restarts, what do you imagine the Iranian targets might be?
If the war restarts, the world is going to see a war it has never witnessed before. It will be a completely different war. For decades, Iran was telling its Arab neighbors that U.S. military bases are a source of insecurity. It is they wage war. They create instability. Those military bases were used to attack and occupy Afghanistan, attack and occupy Iraq, attack Syria, and now attack Iran. Iran exercised a policy of restraint and good neighborly policy towards its Arab neighbors, but Iran's restraint was interpreted as weakness. And we got to the point where these military bases were used to wage a war of aggression against Iran during the 40-day war. Now, if the Americans are going to restart the war, Iran will react very differently. UAE, Bahrain, states that have gone beyond complicity in the war against Iran, they will be the battleground from Israel to the United Arab Emirates. There will be a lot of damages. I assume that the Americans and the Israelis will get into an infrastructure war against Iran. And in retaliation, Iran will also retaliate and target the entire infrastructure. The UAE and Bahrain have dropped their masks. They have gone beyond inviting the United States to attack Iran. They are assisting and facilitating a U.S. aggression, encouraging a U.S. aggression. So that's why that Iran will react very differently, because it is in a war of survival.
You think that they'll go beyond military targets and target energy infrastructure in those countries? Is that what you're saying?
Very likely, yes. If Iran's energy infrastructure and economic infrastructure is targeted, it's very obvious that Iran will retaliate in kind and will destroy the economic and energy infrastructure from Israel to the UAE.
I wonder if the Iranians, in your view, are open or would be open to reopening the Strait of Hormuz without any kind of tolling system in place if the Americans were to remove their blockade.
First, let me correct you. Toll is your wording. Iran has never talked about tolling.
What is Iran
calling is talking about? Okay, Iran will be providing security services, environment protection services, and insurance services, and in return for that, it will obtain money from the ships. But the basic point is, innocent passage, yes. Hazardous passage, no. If ships are going to, the Strait of Hormuz at the end of the day will reopen to commercial business, but it will remain closed for waging war against Iran. There was hazardous passage, ships carrying weapons, equipment to U.S. military bases, and those U.S. military bases were used to wage war against Iran and kill nearly 4,000 Iranians, including children. Never, ever again. But Iran will keep the Strait of Hormuz open to its friends, to neutral states, but not enemies who have waged war or those who assisted the war against Iran.
All right, a service fee, not a toll. Interesting way to frame it there. Ali Akbar Durrani, a researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies in Tehran. We appreciate your time as always, sir. Thank you. Well, Israeli forces have intercepted an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. So far, they've stopped nearly 20 ships and arrested about 100 activists. The operation took place in international waters off the coast of Cyprus, which would make it illegal. The fleet of 58 ships aimed to break the siege on Gaza, which continues to suffer from a humanitarian crisis due to the Israeli blockade. Authorities are transferring the activists to Israel. Well, Al Jazeera journalist Abdulaziz Mujahid is on board one of the ships in the flotilla and had this to say when the Israeli Navy started the interception.
Israel has begun intercepting several boats of the Freedom Flotilla heading towards the Gaza Strip. This time, the interception is taking place in broad daylight, unlike previous incidents. Israeli gunboats have reached at least 4 boats of the Global Samud aid flotilla and ordered the participants to turn the engines off so the boats would stop moving. As has happened in the past, this is the first step of Israeli interception of the Freedom Flotilla. They started with some boats and then moved to all of them. The Freedom Flotilla is large, with 58 boats this time, so we expect the interception to take longer. The interception operations may continue throughout the day.
All right, for more on this, let's speak to Tariq Abu Azum. He joins us now live from Gaza City. So, Tariq, what do we know about where the boats are right now and where we are with this interception process?
Well, we do know that Israeli elite naval forces are leading the current interception operations taking place in the eastern Mediterranean near the coast of Cyprus, where a number of Israeli warships along with military vessels are trying to encircle the vast majority of the ships in the flotilla. And we've got reports that a number of ships have been completely captured by the Israeli naval forces. And also the activists have been delivered to Israeli warships in order to be later driven to Ashdod port. We also got reports that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is overseeing the whole interception operations and has been saying that the Israeli military is working to intercept a sinister scheme to break the naval blockade of Gaza. So apparently this might take a bit longer as Israeli forces are still trying to seize control over all boats included in the flotilla, and amid more growing expectations that a diplomatic crisis might emerge between Israel and Turkey, as 100 Turkish activists are among those participants.
Tariq, can you give us a sense of how badly needed the humanitarian aid on board those boats actually is for Gaza? And I wonder, did any of the aid from previous flotillas end up actually getting to the people of Gaza?
Well, the humanitarian aid on board vessels is symbolically important, but in practical terms, it represents a tiny fraction of what Gaza currently needs. According to all reports and data laid out by NGOs and UN key actors, Gaza is still facing a catastrophic humanitarian crisis after 2 years of devastating war, widespread destruction, and severe shortages of medical supplies, food, water, and fuel as well. And historically, most of flotillas have been intercepted before reaching Gaza's waters and even before sending any drop of aid to people here. But on the ground, people still believe that this is a concrete attempt to break the isolation of Gaza, as the humanitarian crisis is still spiraling in light of the very limited numbers of humanitarian trucks allowed to access Gaza on a daily basis, and the ability of aid organizations to operate freely without restrictions on the ground.
All right, Al Jazeera's Tariq Abu Azoum reporting for us live from Gaza City. Tariq, we appreciate the reporting as always. All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
Yalla, yalla.
The dangerous journey into Mali's capital, the city under siege by armed groups. We meet the truck drivers bringing supplies in.
The latest news.
They are
Hi,
saying that we have
I'm Bill
to
Schindler,
provide-
founder of Hyperbaric PHP, which stands for People Helping People. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or HBOT, is a medical treatment that involves breathing 100% oxygen inside a pressurized chamber. This process increases oxygen levels in the blood, helping repair tissue, fight infections, and stimulate the body's natural healing response. It's been used to treat conditions like non-healing wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, and decompression sickness. Here at my clinic, we treat a myriad of conditions using OxyHealth oxygen chambers that climb up to 2.0 ATA, the only FDA-approved chambers designed for both in-home and in clinical use. Come with me and let me show you how the magic happens. This is the Viteris chamber, a portable system that reaches an atmospheric pressure of 1.3, making it both safe and affordable for in-home use. With over 25 years in this field, I've seen miracles. My clinic was the first of its kind in Georgia, and we're proud to have treated over 70,000 families. There's nothing like witnessing a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum speak their very first words, or seeing a stroke victims regain their fine and gross motor skills that they thought were gone forever. This is Pamela Hillman, who happens to be one of our families that comes to our clinic. So Pamela, what brought you here?
So 2019 is when I started coming, and I did it basically for preventative measures.
Tell us, how often you come down to the clinic? Or...
Every week. I come once a week. I'd like to come twice a week, but yeah, and I feel so relaxed when I get out. The benefits are amazing, and this is what I always tell everybody, is that it infuses your body with 2,800% greater oxygen in your body to repair anything that's out of order in your body. So if you have anything that, any cancer, autism, anything that it just goes directly toward that illness and targets that. But I do it as a preventative. I sleep so well at night. I used to have this restless leg syndrome when I didn't come. I got so busy that I didn't come for 3 weeks. And I started getting this restless leg stuff. And it went away when I started coming back. So I'm telling you.
Your husband's probably pretty happy that you're not kicking him all the time when you're sleeping.
Right. And speaking of my husband, so he had a quadruple bypass a couple of years ago. He wasn't big on the hyperbaric or any kind of health and wellness thing, but he comes every week now also.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'd love to see you at the clinic, and have a blessed day. So if you're suffering from anything from arthritis to long-term COVID, you owe it to yourself to start your health transformation. Visit our website to get detailed information and book an appointment. After all, at Hyperbaric PHP, we specialize in treating people, not just symptoms. We are people helping people.
Time is running out for Tehran to agree to a deal. Iran says it's focused on ending the war through Pakistan's mediation. All right, for more, I want to bring in Sina Azadi. He is the director of the Middle East Studies program at George Washington University, and he joins us live from Washington, D.C. We appreciate you being here, sir. You heard there me mention the president's post on Truth Social saying, look, for Iran, the clock is ticking. Do you think that this region is going back to war?
It is very difficult to predict with this president in the White House, because he says one thing today, he changes his mind the next day. I think the fact that both sides are exchanging proposals, I think this is a positive sign. While there is a wide gap between the two proposals, I think ultimately these will not be, the terms of these proposals will not be the final terms. And I hope that there will be a deal between Iranians and the Americans to end hostilities and bring peace to the region.
It's nice to hope. I just wonder how skeptical we should be of, the hope for a deal, given that twice before, I feel like we've seen this movie before, where negotiations have been ongoing and then U.S. strikes Iran. Do you expect this is a real possibility?
Absolutely. Like I said, with this president, anything is possible. As you pointed out, Iranians and the Americans were twice close to, especially in this conflict, where Iranians and Americans were very close to strike a deal. Omani foreign minister urged President Trump on, I believe, February 26th to give diplomacy more chance, but yet he decided to launch the strike. So anything is possible with this president.
What do you think can still be achieved militarily if the United States opts for war?
Well, I think from a military standpoint, again, the American side may try to go after the energy infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, to cripple the Iranian economy, to force Iranians back or rather surrender to the American terms. I don't think that's possible. I don't think Iranians will submit to what President really wants, which is unconditional surrender. But I think this is what he's going to do. If he decides to attack, this is what he's going to do.
I don't know if you heard our previous guest there speaking to us from Tehran, who said that, look, if the U.S. goes after energy infrastructure or any infrastructure in Iran, the Iranians will do the same, in particular in Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. Surely there are Gulf countries who have the White House's ear. Do you think that those messages are just not getting through to the president?
I think that the Iranians are, especially during this conflict, they've been very effective in terms of signaling their intentions from what they said eye to eye to escalating. They've been quite effective. So when Iranians say that Iranians will reciprocate U.S. attacks on their infrastructure by attacking energy infrastructure in the region, I think the leaders of these countries will get the message. And I think this is the Iran's intentions, so that they urge President Trump to refrain from attacking Iranian infrastructure.
All right, Sina Azadi, Director of the Middle East Studies Program at George Washington University. I wish we had more time. Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it. Well, Israeli attacks across southern Lebanon are continuing despite Lebanon and Israel agreeing to extend the ceasefire for another 45 days. The truce was never fully upheld by Israel, and in recent days, displacement orders have increasingly been issued to villages about 55 kilometers north of the border. Zana Hodder reports now from Beirut.
Homes, neighborhoods, that is what Israeli strikes are destroying across southern Lebanon. They're also killing civilians. The United Nations says it's an unacceptable toll. A month into what is being called a ceasefire, nearly 700 people have been killed. Those who are pulled from the rubble are sometimes only a few months old. An agreement between the governments of Israel and Lebanon to extend the ceasefire for a further 45 days so far remains just ink on paper. And the strikes are now taking place deeper inside the country, with frequent forced displacement threats to towns and villages roughly 55 kilometers north of the border. This is all happening while the United States hosts a diplomatic process between Lebanon and Israel, the first in decades. Political discussions are set to continue in early June, but there's still no commitment from Israel to Lebanon's priorities of a full cessation of hostilities and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanese territory.
We had a wonderful exchange of over 2 hours.
The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. says, for the first time, talks are not focused on when the Israeli army will withdraw from southern Lebanon, because Israel's presence there is because of Hezbollah's presence. Lebanon also agreed to security talks with Israel. The United States will host those meetings at the Pentagon later this month. They're expected to focus on coordination and communication between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries. Here in Beirut, it is being seen as part of efforts to disarm Hezbollah, which could trigger tensions inside Lebanon. Hezbollah, which is refusing to hold fire as long as Israel reserves the right to strike at will, is accusing the Lebanese authorities of creating what it calls very big predicaments for the country. It says neither the government nor anyone else will be able to carry out what Israel wants. And while its drone and rocket attacks are inflicting casualties among Israeli troops, Israel's firepower is causing death and destruction. For now, at least, there's little to show for the meaningful progress reported by Lebanon's delegation to the Washington talks. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
All right, to Kenya now, where public transport operators have started a nationwide strike against rising fuel costs. The strikes have affected major cities like Nairobi and Mombasa, where many people rely on bus services. Commuters in several towns are having to walk long distances to work and school. Transport unions are demanding the reversal of a fuel price increase announced by the government a few days ago. Kenya has raised petroleum prices by nearly 24% as the conflict in Iran drives up global oil prices. Al Jazeera's Malcolm Webb's in Nairobi. He says Kenya's opposition is blaming rising fuel prices on corruption rather than the war in Iran.
The main roads leading into the city have been blocked by protesters. I'm going to step aside so we can take a look what's been happening here. When we arrived here a short while ago, there was a burning roadblock there, protesters standing in the street with tyres piled up on fire. Then police arrived, dispersed them with tear gas, and there's been an exchange, a to and fro of demonstrators throwing rocks at the police passing by again and firing more tear gas. And it's a similar story on many of the main roads leading into the city centre. The city centre itself is unusually quiet. The streets are almost dead. At this time on a Monday, it would normally be very busy. On this highway, it would be busy. There would be traffic. So these demonstrations have brought the city to a complete standstill. As you mentioned, it started with the private operators of the minibuses that provide most of the transport for hundreds of thousands of people in Nairobi, commuting every day, and in other cities and towns across the country. They're not operating, and demonstrators have blocked roads leading into the city and in some other towns and cities as well.
So Malcolm, I wonder what the government is saying about all this and whether they've given any indication that they might actually bend to the protesters' demands here.
Well, the finance minister said a short while ago the demonstrations are completely uncalled for, and that the cause of these price increases is the war, the US and Israeli war on Iran. But people here don't buy that. And one opposition politician, former Deputy President Gachagua, said yesterday that this is President William Ruto and his business associates taking advantage of Kenyans by influencing prices and jacking up the price of fuel for personal enrichment. So we're just having to keep an eye on the situation here to make sure we're safe. And certainly that message resonates with people who are frustrated, people who are living hand to mouth, who've had to put up with a 25% increase, roughly 24 last month, and the same again announced last week. This is crippling for people who are trying to get by, and particularly for those working in the transport business.
Well, for a third week now, an al-Qaeda-linked armed group has tightened its blockade around Mali's capital, Bamako, increasing pressure on supply routes. Landlocked Mali relies on neighboring countries like Ivory Coast for fuel and food, but transport routes have become more dangerous, with truck drivers facing growing risks. Nicholas Hawk reports from Abidjan.
He drove through the night from a city under siege, dodging fighters on the road. Finally safe at the port of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, Abdurrahman Bacharu waits to load his truck with wheat bound for Bamako in central Mali, where food supplies are running low. Their journey back is frightening, he says. Members of the al-Qaeda-linked JNIM group hiding along the route, operating checkpoints, deciding who passes.
I am worried about my country, but I will not stop working. Even though the country is going through a crisis and nothing is moving, we are the only ones providing a lifeline and bringing things in.
And this is what JNIM checkpoints in Mali often look like. Young men, sometimes barely out of their teens, on motorbikes with machine guns mounted on the back. Fast, mobile, and lightly equipped, they stop trucks and buses on key roads leading to Bamako. Drivers say fighters search vehicles, force passengers off buses, and separate men and women according to their interpretation of Islamic law. Armed groups have also burned some trucks carrying food and goods. The blockade is choking the flow of supplies and spreading fear. Landlocked Mali depends on the port of Abidjan for goods, food, and fuel. Here, Malian truck drivers gather to share concerns, warnings, and tips on which routes may still be passable. The president of the West African Union of Truck Drivers has come to reassure them.
Preventing these vehicles from moving and delivering food to people is in effect condemning the population. That's why we continue to appeal to armed groups to allow these trucks to pass.
There is, in their attempt to keep supplies moving towards Bamako, an air of defiance against fear, intimidation, and a blockade designed to make the Malian people surrender. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera. Protests in the Philippines as the impeachment trial of the vice president begins in the Senate.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
There will be
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Only for Palestinians found guilty of such crimes by Israeli military courts. The measures does not apply to Israeli citizens. Rights groups have condemned the law, calling it discriminatory. Well, the Philippine Senate has convened as an impeachment court to hear allegations against Vice President Sara Duterte, including misuse of public funds and threatening President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Protesters say they fear Duterte's allies will not allow a fair trial. Conviction would bar her from running for president in 2028. Barnaby Lowe reports now from Manila.
We are outside the Philippine Senate, which last week literally turned into a battleground after Senator Ronald De La Rosa, who is wanted by the International Criminal Court for his role as chief enforcer of former President Rodrigo Duterte's campaign against illegal drugs, which resulted in thousands of killings. He resurfaced after 6 months in hiding, and he admitted that he did so to cast a crucial 13th vote to wrestle back control of the Senate. And this is as an impeachment trial against Vice President Sara Duterte looms. And this is why these protesters say events last week were to shield the Vice President from accountability.
Last week's chaotic events has clearly demonstrated that the Senate, under the leadership of the Duterte allies, will be converted into an institution that will protect the interests of the Dutertes.
Now, the Senate has convened as an impeachment court, but protesters say that doesn't necessarily mean that they will proceed to a trial, given that they also convened as an impeachment court last year, but ultimately voted to throw out the first impeachment complaint against the vice president. and De La Rosa being able to flee after a shooting incident between Senate security personnel and federal agents. They say reinforces their lack of trust in the Senate, so they're calling on authorities to find and arrest De La Rosa and to hold politicians who helped him evade arrest accountable.
To our senators, instead of seeking justice for victims of extrajudicial killings, you helped De La Rosa evade arrest, and you removed the former Senate president to shield Sara Duterte.
Vice President Sara Duterte was impeached by the lower chamber of Congress on Monday last week, the same day De La Rosa resurfaced. She is facing trial for threatening to assassinate the president, the first lady, and a former Speaker of the House for the alleged misuse of around $10 million in intelligence funds and for allegedly amassing tens of millions of dollars in unexplained wealth. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Well, 4 pilots have ejected to safety after their planes collided at an air show in the United States. The Navy pilots were taking part in a demonstration in western Idaho when their fighter jets became tangled in midair. Officials are investigating the crash. None of the pilots were injured, and the remainder of the air show was canceled. 2 teenagers have been arrested in Texas in connection with 10 shootings that took place over the weekend across the city of Austin. At least 4 people have been shot over 2 days, with 1 person sustaining serious injuries. Officials are saying that 2 suspects are in custody and a 3rd one may still be at large. According to the police, the shootings appeared to be random with no specific motive. Well, in Bolivia, thousands of soldiers and police have been deployed to clear protesters from roads leading to the administrative capital, La Paz. Anti-government demonstrators have been blocking major highways with reports of food and supply shortages in the city. Protests over a worsening economic crisis and fuel shortages have been going on for weeks. President Rodrigo Paz has rejected calls for his resignation. Ukraine says overnight Russian drone strikes have hit residential buildings in the southern city of Odessa. At least 2 people, including an 11-year-old child, have been injured in attacks on the Black Sea port city. Ukraine says Russia launched hundreds of drones and nearly 24 missiles at Ukraine overnight, wounding more than 30 people across cities. Ukraine's Air Force says it downed most of the drones, but some missiles managed to hit targets, causing damage. And firefighters are battling fires hours after an overnight Russian strike in Dnipro. The attack damaged a residential building and other civilian infrastructure. Energy facilities were also hit. Russian strikes also wounded 5 people in Kherson and Zaporizhia. A 5.2 magnitude earthquake in southern China has caused the collapse of at least 9 homes. It struck in the Guangxi-Zhuang region. Authorities activated emergency response procedures with search and rescue operations underway. Several other homes and buildings have been damaged by the quake. All right, I'm Scott McLean. My colleague Anna Burns-Francis will be here in just 2 minutes with more of the day's news. Stay with us.
The latest news.
There seems to be a clear indication that the shootout was staged and it's somehow connected to an escape plan of Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
With detailed coverage.
People defending public universities. Last year, Congress approved the university financing law, but the government has not implemented it.
From around the world.
This poster speaks of a renewed partnership with Africa, and the leaders say that the summit will focus on trade and investment between equal partners.
Hard-hitting interviews.
I mean, is it easy on the campaign trail to promise, but the reality is that much harder to deliver?
It is difficult, but nothing that is worth celebrating should be easy.
Facing realities.
Where do the negotiations currently stand?
We do not accept a ceasefire. We are seeking an end to the war.
Thought-provoking answers.
What is it that you think that the Trump administration really wants?
It has to be asked to the U.S. government what they want.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
This is Kannywood, the heart of northern Nigeria's film industry. Here, our crew films a story about banditry, a contemporary story that resonates well with the more than 120 million speakers of the Hausa language. But the industry struggles with huge challenges. A lack of investment in equipment and manpower means the industry here is unable to compete with the southern cousin, Nollywood. But as streaming services reshape African cinema, Kannywood is beginning to reap the benefits. Industry players say while investment is poor, ideas abound. A new generation is pushing boundaries, adding subtitles, experimenting with stronger storylines, and turning to regional streaming platforms. For Kannywood, this isn't just about films. It's about a cultural test, where the conservative societies can tell their stories globally without losing who they are.
Hello, I'm Anna Burns-Francis. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Fears an Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo could spread regionally. Officials are scrambling to contain the virus. Iran says it's reviewing a new US proposal to end the war while thousands of sailors are stranded near Hormuz, facing worsening conditions. Thousands killed, homes and neighborhoods destroyed. Israel expands its attacks deeper into Lebanon despite a ceasefire. Also ahead this hour, anger in Kenya against rising fuel prices. Protests and a transport strike cause commuter chaos. Medical teams are rushing to the front lines of an Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. The health ministry there says 2 new Ebola treatment centres will be established in the east to tackle the outbreak. A separate treatment facility is also being set up in Bunia, one of the cities hardest hit by the virus. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. It's warning the virus could spread beyond DRC's borders. We have correspondents in Entebbe in Uganda and in Goma in eastern DRC. Let's begin there with Al Jazeera's Alan Okani. Alan, what has been the response from authorities so far to try and contain this outbreak?
Well, it is true that DRC do have the experience in combat Ebola, for example, because this is not the first time. We have seen the minister from Kinshasa right now is standby in Bunia, conducting the response himself, and also different partners deploying from Kinshasa and logistic as well, coming in Kinshasa. They are trying to put together, but this is not an easier task for the DRC officials, even though they have experience in the fighting against the outbreak. But because Bunia had never faced this case of Ebola. This is the first time. We had the case in the neighboring territory of Beni in North Kivu here, but Ituri, this will be the first time. And also, it's not the easier task for the official because out of the fact that it has never faced this outbreak, Bunia, or the place where the cases are under treatment right now, or where they're trying to organize things, it's very far, and also it has a huge problem related to security, road connection, and also access to people and the number of people around. For example, Mungwalu is located in an area not far from where the UN is protecting more than thousands of people in the IDP camp. So you imagine that even the people who are living there, they have a very reduced immunity when it comes to deal with the outbreak. So I think the authorities right now are trying to contain, and they're deploying massive force in the Bunia right now because majority of the cases still moving around relatives of those who were killed or those who died from this outbreak without knowing. They're trying to collect, tracing the contact right now. It is the same system or things that is happening here, but in Goma it is different because there is no all this logistic capacity in this side. But in the Bunia, yes, things are going forward right now with DRC officials.
Okay, I want to bring in Catherine Soy now. She's further north in Entebbe. That's in neighbouring Uganda. Catherine, Uganda only declared the end of an Ebola outbreak last April, so how concerned are residents about a return after such a short time?
Well, people are concerned, but also the government has been assuring them that everything is under control. Uganda has dealt with such problems for many years. The first outbreak was back in the year 2000, so it has become very effective when it comes to very quickly having these measures in place. So in Kampala yesterday, we spent a considerable time at this hospital where there was the fatality, and already hospital staff there had already put up hand washing points. There was a temperature checks. Everyone who had come in contact with the Congolese man is now on quarantine. So that is something that happened very quickly. Farther away at the border, we also know that health workers have been deployed to those areas across near DRC. It is a very porous border, so there is concern that some people will not use the main border crossing because they move in and out without using that border point. So there is a concern there, but the government assuring people that everything is under control.
All right, Alan, I'll bring you back in here. Catherine, talking about there how health authorities or the government are trying to reassure residents. How prepared is DRC's health system at the moment to be able to deal with this virus?
This is a very good question because the places where, as we were saying, the places where the DRC government is trying to face this Ebola right now has already a weak medical system. For example, if you take in the area of Mgwalu where the epicenter is located, there is no proper medical system into place because the area has been under the conflict for years right now. Then authorities are trying to reorganize everything from zero. And also because the province had never faced Ebola, as we explained, and it's showing clearly how also they were, for example, unable to detect the case before. And this is why right now everything is coming from Kinshasa, and they're trying, and it has shown also why they took almost like 72 hours since they declared the outbreak by the time they were able to set up 1 or 2 and now 3 different treatment centers. It's showing how very difficult are the system as well. And this is not only there. If we talk, for example, if we come here in Goma, this area has been affected by conflict for years right now. Majority of people, it was hosting almost 4 million of the internal displaced for years. They went back just like last year, and majority of them, some of them were even sitting in the school, around the hospital and so on. And now the town is under the control of the rebellion, disconnected with Kinshasa. That means that the system itself is not working, and all these challenges are now facing this outbreak on the ground here, exposing people dangerously to more spreading.
All right, that's Alan Wakani joining us. Thank you from Goma in Democratic Republic of the Congo. Let's go to Catherine now. Finally, Catherine, the city that you are in, Entebbe, is home to a virus research centre. So what kind of work have they been doing on Ebola?
Yes, we spend much of the morning at that center, and we've been speaking to researchers there. We were at the lab that deals with all these samples, including Ebola samples as well. They've been doing research on HIV, Ebola, and other viral infections as well. And we spoke to the director of that institute specifically about this strain. It's relatively new. And in fact, this strain originated from Uganda in 2007. There have been 3 outbreaks so far, but scientists have not really been concentrating on that strain. They were dealing with the other strains, that is Zaire or and Sudan, and also there is a vaccine when it comes to Zaire one, but this one there is no vaccine. So the researchers say they're trying to see how they can have more studies conducted to make sure that there is a vaccine. They understand that it's a very tall order because of how expensive the venture is, and the fact that there is no, there have not been a lot of studies done on it. It's going to be a lot of work to put this together, but they're saying that they have to make sure that at some point there's going to be a vaccine as well.
Catherine Soy, thank you. Joining us live from Entebbe in Uganda. Ebola is a virus that causes severe illness. It spreads through direct contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal and contaminated objects. Early symptoms can feel like the flu at first, with fever, fatigue, headaches and muscle pain. Over time, the virus weakens the immune system and damages organs. Patients may suffer severe dehydration, hemorrhaging and death. There's no approved vaccine, as Catherine said, for the Bundibugyo strain of Ebola virus, which is associated with the current outbreak in eastern DRC and Uganda. Dr. Dugbe Christopher Yon is the Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. He says researchers need to double their efforts to produce a vaccine.
The strain that is currently causing the havoc in Uganda and DRC Congo is different from the strain that we experience in West Africa. West Africa, we experience the Zaire strain, which is the most prevalent one that DR Congo has also experienced in the past. Now we have the Bundibugyo, which is very rare and have caused very rare outbreaks. And so researchers and medical practitioners and public health experts alike need to double off our efforts in order to produce a vaccine. Since we have a vaccine for the Zaire strain already, that vaccine can be tweaked in a way that it can become a divalent or multivalent vaccine to incorporate the Bundibugyo and other strains such as the Tai and the Reston.
To Iran, where the Foreign Ministry spokesman says Tehran has responded to a new US proposal aimed at ending the war. Ismail Bakai told media that mediation efforts through Pakistan are continuing.
We received from the Pakistani mediator some reservations and some amendments, which means that after sending our viewpoint to America through Pakistan, we have received some amendments from the United States. We discussed these matters and these things and these amendments, and we have informed them yesterday with our position. We have sent them our viewpoint. This path is ongoing through the Pakistani mediator.
Well, Tawhid Asadi joins us live now from the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas, overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. Tawhid, while we wait for news of that proposal, there is movement to and from Iranian ports. Can you tell us a bit about the ships that are being let through the strait?
On Saturday and Friday, we've got reports about 30 to 40 ships and vessels, most of them belonging to Chinese companies, being given a chance to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. But starting from yesterday, we don't have any confirmed information regarding the number of ships and vessels being given a chance to transit through this geostrategically significant choke point. And I was in Hormuz Island yesterday, and I was walking through the southern coast of Bandar Abbas in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, where I can clearly see a huge number of ships and vessels being blocked here. And I'm going to step aside so that you can see actually the situation here as Hamid is showing us. These are the ships and vessels belonging to the Iranian side. But if we move deeper into waters of the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf and Sea of Oman, we can see a huge, I would say, accumulation of ships and vessels being stuck in this situation. The atmosphere is clouded by a sense of frustration as we were talking to some of these business people who are here to follow their, let's say, commodities in the ships. And we also heard from the Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that Iran and Oman consider themselves committed to take necessary measures to reassure all countries regarding safe passage. Also, he is talking about a sort of continuous contact with Oman to bring about a sort of new mechanism when it comes to control and authority over the Strait of Hormuz. What we hear, the gist of which from IRGC, is that the maritime operations are under full control of IRGC. Any passage should be coordinated with the Iranian side, with IRGC in particular, and no military ships and vessels are allowed to transit through this strait.
All right, Tawhid. In the meantime, Bandar Abbas is home to more than 500,000 people. As you move around the city, is there any indication to you that they feel like they are preparing for the war to resume?
Well, actually, we hear from the Iranian side a two-sided statement. While they're saying that diplomatic engagement is underway, they are also saying that fingers are on the trigger about a potential round of confrontation down the road should negotiations fail. And that is putting a certain amount of impact on people when it comes to the public mood about the potentiality of war ahead. And also, we have to keep in mind in that regard that the security measures in the region, including the islands in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, the Larak Island, Qeshm Island, and Hormuz, where we were yesterday, have been all tightened up. We can see clearly when we move on those places. And also, there is something important in addition to that, and that is the economic impact that the entire situation is putting when it comes to the livelihood of the residents here. We were talking to fishermen, we were talking to local businesses, and they are saying that the situation economically speaking has been deteriorated as a result of the war, and now a shadow of another round of confrontation. People are hopeful, not that much, that at the end of the day, a diplomatic settlement could pave the way for a long-lasting peace. However, there is this growing concern and anxiety among them about a potential escalation. Meanwhile, what is evident, last but not the least, is a very strong sense of resilience.
Tawhid Asadi joining us from Bandar Abbas on the coast of southern Iran. Thank you. Well, the Strait of Hormuz has been at the centre of a growing maritime crisis. According to the United Nations, nearly 20,000 sailors have been stranded inside the Gulf since the Iran war began late February. They are on more than 1,500 vessels facing worsening conditions at sea. The stranded vessels include oil tankers and cargo ships. Even if the US and Iran reach a peace deal, recovery will not be immediate. According to Kepler, a firm tracking maritime activity, it could take months for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to return to normal. Joining me now is Martin Kelly. He's the head of advisory at EOS Risk Group and a maritime security analyst. He's joining us live from Manchester. What's your biggest concern about the dual blockades we are seeing in the Strait at the moment?
So I think you touched on a point there that's really quite overlooked, and that is the impact on seafarers. There are, as you mentioned, more than 20,000 seafarers stuck on around 1,500 commercial ships, and each of these seafarers are facing issues both individually and as a collective. The most obvious risk here is that of being attacked by an Iranian missile or UAV. Iran has been quite indiscriminate with its targeting of commercial shipping, which means there's no real pattern or common characteristics which would suggest that a ship is more at risk than any other ship. The situation is that all of the ships in the Gulf face the same very high risk. There are some profiles which are even higher, such as those with US or Israeli affiliation, or even those ships that are trying to escape the Gulf that are getting through the Strait of Hormuz without Iran's approval. Now, beyond conflict, there is a question around sustainability. Ships are running out of food and fuel, and in some cases, fresh water is running dangerously low. These ships can produce their own fresh water, but freshwater production in the Gulf is notoriously more difficult than in some other parts of the world. Now, services are available where food and water is being delivered to these ships that are at anchor, but it can't be scaled enough to meet the whole requirements of all of the ships that are trapped across the Gulf. There have been incidents where ships have been denied access into ports inside the Gulf because these countries assume the ships are at a higher risk of being targeted and they don't want to import that risk into their country. Now, unfortunately, the US-Iran ceasefire, whichever version of it we're at, doesn't offer any sort of comfort to the seafarers that are trapped on these ships because the US was quick to discount attacks against ships as a breach of the ceasefire. And so because of that, more than around 10 ships have been attacked since the 8th of April. And I think the final point to mention here is that even if you were to be attacked on board a ship, then your rescue cannot be guaranteed. There have been cases where support vessels have even been attacked whilst en route to salvage ships that have previously been attacked by Iran. So these seafarers are faced with this psychological torment of potentially being hit by an Iranian drone or missile, and the sustainability challenge where water and food must be rationed with no real end in sight.
Martin, who is responsible then for these ships and for the welfare of those aboard?
I think...
Oh, my apologies. We seem to have lost our guest there. That was Martin Kelly, Head of Advisory at EOS Risk Group, talking to us about the situation of the seamen and crew that are stranded, around 20,000 of them stranded on around 1,500 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Right. Israeli attacks across southern Lebanon are continuing, despite Lebanon and Israel agreeing to extend the US-brokered ceasefire for another 45 days. The truce was never fully upheld by Israel, and in recent days it's issued more forced displacement threats to villages about 55 kilometres north of the Israeli border. Zaina Khoda has this report from the Lebanese capital, Beirut.
Homes, neighborhoods, that is what Israeli strikes are destroying across southern Lebanon. They're also killing civilians. The United Nations says it's an unacceptable toll. A month into what is being called a ceasefire, nearly 700 people have been killed. Those who are pulled from the rubble are sometimes only a few months old. An agreement between the governments of Israel and Lebanon to extend the ceasefire for a further 45 days so far remains just ink on paper. And the strikes are now taking place deeper inside the country, with frequent forced displacement threats to towns and villages roughly 55 kilometers north of the border. This is all happening while the United States hosts a diplomatic process between Lebanon and Israel, the first in decades. Political discussions are set to continue in early June, but there's still no commitment from Israel to Lebanon's priorities of a full cessation of hostilities and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanese territory.
We had a wonderful exchange of over 2 hours.
The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. says, for the first time, talks are not focused on when the Israeli army will withdraw from southern Lebanon, because Israel's presence there is because of Hezbollah's presence.
Lebanon also agreed to security talks with Israel. The United States will host those meetings at the Pentagon later this month. They're expected to focus on coordination and communication between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries. Here in Beirut, it is being seen as part of efforts to disarm Hezbollah, which could trigger tensions inside Lebanon.
Hezbollah, which is refusing to hold fire as long as Israel reserves the right to strike at will, is accusing the Lebanese authorities of creating what it calls very big predicaments for the country. It says neither the government nor anyone else will be able to carry out what Israel wants. And while its drone and rocket attacks are inflicting casualties among Israeli troops, Israel's firepower is causing death and destruction. For now, at least, there's little to show for the meaningful progress reported by Lebanon's delegation to the Washington talks. Zena Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
To Kenya now, where public transport operators have started a nationwide strike against rising fuel costs. The strikes have affected major cities like Nairobi and Mombasa, where many people rely on bus services. Commuters in several towns are having to walk long distances to work and school. Transport unions are demanding the reversal of a fuel price increase announced by the government a few days ago. Kenya raised petroleum prices by nearly 24% as the conflict in Iran drove up global oil prices. Al Jazeera's Malcolm Webb is in Nairobi. He says Kenya's opposition is blaming rising prices on corruption rather than the war in Iran.
The main roads leading into the city have been blocked by protesters. I'm going to step aside so we can take a look what's been happening here. When we arrived here a short while ago, there was a burning roadblock there. Protesters standing in the street with tyres piled up on fire. Then police arrived, dispersed them with tear gas, and there's been an exchange, a to and fro of demonstrators throwing rocks at the police passing by again and firing more tear gas. And it's a similar story on many of the main roads leading into the city centre. The city centre itself is unusually quiet. The streets are almost dead. At this time on a Monday, it would normally be very busy. On this highway, it would be busy. There would be traffic. So these demonstrations have brought the city to a complete standstill. As you mentioned, it started with the private operators of the minibuses that provide most of the transport for hundreds of thousands of people in Nairobi, commuting every day, and in other cities and towns across the country. They're not operating, and demonstrators have blocked roads leading into the city and in some other towns and cities as well. The finance minister said a short while ago the demonstrations are completely uncalled for, and that the cause of these price increases is the war, the US and Israeli war on Iran. But people here don't buy that. And one opposition politician, former Deputy President Gachagua, said yesterday that this is President William Ruto and his business associates taking advantage of Kenyans by influencing prices and jacking up the price of fuel for personal enrichment. So we're just having to keep an eye on the situation here to make sure we're safe. And certainly that message resonates with people who are frustrated, people who are living hand to mouth, who've had to put up with a 25% increase, roughly 24 last month, and the same again announced last week. This is crippling for people who are trying to get by, and particularly for those working in the transport business.
For a third week, an al-Qaeda-linked armed group has tightened its blockade around Mali's capital, Bamako, increasing pressure on supply routes. Landlocked Mali relies on neighbouring countries like Ivory Coast for food and fuel, but transport routes have become more dangerous, with truck drivers facing growing risks. Nicholas Hark reports from Abidjan.
He drove through the night from a city under siege, dodging fighters on the road. Finally safe at the port of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, Abdurrahman Bacharu waits to load his truck with wheat bound for Bamako in central Mali, where food supplies are running low. Their journey back is frightening, he says. Members of the al-Qaeda-linked JNIM group hiding along the route, operating checkpoints, deciding who passes.
I am worried about my country, but I will not stop working. Even though the country is going through a crisis and nothing is moving, we are the only ones providing a lifeline and bringing things in.
And this is what JNIM checkpoints in Mali often look like. Young men, sometimes barely out of their teens, on motorbikes with machine guns mounted on the back. Fast, mobile, and lightly equipped, they stop trucks and buses on key roads leading to Bamako. Drivers say fighters search vehicles, force passengers off buses, and separate men and women according to their interpretation of Islamic law. Armed groups have also burned some trucks carrying food and goods. The blockade is choking the flow of supplies and spreading fear. Landlocked Mali depends on the port of Abidjan for goods, food, and fuel. Here, Malian truck drivers gather to share concerns, warnings, and tips on which routes may still be passable. The president of the West African Union of Truck Drivers has come to reassure them.
Preventing these vehicles from moving and delivering food to people is in effect condemning the population. That's why we continue to appeal to armed groups to allow these trucks to pass.
There is, in their attempt to keep supplies moving towards Bamako, an air of defiance against fear, intimidation, and a blockade designed to make the Malian people surrender. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
Still ahead on the News Hour here on Al Jazeera, Israeli forces intercept a flotilla of 58 boats trying to breach the blockade of the Gaza Strip. And we find out how hundreds of thousands of people displaced by fighting in Sudan are struggling to survive in makeshift camps.
Standoff between Iran and the US over the Strait of Hormuz is complicating efforts to extend the ceasefire.
They quickly turned right back around after the reports of 2 Indian vessels being forced by fire to return.
All the preparations are underway, suggesting that the second round of talks will indeed take place in Islamabad.
Israel's made it clear that it wants to continue occupying this, what it calls a buffer zone.
The Israeli military announcing on Sunday morning that 2 soldiers had died since the ceasefire was announced. Another 13 had been wounded.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Is the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran dragging the world to an economic meltdown? Join me, Steve Clemens, every week where I'll bring you the latest analysis on the global fallout of this conflict. Pull apart fact from fiction and get to the bottom line.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics, the bottom line.
This is the common pleco, an invasive species from South America that's now thriving in the polluted rivers of Jakarta.
The fish came to Indonesia through the ornamental fish trade, but they've taken over many rivers and lakes.
The Ciliwung River is heavily polluted with domestic and industrial waste, and that's resulted in severe biodiversity loss. And yet, the population of the common pleco is growing.
The fish are covered in thick armor-like plates and have few natural predators. As a result, the government is undertaking a city-wide effort to remove the species from waterways.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
Who wins, who loses, in terms of countries at least to begin with.
From global markets and economies.
A number of rate cuts were priced in for the year. Now we are potentially looking at rate hikes.
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
In the morning of Eid, some prepare their sacrifice, while others wait for a share of it. Since 2017, your sacrifices have reached those in need with dignity. Across 15 countries, we deliver your sacrifice and create real impact. This Eid al-Adha, your sacrifice is not just a ritual. It is a joy that reaches those who need it most. Contribute now and be the reason someone has a better Eid.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Medical teams are rushing to the front lines of an Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. DRC's health ministry says new Ebola treatment centres will be established in the east to tackle the outbreak. Public transport operators in Kenya have started a nationwide strike against rising fuel prices. Authorities raised petroleum prices by nearly 24% as the conflict in Iran drives up global oil prices. Iran says it's responded to a new US proposal aimed at ending the war. Tehran says it remains focused on ending the conflict through Pakistan's mediation efforts. On Sunday, Donald Trump says time was running out for Iran to agree to a deal. Let's get more on the US president's latest comments. He posted to social media saying, for Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. All right, let's go now to Ali Akbar Darini, a researcher at the Centre for Strategic Studies, joining us from Tehran. Ali, the clock is ticking, says President Trump. Is Iran expecting its latest proposal back to the US will end the conflict?
No, ground realities tell us that Trump is preparing for escalation. Look at his threat. Threatening that nothing will be left of Iran is a stark reminder of how immoral and outside the bounds of international law he is. Trump speaks and behaves like an international gangster, but at the same time, it is an admission that his 40-day war of aggression against Iran has failed, and his naval blockade against Iran has failed. Such threats do not suggest that he is a victorious leader. On the contrary, this shows that he has failed. If he achieved his goals in the 40-day war, why he's threatening to reignite the war? If his naval blockade worked, why he's threatening to restart the war? That shows his policy has failed. There are two fundamental mistakes in Trump's policy towards Iran. One is that Trump believes instilling fear in Tehran is necessary to force Tehran to back down and capitulate. And the second mistake is that he assumes that the United States has the upper hand and has escalation control. None are true.
Okay,
Iran is
Mr. Darini,
prepared for...
Can I ask you then, I understand the point that you are making, but can I ask, just going back to the question, do you then, I get the feeling, you do not expect that Iran is very hopeful that this latest proposal will be the one to end the conflict?
No, there is not much hope for that. Iran is prepared both for meaningful, dignified negotiations and war, but Trump's vicious language has left little room for any hope that negotiations can move forward unless he stops listening to Netanyahu and the Israeli lobby in the US.
All the while, Mr. Darini, Gulf neighbours, Iran's Gulf neighbours, are being economically strangled by this blockade. I'm wondering, do you feel that they should just start paying the toll or the security permit pass to Iran if they want to restart their maritime activity?
First of all, there's not going to be any toll. There's going to be fees for security services, for environment protection services, for administrative services, and for insurance services Iran will provide. Iran's neighbors, Iran and the world are in this mess? It is because of the war of aggression against Iran. For decades, Iran pursued the policy of good neighborliness and restraint. Iran was telling its Arab neighbors that US military bases create insecurity. They are not to protect you. They are there to protect Israel. This is against Iran. They did not listen. When Iran and the US reached the JCPOA, some of them worked hard to undermine and destroy the JCPOA. So now Iran has lost its restraint. The era of restraint is over. For them to continue trade, they have to come to terms with the new mechanism, with the new regime Iran has established. And that is very clear. Innocent passage, yes. Hazardous passage, no. Iran's friends and neutral states can pass through the Strait of Hormuz in the long term once the blockade is over. But Iran's enemies and those who assisted the war of aggression against Iran, no.
Okay. Can I ask you finally then, there are around 20,000 crew and seamen on around 1,500 vessels stranded effectively in the Gulf at the moment or around it. What obligation do you think Iran has to help those crews that are caught out by this conflict?
First, it is the Americans who need to lift the blockade in order to enable Iran to allow all ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So the key is the U.S. naval blockade. If the naval blockade is lifted, then Iran is already in the process of negotiations with many countries. There are more than 200 states in the world. Iran is negotiations with them on a bilateral basis. Many of them have already agreed to this new mechanism. So there will be safe passage. There will be ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. All those stranded will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz unless they carry weapons and equipment or are going to endanger Iran's national security. No American ships.
All right, Ali Akbar Darini joining us from Tehran. Thank you. Israeli forces have intercepted an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. So far, they've stopped nearly 20 ships and arrested about 100 activists. The operation took place in international waters off the coast of Cyprus, which would make it illegal. The fleet of 58 ships aims to break the siege on Gaza, which continues to suffer from a humanitarian crisis due to the Israeli blockade. Authorities are now transferring the activists to Israel. Al Jazeera journalist Abdulaziz Mujahid is on board one of the ships in the flotilla and had this to say when the Israeli Navy started its interception.
Israel has begun intercepting several boats of the Freedom Flotilla heading towards the Gaza Strip. This time, the interception is taking place in broad daylight, unlike previous incidents. Israeli gunboats have reached at least 4 boats of the Global Samud aid flotilla and ordered the participants to turn the engines off so the boats would stop moving. As has happened in the past, this is the first step of Israeli interception of the Freedom Flotilla. They started with some boats and then moved to all of them. The Freedom Flotilla is large, with 58 boats this time, so we expect the interception to take longer. The interception operations may continue throughout the day.
Here's a look at where things stand on the implementation of the ceasefire plan in Gaza. Under the first phase, Israeli forces agreed to retain control of about half of the Strip before eventually withdrawing further. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admitted Israeli forces currently occupy 60% of Gaza. Israel committed to allow humanitarian aid into the territory without any restriction, which it has also failed to do. Gaza is continuing to face severe shortages, and the lack of imported materials has forced many to look for alternative solutions. Across the Strip, some small workshops are now relying on recycled plastic gathered from the rubble to produce basic water hoses used in emergency water distribution. Ibrahim Al-Khalili reports from Gaza City.
Since the war on Gaza, imports of essential goods have dropped sharply, while waste continues to pile up across the Strip. In response, people are improvising, keeping small businesses alive by recycling the plastic waste from landfills and the rubble of destroyed homes. Inside this workshop, workers cut and sort discarded plastic, breaking it down into small pieces before feeding it into shredders for reuse as raw material.
We are meeting these challenges. We now rely on a recycling system where collectors gather plastic from solid waste and destroyed homes, then bring it to us. Here, we sort and prepare it for grinding. Before the war, a single grinding machine could process between 5 and 6 tons, but now it only produces between 400 kilograms and half a ton. This is due to the lack of electricity, constant breakdowns of electrical generators, and the soaring cost of oils and maintenance, all of which have severely affected production.
Before the war, factory owners here depended on imported plastic raw materials, but with supplies no longer entering Gaza, many say recycling has become the only option.
We managed to restart and produce the water hoses you see in front of you, which are serving people in a major way. Today, these hoses require plastic raw materials that are no longer available in Gaza and are banned from entering through the Israeli side. So we managed to collect plastic from destroyed homes and former plastic workshops, along with some remaining raw materials stored in warehouses. This allowed us to restart production and manufacture water hoses for people.
Despite the scale of the need, production here remains extremely limited.
With over 150,000 meters of water networks destroyed, Gaza's water system has largely collapsed. As a result, this small factory is turning damaged plastic into water hoses. It is a simple form of production, but in a place where water has become uncertain, it has become part of an effort to keep it flowing. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
More than 300,000 people have been displaced in Sudan's Blue Nile, fighting between the Sudanese army and the RSF. But many were already uprooted by earlier conflicts that scarred the region. Hiba Morgan reports from Bor in Blue Nile State.
These people are the latest to arrive to this displacement camp in Damazin in Sudan's Blue Nile State. Families who have fled the fighting between the Sudanese army and the rapid support forces in the southern part of the region. They joined the more than 20,000 people here in this camp. Malka Amir fled Al-Kele when the RSF attacked it more than a month ago and has come to the camp looking for safety, but also for her family, whom she says she was separated from as they fled from the group's attack.
The RSF came and took control of Al-Kele. They beat people and killed some of them. We hid in the mountains, and I fled Al-Kele with my mother during the night, but somehow I ended up here alone. My mother and the rest of my family stayed behind in Al-Kele while I came here. I don't know whether they're dead or alive.
The camp is congested, and newly arrived displaced people say they lack shelter, while those who've been here for months say the camp conditions are poor. But it's not the only displacement camp in the state. About 60 kilometers away, in Bao in the southwest, is another camp that is home to more than 50,000 people. They've come from South Sudan, where they have sought refuge during the 2011 war in Blue Nile. The then conflict between the government and Sudan People's Liberation Movement forced hundreds of thousands across the border. Many of them returned after a peace deal was signed. Abu Saleh and his family arrived nearly a year ago. He says he'd hoped to stay here only a few days, but the current conflict forced him to stay here longer.
The journey here took nearly a month and was very difficult. We came with almost nothing, hoping to organize ourselves and return home. But when the RSF attacks began, we were forced to stay, unable to go back or rebuild our lives.
Many in the camp here share similar stories. Once refugees, now displaced returnees.
Camps like this one tell the history of recent conflicts in the region, but they're also an example of how the government and aid groups are struggling to deal with the number of displaced people when new waves arrive. Displaced people living in this camp say, despite the presence of aid organizations, the humanitarian situation is dire, and they worry it could get worse as the rainy season approaches.
Ageleng Koi and his family are living in the camp after returning from South Sudan, where they fled to for refuge nearly 14 years ago. He says the assistance they get in the camp is not enough for him and his large family.
How can it be enough? They give us only a little flour, oil, and lentils, and sometimes months pass without any food distribution. We survive by being patient.
Sudan's current conflict has produced the world's largest displacement crisis. But for some of the 300,000 displaced in Blue Nile, it's a repeated displacement, and many don't know if they'll ever return home. Hiba Morgan, Al Jazeera, Bao, Blue Nile State.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Protests in the Philippines as the Senate prepares for the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte. Why demonstrators fear it won't be a fair trial. And we'll report on the prayer event critics say is promoting Christian nationalism ahead of America's 250th birthday.
The settler met Zakaria and he just shoot them.
The price is high for a family of Palestinian activists who've peacefully protected their community from Israeli settler expansion in the occupied West Bank for decades.
They just put the Israeli flag right on our tree.
This is their story.
The settlers are trying to siege land. We are moving there to see the situation.
Family under fire on Al Jazeera.
My name is Cyril Vanier, and I'm a presenter at Al Jazeera. I've always admired Al Jazeera's focus on people and the stories that need to be told. And we manage here to tell the politics and the big power plays, but we never forget that at the end of the day, it's about people, and it's about the people who are on the front line of those political decisions and who will suffer the consequences or will have to deal with the consequences. That's what we do very well here, and those are the headlines that really define Al Jazeera.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
There will be no absolute winner in this war, and there will be no absolute loser. Both have to take whatever wins they have and exit it.
Informed opinions.
The torch of global leadership is passing from the United States to China.
Frank assessments.
Congo holds minerals that's so essential to artificial intelligence that no matter what happens there, the international community is now going to move from a perspective of bringing peace and justice.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Ukraine says Russian drone strikes overnight have hit residential buildings in the southern city of Odessa. At least 2 people, including an 11-year-old child, were injured in the Black Sea port city. Ukraine says Russia launched hundreds of drones and nearly 24 missiles, wounding 30 people. The Ukrainian Air Force says it downed most of the drones, but some missiles managed to hit targets. And firefighters are battling fires hours after an overnight Russian strike in Dnipro. The attack damaged a residential building and other civilian facilities. Energy sites were also hit. Russian strikes also wounded 5 people in Kherson and Zaporizhia. The Philippine Senate is holding impeachment proceedings against Vice President Sara Duterte, including allegations of misuse of public funds and threatening the president. Protesters say they fear she'll not receive a fair trial. A conviction would bar Sara Duterte from running for president in 2028. Al Jazeera's Barnaby Lowe reports from the capital, Manila.
We are outside the Philippine Senate, which last week literally turned into a battleground after Senator Ronald De La Rosa, who is wanted by the International Criminal Court for his role as chief enforcer of former President Rodrigo Duterte's campaign against illegal drugs, which resulted in thousands of killings. He resurfaced after 6 months in hiding, and he admitted that he did so to cast a crucial 13th vote to wrestle back control of the Senate, and this is as an impeachment trial against Vice President Sara Duterte looms. And this is why these protesters say events last week were to shield the Vice President from accountability.
Last week's chaotic events has clearly demonstrated that the Senate, under the leadership of the Duterte allies, will be converted into an institution that will protect the interests of the Dutertes.
Now, the Senate has convened as an impeachment court, but protesters say that doesn't necessarily mean that they will proceed to a trial, given that they also convened as an impeachment court last year, but ultimately voted to throw out the first impeachment complaint against the Vice President, and De La Rosa being able to flee after a shooting incident between Senate security personnel and federal agents, they say reinforces their lack of trust in the Senate. So they're calling on authorities to find and arrest De La Rosa and to hold politicians who helped him evade arrest accountable.
To our senators, instead of seeking justice for victims of extrajudicial killings, you helped De La Rosa evade arrest, and you removed the former Senate president to shield Sara Duterte.
Vice President Sara Duterte was impeached by the lower chamber of Congress on Monday last week, the same day De La Rosa resurfaced. She is facing trial for threatening to assassinate the president, the first lady, and a former Speaker of the House for the alleged misuse of around $10 million in intelligence funds and for allegedly amassing tens of millions of dollars in unexplained wealth. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
2 teenagers have been arrested in Texas in connection with 10 shootings that happened in recent days across the city of Austin. At least 4 people were shot in 2 days, with one person sustaining serious injuries. Officials say a 3rd suspect may still be at large. According to police, the shootings appeared to be random with no specific motive. The 250th anniversary of the United States has been marked by a prayer event in Washington backed by the Trump administration. Supporters describe the rally as a call for spiritual renewal, but critics say it reflects the growing influence of Christian nationalism in US politics. Manny Rapalo reports from Washington, D.C.
Come on, can we lift our voices? You were worthy of it all.
Worship music, prayer circles, and American flags filled the grounds of the National Mall on Saturday as thousands gathered for Rededicate 250. Organizers described the event as a spiritual renewal movement ahead of America's 250th anniversary this July.
This is God's country, and you can't celebrate God's country without celebrating God. And so I think there's no better way to kick off the birthday than this. So, yeah, God bless America.
The rally is tied to a White House-backed campaign called Freedom 250 and the administration's America Prays initiative, which encourages citizens across the country to form local prayer groups. The event featured pre-recorded messages from prominent Republicans, along with various speakers ranging from Christian pastors to prominent conservative politicians.
I stand before you as living proof that prayer, the power of prayer, changes lives.
The event was also deliberately timed. Exactly 250 years ago, the Continental Congress declared May 17, 1776, a national day of fasting and prayer.
The National Mall has long served as a stage for competing visions of America. But as the country approaches its 250th anniversary, the spotlight is over questions of faith, patriotism, and identity.
Many in attendance say the event is not political, but instead patriotic.
I know there's a lot of debate back and forth of separation of church and state and that kind of thing, but there's freedom from religion, there's freedom of religion, right? We should all be able to express our faith and to be able to come together.
But critics argue the rally reflects something much larger and more problematic. Civil liberties and progressive faith groups accuse the administration of using the symbolism of America's founding to promote a Christian nationalist vision of the country. Despite the criticisms of the event, attendees say they reject the accusations of exclusion, arguing the event simply reflects the country's religious heritage.
When we come together to understand and despite our differences, that's when we make the most progress as a country and unite the most, and that is beautiful. That should be welcomed.
The rally comes amid broader debates over the role of religion in the public sphere. And with the United States soon commemorating 250 years since its founding, the debate over how the country should remember its past and how it should define its identity appears far from settled. Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
That's it from me, Anna Burns-Francis, for this news hour. My colleague Scott McLean will be along in just a moment with more of the day's news. Do watch us, and thanks again for watching Al Jazeera.
Everything centering around the Strait of Hormuz.
Maritime transport crucial to the global economy.
Diesel up by more than 50%.
The real casualty will be the yield of the next harvest.
A 2-week ceasefire if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz.
what more are we hearing from the Iranians?
The Strait of Hormuz will be open for transit of energy supplies.
What matters are the prices, and the key questions now going forward are going to be economic.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
How can there be such a fundamental discrepancy on such a core issue?
Each side will stick to the deal only as long as it benefits that side.
This war did start in the middle of negotiations.
They need to agree on principles.
President Trump wants this to end. That's going to be very hard.
The top 1% is benefiting. The question is, who might have had some insider information?
Upfront tackles the big issues on Al Jazeera.
Hey there, I'm Scott McLean. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Coming up, Democratic Republic of Congo has set up 3 new treatment centers after an Ebola outbreak that's caused fears of a wider risk. Iran says it's reviewing a new U.S. proposal to end the war, while thousands of sailors stranded near Hormuz face worsening conditions. Thousands killed, homes and neighborhoods destroyed. Israel expands its attacks deeper inside Lebanon despite a ceasefire. Also ahead this hour, anger in Kenya against rising fuel prices, protests, and a transport strike caused commuter chaos. Medical teams are rushing to the front lines of an Ebola outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The health ministry there says 2 new Ebola treatment centers will be established in the east to tackle the outbreak. A separate treatment facility is also being set in Bunia, one of the cities hardest hit by the virus. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. It's warning the virus could spread further beyond DRC's borders after 2 cases were confirmed in Kampala, the capital of neighboring Uganda. Well, Ebola is a virus that causes severe illness. It spreads through direct contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal and contaminated objects. Early symptoms can feel like the flu at first, with fever, fatigue, headaches, and muscle pain. Over time, the virus weakens the immune system and damages organs. Patients may suffer severe dehydration, hemorrhaging, and death. There is no approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain of the Ebola virus, which is associated with the current outbreak in the eastern DRC and Uganda. Well, Dr. Dugbe Christopher Yan is the Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. He says researchers need to double their efforts to produce a vaccine.
The strain that is currently causing the havoc in Uganda and DRC Congo is different from the strain that we experience in West Africa. In West Africa, we experience the Zaire strain, which is the most prevalent one that DR Congo has also experienced in the past. Now we have the Bundibugyo, which is very rare and have caused very rare outbreaks. And so researchers and medical practitioners and public health experts alike need to double up our efforts in order to produce a vaccine, since we have a vaccine for the Zaire strain already, that vaccine can be tweaked in a way that it can become a divalent or multivalent vaccine to incorporate the Buju and other strains such as the Tai and the Reston.
All right, Alan Waikani joins us now live from Goma in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. So, Alan, I wonder, is there widespread testing happening in the Eastern DRC where you are? I mean, do they have enough tests there?
Yeah, this is what is happening right now. For example, authorities and also medical team right now are focusing on contact tracing because we have been informed that many people, many contact, those who were relatives, those who have attended some burial, people have been conducting burial for almost 2 weeks without knowing with what people were dying. Like, for example, in Goma here, we have just been informed that the case they have confirmed here, the body of the man who died from Bunya up to last week, they brought his body up to Goma here without knowing that it was a confirmed case. The wife is now the confirmed case in Goma here. So people are wondering, authorities are wondering how many people were in contact with them through their way from Bunya up to here. This is exactly what the authorities are focusing on it right now. After putting into place the treatment center, they are also focusing now on tracing the majority of the cases, which still are moving around. Others are still troubling. Others are within the families. And it's a big work that authorities are doing right now in order to limit the spread. And they have been deploying massive logistic capacity, and also experts from Kinshasa, doctors are coming to support the local team in Bunya and now in Mungwalu and also in Ruapara. This is a big challenge for authorities, medical team, but at least they are moving with it right now, and people are little by little assured and informed about what they have to do for the main contact to be traced up to now.
Alan, just given how serious the Ebola virus is and how deadly it can be, I wonder, I mean, are people quarantining if they have symptoms? And do most people have places where they can self-isolate if they are in that circumstance?
People in DRC, they have a very bad memory with Ebola outbreak because this is not the first time, mainly in the eastern part here. We covered this in some years. We have seen, for example, how people, more than 3,000 people died in Beni region in the past, for example. You could see people suffering with severe, and this is what is happening right now with this Budibudio Ebola. People are bleeding, children, I've seen some picture of children as well, and even their parents. It's showing how it is very severe, and it has been severe in the region of Beni and Butembo, where the majority of cases were registered. We have seen how a whole family, mother, father, and all children under the treatment with severe pain. People are reporting the severe pain when they're under the treatment, and it's showing how Ebola, it's very severe, and this is why people are afraid here. If you talk to people, for example, here in Goma and even from Ruapara, they are explaining how those people they have buried, those who have died in the past 2 weeks, they were also in a severe pain. They could not understand the severe fever, for example, and also one was telling me this morning that even the person going to, the person who was protecting, for example, a relative who was with someone in the hospital, a day after also died. So people were noticing some things like this. And with this Ebola right now, people are really reporting some severe pain, severe bleeding, and it's showing the scale of this current virus that we have. And the DRC is trying to battle right now across the region as well.
All right, Al Jazeera's Alan Waikani reporting for us there from Goma in the Eastern DRC. Alan, thank you. Okay, I just want to update our viewers on some breaking news that we're getting in just now. This is the first time I'm reading it. So this is from Iranian state media. They are citing a source saying that the United States agreed to waive oil sanctions during these latest rounds of talks. We are also getting some news, according to Reuters. They're citing a senior Iranian source saying that the U.S. has shown flexibility in ongoing discussions, including over limits to Iran's nuclear work And one other point, and that is also from Reuters, citing that same senior Iranian source, saying Washington has so far only agreed to unfreeze 25% of Iran's funds on a phased timetable. So perhaps a little window into where we actually are with these talks between the United States and Iran to try to broker a ceasefire, just as both sides really ramp up the temperature in terms of their public statements, their maximalist standpoints, and also their threats to return to war. Obviously, as we get more on this, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says Tehran has responded to a new U.S. proposal aimed at ending the war. Ismail Baghai told media that mediation efforts are continuing through the Pakistanis.
We received from the Pakistani mediator some reservations and some amendments, which means that after sending our viewpoint to America through Pakistan, we have received some amendments from the United States. We discussed these matters and these things and these amendments, and we have informed them yesterday with our position. We have sent them our viewpoint. This path is ongoing through the Pakistani mediator.
Well, the Strait of Hormuz has been at the center of a growing maritime crisis. According to the United Nations, nearly 20,000 sailors have been stranded inside the Gulf since the Iran war began in late February. There are on more than 1,500 vessels facing worsening conditions at sea. The stranded vessels include oil tankers and cargo ships. Even if the U.S. and Iran reach a peace deal, recovery will not be immediate. According to Kepler, a firm tracking maritime activity, it could take months for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to return to normal. All right, joining me now is Martin Kelly. He is the head of advisory at EOS Risk Group and a maritime security analyst, and he joins us now from Manchester in the UK. So I appreciate you being here, Martin. Look, there's 20,000 sailors, as I mentioned, on 1,500 ships. Just from a practical standpoint, how easily can those sailors get to shore, either in the ship that they're on or on a smaller boat, which maybe can ferry supplies to and from?
Yeah, thank you for having me on this show. So the first point there is about getting sailors back to shore. In some cases, ships have been denied access into ports because the country the port belongs to believes that the ship might be targeted. And so they are refusing access to some ships, which means that personnel movements from ship to shore must either be conducted by a small boat, which can carry a number of people, or by aircraft. Then the next consideration that you just mentioned there were stores. And so the process here is quite simple, where ships at anchor request stores from the shore to be delivered out to the ships. This is an already established normal process. However, the issue now is that wait times have significantly increased, considering the number of ships that are making the same requests. Some of these larger offshore boats can carry around 100 tons. But when you consider the amount of commercial ships that are out there, and each of these have got around 20 to 30 crew on, where each of those need food and water and medicine, then 100 tons doesn't really seem like a lot. And then in addition to that, to keep the ship operational, there's a range of other stores that are required, such as spare parts and fuel. So scalability here is one of the biggest challenges. The multiplication of demand means that the demand on the logistics requirement is really quite significant.
So, Martin, I want to ask you also about insurance and the toll through the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians are not describing it as a toll. They're saying it's basically a service fee for environmental protection, for security, and also, most notably perhaps, for insurance. Do you think that ships are likely to take the Iranians up on this offer to provide them with insurance in exchange for that toll or service fee or whatever you want to call it?
I think this really depends on who you belong to and who your governing body is. This framework has been developed in May, as some of the correspondents said, but it's part of this broader strategy to manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the single most potential violation here, or the single biggest risk, is violation of UK, US, and EU sanctions if payments are made to Iran. But this is just part of this bigger strategy. Iran introduced the new Persian Gulf Strait Authority, the PGSA, which is essentially Iran's way of legitimizing Iran as the custodian of the Strait of Hormuz. And so with all of this in place, there's no real clear path to a pre-conflict state for the Strait of Hormuz in at least the near term. I think my view here is that Iran will either maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz for an indefinite period through mechanisms such as insurance and the PGSA, or will leverage its control of the Strait to force concessions on some of the other topics that are up for discussion, such as Iran's nuclear ambitions and some sanction relief.
All right, that is Martin Kelly, head of advisory at EOS Risk Group, specialist in maritime security. We appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you. All right, want to head over to Tehran now and speak with Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid on our breaking news here, and this news that Iranian media is reporting that the United States has agreed to waive sanctions while these negotiations are taking place. So, Al-Migdad, what else do we know here?
What we do have right now is a circulated information, and we cited that for Tasnim News Agency, which is a local media news agency. Speaking about this waiving, they are saying that they told by sources that the United States has accepted to waive Iran's oil sanctions during the negotiation period. So this is what is the latest here about the negotiation table. It's not official. We right now we are waiting for receiving the official announcement or official statement from the foreign ministry or any official statements. So what we have been reporting in the past few hours, that after the foreign minister's spokesman brief on his weekly briefing about that, the sign of diplomacy is ongoing between the both sides, which is a very good sign right now, that Pakistani mediators right now are trying to bridging the gap between both sides during this deadlock. And we know that the nuclear file and the Strait of Hormuz right now is the main deadlocks in the negotiating table.
Al-Migdad, help me understand here, because you have this report that you cited saying that the U.S. is waiving these sanctions on Iranian oil, but on the other hand, you also have this blockade on Iranian ships or ships leaving Iranian ports that, correct me if I'm wrong, is still in place, right?
Yes, definitely. There's a new mechanism right now is imposed on that strategic waterway, which is definitely affecting the passage of international shipping and the oil tankers. We do know that right now the IRGC Navy projecting what is called sovereignty on that strategic waterway by imposing new regime, new administration on the Strait of Hormuz. And we do report on the past 3 days that there's a number of vessels passed with this new mechanism, according to state media, according to local media. More than 30 ships have passed through this strategic waterway, and now it seems like there's a decrease in number with the movement of shipping and vessels through this corridor. But right now, what we can see that IRGC Navy are imposing and exercising this mechanism by sending details, emails also to ships and also to the vessels that are trying to passing through this channel, and after that you have to receive the procedures and the routes to pass safely.
Okay, complicated picture to say the least. That's Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid helping us sort through the breaking news. Al-Migdad, thank you. All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera. The dangerous journey into Mali's capital, a city under siege by armed groups. We meet the truck drivers bringing in supplies.
President Trump said The whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again.
Iranians form human chains at bridges and power plants to protect infrastructure that Trump has threatened to target.
The deadline is just over an hour or so away from now, and Israel seems to be ready to go.
The level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours.
We understand that Donald Trump has agreed to suspend bombing.
Israel has said Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the U.S. and Iran.
Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place.
Hard-hitting interviews.
I mean, is it easy on the campaign trail to promise, but the reality is that much harder to deliver?
It is difficult, but nothing that is worth celebrating should be easy.
Facing realities.
Where do the negotiations currently stand?
We do not accept a ceasefire. We are seeking an end to the war.
Thought-provoking answers.
What is it that you think that the Trump administration really wants?
It has to be asked to the U.S. government what they want.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Medical teams are rushing to the front lines of an Ebola outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC's health ministry says new Ebola treatment centers will be established in the east to tackle the outbreak. Iranian media are reporting that the U.S. has agreed to waive oil sanctions during the current negotiation period. Tehran says it remains focused on ending the conflict through Pakistan's mediation efforts. Israeli attacks across southern Lebanon are continuing, despite Lebanon and Israel agreeing to extend the U.S.-brokered ceasefire for another 45 days. Truce was never fully upheld by Israel, and in recent days, it's issued more forced displacement threats to villages about 55 kilometers north of the Israeli border. Zina Hudder has this report now from the Lebanese capital.
Homes, neighborhoods, that is what Israeli strikes are destroying across southern Lebanon. They're also killing civilians. The United Nations says it's an unacceptable toll. A month into what is being called a ceasefire, nearly 700 people have been killed. Those who are pulled from the rubble are sometimes only a few months old. An agreement between the governments of Israel and Lebanon to extend the ceasefire for a further 45 days so far remains just ink on paper. And the strikes are now taking place deeper inside the country, with frequent forced displacement threats to towns and villages roughly 55 kilometers north of the border. This is all happening while the United States hosts a diplomatic process between Lebanon and Israel, the first in decades. Political discussions are set to continue in early June, but there's still no commitment from Israel to Lebanon's priorities of a full cessation of hostilities and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanese territory.
We had a wonderful exchange of over 2 hours.
The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. says, for the first time, talks are not focused on when the Israeli army will withdraw from southern Lebanon, because Israel's presence there is because of Hezbollah's presence. Lebanon also agreed to security talks with Israel. The United States will host those meetings at the Pentagon later this month. They're expected to focus on coordination and communication between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries. Here in Beirut, it is being seen as part of efforts to disarm Hezbollah, which could trigger tensions inside Lebanon. Hezbollah, which is refusing to hold fire as long as Israel reserves the right to strike at will, is accusing the Lebanese authorities of creating what it calls very big predicaments for the country. It says neither the government nor anyone else will be able to carry out what Israel wants. And while its drone and rocket attacks are inflicting casualties among Israeli troops, Israel's firepower is causing death and destruction. For now, at least, there's little to show for the meaningful progress reported by Lebanon's delegation to the Washington talks. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Kenya's public transport operators have started a nationwide strike against rising fuel costs. The strikes have affected major cities like Nairobi and Mombasa, where many people rely on bus services. Commuters in several towns are having to walk long distances to work and school. Transport unions are demanding the reversal of a fuel price increase. Kenya has raised petroleum prices by nearly 24% as the conflict in Iran drives up global oil prices. Malcolm Webb is in Nairobi. He says Kenya's opposition is blaming rising fuel prices on corruption rather than the war in Iran.
The main roads leading into the city have been blocked by protesters. I'm going to step aside so we can take a look what's been happening here. When we arrived here a short while ago, there was a burning roadblock there, protesters standing in the street with tyres piled up on fire. Then police arrived, dispersed them with tear gas, and there's been an exchange, a to and fro of demonstrators throwing rocks at the police passing by again and firing more tear gas. And it's a similar story on many of the main roads leading into the city centre. The city centre itself is unusually quiet. The streets are almost dead. At this time on a Monday, it would normally be very busy. On this highway, it would be busy. There would be traffic. So these demonstrations have brought the city to a complete standstill. As you mentioned, it started with the private operators of the minibuses that provide most of the transport for hundreds of thousands of people in Nairobi, commuting every day, and in other cities and towns across the country. They're not operating, and demonstrators have blocked roads leading into the city and in some other towns and cities as well. The finance minister said a short while ago the demonstrations are completely uncalled for, and that the cause of these price increases is the war, the US and Israeli war on Iran. But people here don't buy that. And one opposition politician, former Deputy President Gachagua, said yesterday that this is President William Ruto and his business associates taking advantage of Kenyans by influencing prices and jacking up the price of fuel for personal enrichment. So we're just having to keep an eye on the situation here to make sure we're safe. And certainly that message resonates with people who are frustrated, people who are living hand to mouth, who have had to put up with a 25% increase, roughly 24 last month, and the same again announced last week. This is crippling for people who are trying to get by, and particularly for those working in the transport business.
Well, for a third week, an al-Qaeda-linked armed group has tightened its blockade around Mali's capital, Bamako, increasing pressure on supply routes. Landlocked Mali relies on neighboring countries like Ivory Coast for fuel and food, but transport routes have become more dangerous, with truck drivers facing growing risks. Nicholas Hawk reports now from Abidjan.
He drove through the night from a city under siege, dodging fighters on the road. Finally safe at the port of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, Abdurrahman Bacharu waits to load his truck with wheat bound for Bamako in central Mali, where food supplies are running low. Their journey back is frightening, he says. Members of the al-Qaeda-linked JNIM group hiding along the route, operating checkpoints, deciding who passes.
I am worried about my country, but I will not stop working. Even though the country is going through a crisis and nothing is moving, we are the only ones providing a lifeline and bringing things in.
And this is what JNIM checkpoints in Mali often look like. Young men, sometimes barely out of their teens, on motorbikes with machine guns mounted on the back. Fast, mobile, and lightly equipped, they stop trucks and buses on key roads leading to Bamako. Drivers say fighters search vehicles, force passengers off buses, and separate men and women according to their interpretation of Islamic law. Armed groups have also burned some trucks carrying food and goods. The blockade is choking the flow of supplies and spreading fear. Landlocked Mali depends on the port of Abidjan for goods, food, and fuel. Here, Malian truck drivers gather to share concerns, warnings, and tips on which routes may still be passable. The president of the West African Union of Truck Drivers has come to reassure them.
Preventing these vehicles from moving and delivering food to people is in effect condemning the population. That's why we continue to appeal to armed groups to allow these trucks to pass.
There is, in their attempt to keep supplies moving towards Bamako, an air of defiance against fear, intimidation, and a blockade designed to make the Malian people surrender. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
All right, our coverage continues after my conversation with the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister on Talk to Al Jazeera. Next.
Is the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran dragging the world to an economic meltdown? Join me, Steve Clemens, every week where I'll bring you the latest analysis on the global fallout of this conflict. Pull apart fact from fiction and get to the bottom line.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics, the bottom line.
My name is Darine Aboughaida. I'm a presenter at Al Jazeera English. I think journalism chose me. Growing up with a Palestinian father and a Lebanese mother who both didn't live in their respective homelands, we were watching the news all the time, so I think it was a natural calling for me. I'm motivated to tell the stories of people who are fighting for justice, who are fighting for equality, and who are fighting for dignity. This is why I do what I do. When I talk to people on the ground that are being directly affected by decisions made in world capitals. So a family that's simply trying to get by, a father who's trying to feed his children, a mother who's trying to care for her children. These are the interviews that really stand out for me. The human story is really the DNA of Al Jazeera. It's the heartbeat of the channel. We go to places that are often unreported. That's what makes Al Jazeera so unique.
After decades of progress on nuclear arms control, a new battle for supremacy has begun.
89 seconds to midnight.
China is developing a nuclear triad capability.
Why are we doing this? Have we lost our minds?
Justified through politics, fast-tracked for profit, fueled by corporations with far-reaching influence.
A nuke is a nuke. You risk going up the escalation ladder and stumbling into all-out nuclear war.
100 Hiroshimas, Episode 2 of Business of War on Al Jazeera.
Bold and untold stories from Asia and the Pacific on Al Jazeera. Always.
Canada, a country with the world's longest coastline, vast Arctic frontiers, immense natural resources, and a nearly 9,000-kilometer border with the United States. For decades, that border was seen as Canada's greatest strategic advantage. Today, some see it as its greatest vulnerability.
What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state.
As the world fragments into rival blocs, Ottawa finds itself squeezed between an increasingly unpredictable neighbor, a dominant China, an assertive India, and a global economy shaken by wars, tariffs, and energy shocks. At a moment when tensions between Washington and Tehran remain unresolved, and global oil prices and trade relations face uncertainty, Canada's top diplomat arrives in Qatar as part of a regional tour to strengthen alliances, expand trade and security ties, and assert Canada's role in an increasingly unstable world. From the Arctic to the Strait of Hormuz, can middle powers still help shape the global order, or will they simply be forced to navigate a world shaped by others? Canada's Foreign Minister Anita Anand talks to Al Jazeera. Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, I'm going to ask you about your trip to the Middle East, but first I want to start off with Canada-US relations. As long as I can remember, Canada and the United States have been best friends. You're hosting the World Cup together this summer, along with Mexico. But I wonder, since President Trump threatened to make Canada the 51st state, whether you can really say today that the United States is still Canada's closest ally.
Look, our economies are deeply integrated. Our defense and security of North America are deeply integrated. Our people-to-people ties are so very strong and longstanding. We do have a very close relationship with the United States, and we need to keep working to address some of the outstanding issues, and that's exactly what's happening on the trade front. For example, we're looking forward to a review of the USMCA. And we have to remember that over 80% of Canada's trade with the United States passes over the 49th parallel tariff-free But there are some sectors that are being hit very hard: steel and aluminum, auto, as well as lumber. And those are the sectoral tariffs that we are very much looking forward to addressing.
Was there honestly a point where Canada was preparing for the real possibility of a U.S. invasion or annexation?
We were very much looking forward to working with the U.S. to resolve
You were not
trade
prepared
issues.
for a military confrontation at all. This was not something that went into the planning. You never took this seriously.
Let me take it back to our military and defense and security relationship is
Are
deeply
integrated, of course.
integrated. NORAD, for example, is the defense of the North American skies.
But that's why the talk of 51st state was so jarring, though, because the two countries, even militarily, are so integrated. So I just wonder if there was real preparation going on.
That's a good point. Our focus militarily is really on the Canadian Arctic. We're putting $80 billion into the Canadian Armed Forces, including in dual-use infrastructure, building up ports and airports and highways to ensure that we are playing our part for Arctic defense and security.
Can you defend the Arctic without the United States' help?
We are making sure that we're doing just that. But as I said, on the table is continued cooperation on Arctic defense and security, and not just with the United States. I've been deeply involved with the Nordic 5 countries, for example, so that we are working together on Arctic defense and security, not just in North America, but across the region.
Have you received clear assurances from Washington that the United States has no plans now or in the future to annex or invade Canada?
The conversation with the United States is occurring at many levels, but this is that is not something that is on the table in terms of our discussions at all. We actually have a working relationship with the United States. The Prime Minister speaks with President Trump often. And as you say, we're co-hosting FIFA together. $300 billion of trade passes through the Canada-US border every day. This is not a relationship that we want to undermine. This is a relationship we will continue to grow.
But in the meantime, I know that Prime Minister Mark Carney has made a lot of hay about trying to sort of diversify Canada's relationships. But given the fact that 2/3 of what Canada exports goes to the United States, whether there's realistically limitations on how much you can decouple the relationship.
Well, I'm really glad you brought up that point about diversification, because we are seeking to double non-US trade over the next 10 years, and diversification of trade and supply chains are the key facet of our broader foreign policy. We've signed over 20 security, defense, and trade agreements around the world over the past year. We're looking to conclude an FTA with the ASEAN in 2026. We're working on a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with India. These are large foreign policy approaches, but it all rests on trade diversification, and that is exactly what we're doing.
Canada is now spending 2% of GDP on defense, as per the NATO suggestions or requirements, depending on how you put it. This is after years of previous governments in Canada sort of dragging their feet. I think we can agree on that target. I wonder, was this because you could no longer count on the United States to guarantee Canada's security?
We committed to reaching 2% of GDP as one of the founding members of the NATO alliance. And so that's exactly what we did this year. We're also on track to meeting 5% of GDP by 2035.
And I'm asking you why it didn't happen sooner.
There is a commitment to security and defense, specifically given the changing geopolitical environment. We are seeing the Russian threat move further and further north towards the Arctic Circle. This has become more and more palpable since the illegal further invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022. I was the Minister of National Defense at the time, and I will say the threat environment has continued to become more and more complex and concerning. And that is why we need to meet the moment with our defense spending. As I said, 2% of GDP, but 5% by 2035 means that we're going to spend 1.5% on what's called dual use infrastructure, ports, airports, roads. That is largely occurring in Canada's north because of the importance of defending and protecting the Arctic and the Arctic region.
I'm interested in your experience as defense minister because Canada's military right now, regular troops and reservists, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is about 100,000 combined. And I wonder if there was ever any discussion, or if there is any discussion now, about having mandatory national military service to try to bolster those numbers, given the threats that you just outlined.
Well, what we are seeing actually in recruitment numbers is that they are accelerating and accelerating quickly.
So it's not needed.
And we are not thinking, therefore, that conscription of that sort would be needed, given the spending on defense that we are doing, $80 billion in the last federal budget, for example, and given the willingness of Canadians at this moment in time to step up and serve. And I'd like to take a moment and thank the Canadian Armed Forces for their incredible work around the world.
Of course. I want to ask you about your trip to the Middle East here. You were just in Oman, now you're here in Qatar. What are you looking for from Gulf countries, and what can you offer them?
First of all, this is my second trip to Doha in 4 months. This is a very important relationship for Canada. The Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Al Thani and I signed a strategic partnership agreement, which has a 10-year period for execution. And we agreed that on trade and commerce, on security and defense, and on people-to-people ties, including travel, tourism, and visas, we will continue to work closely together on the bilateral relationship. So that's an extremely important point. Prime Minister of Canada asked me to return to the region to reiterate our support for Qatar in this very difficult moment, given the conflict.
Can you give me an example of what a security partnership between Canada and Qatar would look like?
Sure. Again, I'll take you back to when I was Minister of National Defense, when I welcomed the Qatari Minister of National Defense to Canada. That relationship has existed for some time. And even today, our Minister of National Defense is here in Doha to ensure that we're working together on things like cybersecurity and intelligence, on the FIFA World Cup, where Qatar will be sending a security team to work with Canadian officials on the security aspect of FIFA, and on a broader basis on the Strait of Hormuz, which has been a topic of conversation here. Once there's a permanent ceasefire in place, Canada will look to see how it can contribute in terms of demining expertise and cyber capabilities. For example, we have something to offer and something to build with the Qatari government in this area.
The United States says, look, when this is over, maybe we don't need you. We don't need Europe to help us when this is all over. Why not try to get the strait open beforehand?
Our position for many weeks has been that international law, the law of the sea, customary international law, requires a freely navigable Strait of Hormuz. And that is exactly what we've been advocating, what I've been discussing here in the region. In addition, we'd like to see a permanent ceasefire in place with a focus on civilians, civilian lives, civilian infrastructure. And finally, we will continue to work on regional stability and condemn those retaliatory attacks by Iran all over this region.
On February 28th, when the Iran conflict began, you and the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, put out a statement that read, in part, Canada reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself and to ensure the security of its people. I mean, do you believe that Israel's decision to bomb Iran was defensive?
As the Prime Minister has said, at that moment in time, we are and we're very focused on the nuclear proliferation of Iran. And that continues to be a focus in the ceasefire talks.
What was the strike defensive, though? I mean, was that Israel defending itself by bombing Iran?
We have expressed our concerns relating to international law, but we will continue to stand with the Gulf states for that very reason, that there has to be respect for international law right around the table.
That statement also said, quote, Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I wonder, are you equally as concerned about Israel having nuclear weapons?
We are concerned about nuclear proliferation. We are always, as a party to nuclear non-proliferation
But specifically when it comes to Israel?
We're concerned about the escalation of violence in the region. And so what Canada's position will always be is de-escalation, looking to have a ceasefire and to make sure that that ceasefire is permanent. And I want to underscore that although you read from the first statement that the Prime Minister and I issued, over the course of time, when we realized that the tenure of this war was taking a different turn, when there was greater escalation, when there was retaliatory strikes, we continued to emphasize the importance of that de-escalation, and that is our position.
But I'm asking because Israel maintains this sort of strategic ambiguity about whether they have a nuclear weapon, though it's widely believed that they do. And if they do in fact have a nuclear weapon, is Canada okay with that? And I ask that because, of course, just last year, Israel bombed 6 countries in the region, including the one that we're in right now.
As I said, we are concerned about nuclear proliferation, especially when countries are not party to the nuclear non-proliferation
Have you expressed this to Israel?
treaty. I have been in touch with Minister Sar after February 28th. We have not addressed this particular point.
Okay. The Prime Minister has said that Canada would arrest the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu were he to set foot on Canadian soil. But I wonder why in February his plane was allowed to fly through Canadian airspace.
I can't speak for the Prime Minister. I will say that our work will continue. We do have a bilateral relationship with Israel. Canada recognized the state of Palestine. Canada has put on the table $400 million for Palestinian humanitarian aid. And at all times, we will stand with the civilian population, whether it's in Gaza, whether it's in the West Bank as a result of extremist settler violence, whether it is in Lebanon, we have continued to stand with the civilian population. And I think those questions, those responses in a foreign policy are of the utmost importance. Standing with the people who are suffering is what is at the forefront of Canada's foreign policy.
I'm interested in Canada's sanctions on Israel because when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, many things in Russia were sanctions were put on the Russian state as a whole, targeting things like trade, finance, technology, vessels, oil and gas. When it comes to Israeli sanctions, they're largely focused on violent extremist settlers in the occupied West Bank and individuals. Do you think that there should be broader sanctions on Israel to try to get them to abide by international law?
Actually, I'd like to clarify.
Please.
We have actually imposed more than 20 sanctions on violent extremist settlers. We've also sanctioned 2 Israeli cabinet ministers, and we also ensured that we are standing with the people of Palestine, recognizing the state of Palestine, supporting the Palestinian Authority. And so we have been forward-leaning in terms of ensuring we're standing for those values, at the same time underscoring the importance of international law. That is something that is consistent across the board for Canada and Canadian foreign policy, that we are a country that stands for international law, international humanitarian law, as well as the law of the sea.
A Canadian citizen named Hassan Haider, he was killed in southern Lebanon
Yes, he is.
in
Yes.
April.
Yes.
His family says that he was killed by
Unfortunately.
an Israeli drone. You asked Israel to investigate his death. Why ask Israel?
The very reason we asked Israel to investigate that death in a very transparent way is because the family themselves have alleged that it was an Israeli strike.
But are they the right ones to take
And-
on the investigation, though? I mean, why not ask UNIFIL? Why not ask the Lebanese?
At the same time, if I could just finish,
Please.
I did reach out to my Lebanese counterpart and asked him as well to provide any information that he had relating to the death of this Canadian citizen. And so the engagement is very important across the board, and we will continue to try to get answers for the family.
I mean, this strikes me as odd only because if a Canadian citizen died in Ukraine, would you be asking Moscow to investigate?
As I said, we're requesting all of the information that might be available
But
relating
Israel is leading
to
sort of a formal investigation,
the-
right?
leading to the death of a Canadian citizen. It's our responsibility, in fact, to try to provide as much information to the family who is grieving a very serious loss. And this is a very important foreign policy point for us as well, which is to emphasize that if there is the death of a Canadian citizen, we will ensure that no stone is left unturned to provide information, to find out information. That's why we actually asked the Israeli ambassador to Canada to come into global affairs so that my officials could speak with him specifically in the format of a démarche.
I know that territorial integrity has been a message that Canada has been banging the drum on, especially when it comes to Ukraine. Have you also had that discussion with your Israeli counterparts about their occupation of southern Lebanon most recently?
I have continued to emphasize within those conversations and publicly that the territorial integrity of Lebanon, the state sovereignty of Lebanon, is of utmost importance. And in fact, it's not just my voice. The leaders of a number of countries, including Canada, have issued a statement to emphasize the importance of Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And I would like to also mention that while those principles of international law are fundamental, the humanitarian situation in Lebanon, including in Beirut and in rural areas, is extremely concerning. Canada's put forward $40 million for humanitarian aid. We've participated in a humanitarian convoy effort with and led by Jordan and a number of other countries. And in fact, in my conversations here in Doha, I spoke with my counterparts about the importance of working together on the humanitarian situation in the Middle East region, including in Lebanon, and that's something you'll continue to see from Canadian foreign policy.
I want to go back to this economic point, and obviously a lot has been made about Prime Minister Carney's speech in Davos, where he talked about sort of a breakdown in the international rules-based order, and maybe the Americans are not as reliable as they once were, and that sometimes the rules are not exactly equally applied in every case. Canada is now trying to deepen its ties with China, but according to the Canada's public inquiry into election interference, China is the most active perpetrator of foreign interference targeting Canada's democratic institutions. Help me understand why you're trying to forge deeper ties with a country that's undermining Canadian democracy.
Okay, so the very long question, you touched on the middle power doctrine in the Carney speech. I can come back to that. But the ultimate question about Canada-China relations rests on the fact that when we were in China in January, what we were doing was resolving certain trade tensions. In particular, China had imposed 100% tariffs on Canadian canola, and we were seeking to protect our agriculture industry and the canola industry export market in particular from Canada by addressing those trade tensions with China. And we were able to do that by allowing China to import or to export to Canada 49,000 EVs. So it's a limited resolution of trade tensions, much different from some of the free trade negotiations that we have ongoing, for example, with ASEAN, with India, and with Mercosur.
So I'm very interested in this electric vehicles coming from China, and that the doors have now been opened for those to come in with very low tariffs on them. Aren't you worried that you're undermining your own Canadian automotive industry, though?
The key word in your question is limited. The arrangement with China allowed for 3% of the overall production market for EVs to be permitted to come into Canada. That's a very low percentage. It is a ceiling. And of course, we are very much focused on the Canadian automotive industry and the supply chain for that industry. And so I know my colleague Melanie Joly is working very hard on providing supports for the sector, advocating for the sector, and ensuring that we reach an arrangement with the United States that serves that sector.
Are you open at all to deepening ties with Taiwan, despite what I'm sure would be Chinese objections, given their importance to the semiconductor market and given the fact that they are a vibrant democracy in Asia?
So I'm sure you're aware that we have strong people-to-people ties with Taiwan. We have strong economic ties with Taiwan, and we also operate under the One China policy. We'll continue to be true to that policy, but make sure that we are always supporting those strong ties around the world.
Couple more questions for you. Similarly, on India, you're also trying to forge deeper ties there. But a Canadian citizen named Hardeep Singh Nijjar was killed on Canadian soil in 2023, and the Canadian government very publicly accused India of being behind that killing. Doesn't there need to be some accountability before there's a relationship reset?
So I want to emphasize that the relationship with India is proceeding along two tracks, and the first track addresses your question directly. There is an independent investigation and legal process that is underway. There is a security dialogue between Canada and India that is occurring at the highest levels of our respective governments. There's a commitment at all times by Canada to the rule of law. For example, we have outlawed and listed as a terrorist entity the Bishnoi gang. That's track number one. It's only if track number one is addressed that we move to track number two, which is ensuring that there are deeper economic ties, people-to-people ties, and work on critical minerals and energy that proceeds. But the relationship is complex, it is nuanced, and I want to ensure that there's an understanding that we have guardrails in our foreign policy, and that's exactly what I've expressed in this answer.
One more question for you. Canada's foreign policy over the years and decades has so much been about Canadian values throughout Canada's foreign policy. And I just wonder if Canada's foreign policy today, given the strained relationships with the United States, is still about values or whether it's just about survival.
It's not one or the other. Our foreign policy is based on principled pragmatism. What that means is that we won't forego the principles such as a commitment to the rule of law, state sovereignty, and territorial integrity. But at the same time, given the geopolitical situation, the rupture in the global economy, we must be pragmatic about diversifying non-US trade, doubling it over the next 10 years, ensuring that we have multiple trading partners that are viable to grow the Canadian economy in this way. And that's why principled pragmatism encapsulates this middle power doctrine that the Prime Minister laid out in Davos. It is not one or the other. It is about ensuring that, for example, those 20 economic, security, and defense agreements that we've concluded over the past year, that we are the only G7 country that has a free trade agreement with every other G7 country, continues to deliver results for Canadians. Our foreign policy is about ensuring that the domestic economy and domestic defense and security are served by our work on the international stage.
Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
There will be no absolute winner in this war, and there will be no absolute loser. Both have to take whatever wins they have and exit it.
Informed opinions.
The torch of global leadership is passing from the United States to China.
Frank assessments.
Congo holds minerals that's so essential to artificial intelligence that no matter what happens there, the international community is now going to move from a perspective of bringing peace and justice.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
The ICE raids have disrupted business all across Minneapolis because many employees are too afraid to come to work. These protesters are taking a familiar path in Washington, and their message, we will not be silent. As Congress debates the raid that made Maduro a prisoner, President Trump says for now the U.S. will run Venezuela.
When the U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, his supporters took to the streets amidst a wave of uncertainty. Through the eyes of a political street artist, social volunteers, and with rare access to a militia sworn to protect the country's revolutionary values, People in Power explores how they are adapting with their president still in U.S. custody. After Maduro on Al Jazeera.
Examining the headlines.
It's really easy to attack peace, but really hard to restore it.
Unflinching journalism.
Well, with the police who are about to carry out a raid, these confrontations between the police and the gangs have gotten increasingly more violent.
Explore an abundance of world-class programming.
Are we in the middle of an arms race?
AI-driven weaponry is the next great threat.
Programs that open your eyes to an alternative view of the world today on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Anna Burns-Francis. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Tehran has responded to Washington's proposal to end the war. Iranian media says the US is waiving oil sanctions during negotiations, but there's no confirmation of that yet. Health workers in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo race to contain an Ebola outbreak. Israeli forces intercept an aid flotilla headed to Gaza. The Turkish government calls it a new act of piracy. Also ahead this hour, thousands of commuters in Kenya are stranded. The public transport sector's on strike and protest against a rise in fuel prices. Iran says it's responded to the latest US proposal to end the conflict through its mediator, Pakistan. Washington and Tehran have been swapping proposals, but have only held one round of indirect talks, with a fragile ceasefire hanging in the balance. It comes as Iranian media is reporting the US has agreed to temporarily waive Iran's oil sanctions during negotiations. Iran maintains the full lifting of all sanctions must be part of any final US commitment to end the war. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Ismail Baghai told media that negotiation efforts are continuing.
We received from the Pakistani mediator
some reservations and some amendments, which means that after sending our viewpoint to America through Pakistan, we have received some amendments from the United States. We discussed these matters and these things and these amendments, and we have informed them yesterday with our position. We have sent them our viewpoint. This path is ongoing through the Pakistani mediator.
We're live at this hour with correspondents in Washington, D.C. and in the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas, where we join Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi now. Tawhid, what is the latest about Iranian media reporting that the US has agreed to lift these sanctions?
Well, from what I can say, the two sides seem to be poles apart, and they are talking about differences of opinion, as the Iranian side for several times has criticized the maximalist approach by Washington in that regard. And we hear the echo of the same statement on the weekly press conference of the Iran's spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, the gist of which was actually a two-sided statement saying that the country is ready for the continuation of diplomatic engagement as the mediated communications are underway with the mediation of Pakistan. Meanwhile, the readiness for confrontation with the rhetoric based on fingers on the trigger. But speaking of the latest lines on the media, we know that we heard it from Tasnim news agency, citing a source close to negotiating team of Iran, saying that the United States has agreed to waive some sanctions related to oil export of the country during the time of negotiation, even though Al Jazeera cannot independently confirm that argument. Also, another interesting line coming is from Fars news agency, another news agency which is close to IRGC, saying that an Iranian vessel has met it, and I'm going to read it as they said. They said that an Iranian tanker under U.S. sanctions that was off the coast of India 2 weeks ago has now docked at the Khark Island. The tanker carrying LPG has crossed the blockade, the U.S. blockade, and entered Iranian waters without being detected. Also, we've got Tasnim news agency talking about fundamental differences when it comes to negotiations between Washington and Tehran. All in all, we have to keep in mind that while the two sides are trying to settle all these issues down with diplomacy, we know that there are many sticking points, such as the situation here at the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. imposed blockade on the one hand, and the nuclear dossier of the country, the stockpile of highly enriched uranium on the other. And to that, we can add a relatively long list of other controversial issues, such as war reparations. Iran is asking Iran's regional relations, and most importantly, the security assurances that Iran is looking for to make sure that it's not going to get into the trap of another round of escalation down the road. And there is emphasis on that to make sure that any agreement at the end of the day is going to result in a final solution and a long-lasting peace.
Speaking of agreement, let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us now from Washington. Alan, is there a sense Donald Trump is getting close to a decision on Iran?
Well, there's certainly a sense of growing frustration from the president. He said it over the last couple of days that Iran has to move towards making a decision about the various proposals that have been floating back but between them, or else they will be effectively bombed off the face of the earth. I mean, he's suggesting that they will be gone. Certainly, there are reports that Donald Trump has convened a Situation Room meeting on Tuesday to discuss his options. We know that the military have given him options for what has been described as a short, concentrated burst of military activity. He is frustrated that Iran seems to be, in his view, playing for time, that they're delaying this and drawing it out. But one thing that will concern them, of course, is the idea that Iran hasn't been quite as badly impacted as he says. Now, the Navy has gone. They do have aerial domination, but it's clear they also have significant missile capabilities and drone capabilities. and that could inflict a great deal of damage on the United States. Donald Trump believes that there should be a deal sooner rather than later, but he's wondering why they can't get to that point now. Now, we know that there have been back-channel negotiations, that both sides are still in communication. There are some things that Donald Trump won't want to discuss. His red line is no nuclear weapon for Iran, not now, not ever. Reports at the weekend suggested he might go to a 20-year guarantee that they don't pursue nuclear weapons. That's twice what was in the Barack Obama-Iran nuclear deal, so that could be presented as a win. But clearly, Donald Trump would like to see some movement. At the moment, they're not at war. They're not quite fully at peace either. He said to Xi Jinping when he was in Beijing last week that he wants to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Xi Jinping said exactly the same thing. And so the way to do that, of course, is to end the war and make sure that the strait is open. But how they end the war, well, Donald Trump has the military option left to him, and that's something that he'll consider, according to reports, over the next 24 hours or so.
Chief US correspondent Alan Fisher joining us from the White House. Thank you. Let's go now to Kamal Haider, who joins us from Islamabad. Kamal, word of that new proposal being passed between Iran and the US. Do we have any more detail about it?
There are no exact details as to what the Iranian response is to the American proposal. Pakistan, of course, has been acting as an intermediary. Every time the Americans want to talk to the Iranians, they do it through Pakistan. And likewise, when Iran wants to send a message. So the lines of communications through Pakistan are open. This comes at a time when the Pakistani Interior Minister wraps up his two-day visit to Tehran. Pakistan, obviously, as an intermediary, wants that the talks should continue. However, it has warned that time is of the essence. If you remember, even the US president had said that the clock was ticking. So it will be important to see how that proposal from Iran is received in Washington.
All right, let's go back to Tawhid, who joins us from Bandar Abbas, the port city on the coast of Iran. Tawhid, if the reporting is accurate, this sanctions waiver will no doubt be of some relief to Iranians. How have people been coping given the ongoing blockade and the economic impact of it?
I can say the entirety of the situation when it comes to any rapprochement by Tehran towards the United States is clouded by a sense of uncertainty and lack of trust. And when we speak to people, the public opinion is also indicative of the same sense of uncertainty and lack of trust. Speaking of people, I can say that they are not that much positive, even though hopeful to a certain extent about the possibility of a negotiated settlement at the end of the day. And this frustration is extended specifically towards the businesses, as the war impact is quite vivid. Not only here in Bandar Abbas, where I was talking to different people in different businesses, and they were complaining about the negative impact of the war period and the post-war period engulfed by this sense of frustration. But also when it comes to other cities, such as the capital, the same economic impact is out there. There is a sort of hope, however slight, that this engagement could at the end of the day result in a long-lasting solution. However, people are worried about the potentiality of another round of confrontation and another burden on the pockets and shoulders of ordinary citizens. Let's just keep in mind that we're talking about a highly deteriorated economic situation in Iran after years and years of sanctions by the United States and their allies, putting a huge amount of impact on the economic factors and on the livelihoods of people here in Iran. So I can say this is a mixture of different sentiments highlighted by uncertainty and frustration. And of course, there is a certain amount of nationalism and resilience in Tehran and in other cities, including here in Bandar Abbas. We saw nightly gathering of people carrying Iranian flags and chanting against the United States and Israel in respect to these acts of aggression on their country. And they are quiet. I can say there is a sort of rally around the flag effect around across the city and across other cities in the country. So people are worried that another round of confrontation is going to add another layer of pressure, another layer of complexity into their daily lives. However, they just keep their fingers crossed that at the end of the day, all these diplomatic engagements could pave the way for a settlement, and at the end of the day, they will have a better and improved livelihood.
All right, let's go back to Kamal Haider in Islamabad for some final thoughts here. Kamal, Iran has said it wants to maintain the diplomatic discourse through Pakistan. That will obviously come to as some sort of relief to mediators, that there is some discussion or plan to use a peace path to end this conflict.
Yes, indeed. There is cautious optimism. And if you remember, during the US president's visit to Beijing, the Chinese once again told Pakistan that they should ramp up the diplomatic efforts between Tehran and Washington. There's a lot at stake. And the fact that Pakistan has been the main mediator also has the support of friendly countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, just to name a few. So there is a lot of support for Pakistan's role, but also the support is crucial given the fact that the stakes are indeed very high, and there is an interest to make sure that the area does not return to war again. So Pakistan still acting as the main mediator. It has been praised by both the Iranians and the US for its role, but it will be important to see how that proposal is received in Washington, if indeed there is concessions, because as you saw, Tawhid Asadi saying that the sticking points were still there, and they were, of course, a major impediment as far as these talks are concerned.
All right, Kamal Haider in Islamabad, thank you. And Tawhid Asadi joining us from Bandar Abbas in Iran, thank you. Well, to discuss the situation in the Strait and Iran further, I'm joined now in the studio by Dania Thafar. She's the Executive Director of the Gulf International Forum, a think tank based in Washington, D.C. And in Manchester, I'm joined by Martin Kelly, the Head of Advisory at the EOS Risk Group and a Maritime Security Analyst. Thank you both for your time today. Dania, I'll start with you. Do you have any hope that this latest proposal, and I'll be very cautious with my words here, is a step forward toward ending the conflict?
I think any engagement could be a step forward, but also, you know, last couple of days I was thinking we're heading towards escalation. So the fact that they did a little bit of a U-turn and went to the negotiation table, I think is something to look at cautiously. I'm not sure about optimistically. Because this has been a roller coaster, as you've seen over the course of the last couple of months. So, you know, until we see some sort of handshake, I think we should just look at it and try to understand what are the key terms between both of the parties. It doesn't look like they have broken the key issues, such as will the nuclear issue be talked about up front? Or is this something Iran wants to kick down the road?
Martin, can I bring you in here? Because our US correspondent said that the President, Donald Trump, does still have escalation as an option. Resuming hostile activities on Iran or in the Strait of Hormuz is always an option that he is still considering. Where that is at, we can only guess. But I'm wondering what your biggest concern is at the moment about that situation in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. I agree here. We must be sceptical about the news that any sort of agreement has been reached. I mean, we've been here before where one side publishes news that would suggest an improvement in relations, but then the other side later disputes, or the details that are different to what each other says. There's already discrepancy in the percentage of Iranian funds that are to be released under this new agreement. And so Donald Trump doesn't have many options left. They are either to negotiate or to resume conflicts. And I don't think the latter would have a great deal of support, especially from Gulf states. I think through Iranian resilience and asymmetric warfare, Iran has not only demonstrated that it's got full control of the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran has demonstrated that military escorts are not viable. We saw the relatively short lifespan of Project Freedom. And Iran also shown that weeks of bombardment from the US and Israel is not sufficient to deter Iran or even to degrade Iranian capability. So I think Iran's aim here was to use the Strait of Hormuz as leverage to gain US concessions. And by that logic, it means that probably only diplomacy is the route to progression rather than a return to conflict.
Martin just brought up the word concessions, and there is Iranian media reports out now that the US has agreed to waive oil sanctions while negotiations are ongoing. We saw a previous 1-month waiver already. Does this help mediation of a solution, or can I put it to you, this simply helps finance Iran and it allows it to avoid entering negotiations if it is able to have sanctions relief and begin negotiations with other countries or companies that will pay for some kind of security permit through the strait?
And there's a lot of key questions when it comes to this particular issue. In terms of lifting the sanctions, the U.S. did temporarily lift the sanctions on oil before and confiscated Iranian ships at the same time with oil. And so there's another question is, what about the blockade? Are they lifting the sanctions on oil and keeping the blockade on the oil at the same time? So it's quite unclear what exactly this means, unless they clarify more what exactly they mean in terms of lifting the sanctions.
Just quickly, before I go back to Martin, can you see sense in that strategy? Because I understand you're sort of saying, well, what is the left hand doing? What is the right hand doing? But do you see a reason why this would be beneficial to either party? It is somewhat, it looks like, an olive branch at first, but when we actually look at it, do you see sense in it?
If the U.S. was to lift the blockade off of the oil, coupled with the lifting of the sanctions on the oil, I think you might see some movement in their negotiation process. But without that, it just seems like one kind of X's out the other.
One hand giveth, the other hand taketh away.
Yeah, so it's not clear at this point.
Martin, can I ask you, you mentioned this before briefly, and I want to dig into it a bit more. All the while, Gulf nations, the neighbours of Iran, are economically stagnating. And I'm wondering, we saw for a little while talk by the US of those escorts, of Project Freedom. Was there a reason why none of those options were realistically viable?
Okay, so there's a number of points in there. The first is, if we look at the volume of attacks against Gulf states, the UAE was hit even harder than Israel. That significantly impacted their economy, and Gulf states were unable to export their oil and gas. Some of the countries have had to declare force majeure because they can't meet the contracts that were previously agreed before the conflict. Now, when we look at escorting through the Strait of Hormuz, this is inherently different to anywhere else in the world. People try to draw comparisons from the tanker wars or from even the recent Red Sea crisis. However, this is completely different. The technology that ships are faced against now in conflict is much more advanced than in the tanker wars. For a ship transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, it's facing UAVs, anti-ship ballistic missiles, anti-ship cruise missiles, unmanned surface vessels. These ballistic missiles are traveling at 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. And so to be able to escort a ship whilst under this immense pressure is not really possible. The US put 3 warships through the Strait of Hormuz over last weekend to try and demonstrate their navigation of freedom, but they came under intense bombardment, and that was not really sustainable if they were to be in escort with a commercial ship. So it's not really possible, and I think this has been proven over the past week, which has probably shown some sort of encouragement towards negotiations.
Tanya, there is also the issue that there are 1,500 vessels that have been in the Strait for some time, 20,000 odd crew aboard those. Whose responsibility is it to ensure their welfare at this point, regardless of who put the blockade in or who removes their foot off the pedal next?
Well, the second part of your question kind of negates the first, regardless of who puts the blockade. No, it matters who puts the blockade because they're blockaded in by that party. So I would say that, you know, right now, since the Iranians have the leverage over the strait, it should be on the onus should be on the Iranians, at least from a humanitarian side. Prior to this, the U.S.'s main strategy in the Gulf region, and one of its core strategic interests, was securing the waterways, and that is part of the responsibility of the U.S. also in the region. So by the U.S. launching this war, it worked against one of its own core interests.
All right. Tanya Thaffer joining me in studio, and Martin Kelly joining us from Manchester. Thank you both. Medical teams and government bodies are racing to contain the latest outbreak of Ebola in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. So far, there have been 336 cases reported in DRC, with 88 deaths. 2 cases have been reported in neighbouring Uganda's capital of Kampala. The DRC is a huge country which shares borders with 9 other nations. Uganda and Rwanda have already closed their land crossings, while other countries in the region have implemented stricter border surveillance. But the years-long conflict in eastern DRC is making the situation worse. With 6.9 million internally displaced people, it's difficult to implement contact tracing and other health measures. And rights groups say a cut in foreign aid by mainly the US has also had an impact on Ebola prevention. The World Health Organization has declared this Ebola outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. The incubation period, which is the time between infection and the onset of symptoms, is anywhere from 2 to 21 days. Alan Wakani now joins us live from Goma in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Alan, health authorities rushing to stop the spread of this virus. What has the scale of their response been?
Yeah, it's a big emergency for health officials right now and the team in the town of Bunia. Bunia is not only just a capital for the province of Ituri, but it's also the place which there is a huge number of people. We have to remind to our viewers, for example, when this town of Goma fallen under the control of the M23, majority of some of the population here fled also in the other side of Bunia. The same case with the town of Beni. And also some of the civil workers.
My apologies. We appear to have lost our connection with Alan in Goma in Eastern DRC, but we will stay with this story. 1 person has died in Uganda, with another imported case now confirmed. The country's postponed a major national religious festival because of the outbreak. Thousands of pilgrims from Eastern Congo travel to Uganda each year for the Martyrs' Day celebrations, one of Africa's largest Christian gatherings.
There is a lot of screening happening at the moment. So everybody crossing the border from the other side is being screened. But also, at a higher level, the governments on both sides are discussing how to best manage the situation in Ituri, how the Congolese government can be supported, and so that we make sure that the problem doesn't spread onto our side any more than it has.
Our correspondent Catherine Soy is following developments from the Ugandan city of Entebbe. She visited the Uganda Virus Research Institute, where she spoke to physician Pontiano Kalib. He says early detection and intervention is of the utmost importance when it comes to Ebola.
I think the challenge, was the slow detection of the cases. You know, with Ebola, with these infections, you need to detect early and intervene. So I think there was some delay in detecting, and that could be the cause. And you mentioned about the mortality. Actually, we're not very, very sure. In the first outbreak we had in 2007, 2008, we had about 30% mortality. The last that was had in DRC in 2012, about 50%. So the mortality, case fatality rate also depends on how quickly you intervene. But generally, we think that it's less severe than Ebola Zaire, but we need to know a little bit more about this.
Researchers like yourself have been researching on vaccines. We know there's a Zaire vaccine, but there's no vaccine at this moment with this. Why?
There is no vaccine against this strain, Bundibugyo, because it's different. It's different from Zaire, it's different from Sudan. The only vaccine that is licensed is for Ebola Zaire. We are now testing the one for Sudan. It's not yet also licensed. Bundibugyo is a little bit behind. I think there was more towards the Zaire because of the bigger outbreaks that we've had in Sudan, less of Bundibugyo. But I'm sure a vaccine can be found. In fact, there are some candidates that have gone into non-human primates, monkeys and the chimpanzees, and they appear to work. So a vaccine can be found. If resources are put there and the money, we can have the vaccine for Bundibugyo.
Yeah.
But currently, we don't have.
All right, we're going to return now to Alan Wakani, who joins us from Goma in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Alan, this is a region not unfamiliar with Ebola, but but also with conflict and the movement of people. So how complicated does that make this effort to stop the outbreak?
That is the main issue that authorities and also health officials are dealing with right now. People in Bunia themselves, they don't even know Ebola. Majority of them just heard about Ebola when it was in the other side of Beni region. And now with the particular case of Ituri region, the epicenter is located itself in one of a conflict zone. Around those areas, you have also IDPs with thousands of people. They have been there for years right now under the control and under the security of the MONUSCO. And some people, majority of cases also is coming from the mining area. And in that pit, you will find every day thousands of people, each person going in his own business after. Then the first death also cases came from those miners, and it's showing the scale of the number of the people that we may have today within the community. But when it comes to talk about the security, this area, the epicenter, for example, of Mungwalu, is one of the headquarters of one of the big armed group called the Codeco. They have been killing, threatening population. The same things with Ruapara, which is located in Irumu territory, where we have also threat with the ADF. And all this will be now the challenge that the medical team will have to deal with. There is area that they cannot go to trace contact, for example, or to screen people. And all this will continue to challenge them daily on the ground, and it will make things more difficult for the team. But at least authorities are on the move right now to contain the spread in the region.
Ella Mukani joining us live from Democratic Republic of the Congo. Thank you. Well, Ebola is a virus that causes severe illness. It spreads through direct contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal and contaminated objects. Early symptoms can feel like flu at first, with fever, fatigue, headaches and muscle pain. But over time, the virus weakens the immune system and damages organs. Patients may suffer severe dehydration, hemorrhages and death. There's no approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo virus strain, which is associated with the outbreak in eastern DRC and Uganda. All right, I'm joined now by Anne Ansia, the World Health Organization representative in DRC. She is in Bunia in the Ituri province, which is the epicenter of the latest outbreak, and you are effectively at ground zero as it stands. Tell us what the situation is like there.
Well, the situation is complex. It's really difficult. As you know, we are at day 4 of the declaration of the outbreak, an outbreak that has been rampant and transmitting and disseminating silently for days before it was really properly diagnosed. And now we are at day 4 of the response. Yesterday was a very good day for us because, I was actually on the ground. I was in Bunia. I was on a mission. I just arrived as a representative of the World Health Organization just a few months ago. And I was on an assessment visit of these very, very complicated provinces of Ituri. And then as we were talking with the provincial health authorities, they told us about, an increase of deaths related to symptoms that were, fever, diarrhea, vomissement, and vomiting, and then in some cases a little bit of, epistaxis or hemorrhages. And then we did some sampling, in the laboratory in Bunia, but that laboratory didn't have the right reagent. It was a reagent that could deal with Ebola Zaire, but not diagnose the subtype of Bundibugyo. And so the disease has been rampant for some time, just diagnosed 3 days ago. And now we are really getting into the response. Yesterday, no later than yesterday, we brought in Bunia 40 of our health experts from the Ministry of Health and from the World Health Organization. So the experts who were already on the ground in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We brought as well yesterday more than 12 tons yesterday 5 tons, and then today we added an additional 7 tons of supplies on the ground, so that we can really start the operation and really try now to put that outbreak down progressively.
Okay.
It is going to be extremely complicated to put that outbreak down for several reasons. First, because, as I said, it has been rampant for a few weeks already. Then some of the areas where we have to go and operate are with high insecurity for the time being. Those are areas where there are already communal fighting and ethnic fighting that is happening. It's areas where there is, because of those fighting, but also because it's a high mining area, there is a lot of movement of population. And this movement of population has really actually this outbreak to silently disseminate with the people moving. So the situation is difficult, but now we've got people on the ground, we've got the first supplies on the ground, and we are really starting the response operation. For the time being, together with the Ministry of Health and the World Health Organization, but we know that some additional experts are joining. We've got the International Organization of Migration, who will start helping us with surveillance at borders. You know that there is already 2 cases that went into Uganda, crossing the border from Bunia here. So the borders now are under heightened surveillance, and Uganda is also increasing its preparedness.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt you, because it's all very interesting, but I'm conscious of time here as well. And I just want to ask you, because there is another impact, which I'm hoping you can touch on for me. The US has withdrawn from the World Health Organization, and along with it, billions and billions of dollars has gone. So I am hearing a very reassuring message from you, but I'm also worried and wondering how much this has impacted your ability to respond to the crisis.
Well, yes, I think that last year we were very, very, very impacted with the diminution of the finances. Right now, we are using our own supply and our own human resources that were here in Kinshasa, because of course, you know, it's not the first time that we've got an outbreak of Ebola virus. So we are bringing everything that we've got in our warehouse. But certainly the lack of US financing might hurt us. Maybe the US will give to other organizations who will soon come on the ground. But we've got, for the time being, we've got the UK, FCDO has been very generous and has been, you know, providing us with $1 million to kickstart this response. We've got our own funding. You know that we've got a contingency fund for emergencies, and we've been mobilizing some money from there. And now we've got partners who are coming and asking us, you know, for help and how much we will need. We've seen that we will need at least for really being able to tackle the current outbreak, something like 30 million. And we for the time being, as I said, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 millions, but we will need more. And yes, we'll see how we can do, and if partners other than the US can really help us to tackle these very difficult epidemics that we are facing here. Not us, but mostly a population that is already extremely, extremely vulnerable, fragilized by years of communal conflict here. You know that the outbreak is already spread in North Kivu, which is another highly affected provinces of DRC, where there is a humanitarian crisis that is unfolding for years, and that has been scaled up last year with de facto authorities taking the town of Goma, where we've got already as well two confirmed cases on the border with Rwanda. Rwanda is closing its border, just letting some humanitarian response coming in. So yes, we will need other donors to step in and help us really to be able to bring the finance and the fundings that we need to be able to, you know, it's mostly to contain the outbreak. We don't want the outbreak to spread further. We don't want the outbreak to spread in Uganda, to spread in South Sudan, or to spread in Rwanda or beyond. So we really need, for the time being, to be able to cut the transmission of the outbreak and to contain it not beyond where it has already spread.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Anne Ansia, the World Health Organization representative in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Israeli forces intercept a flotilla of 58 boats trying to breach the blockade of the Gaza Strip.
Yalla, yalla.
The dangerous journey into Mali's capital, a city under siege by armed groups. We meet the truck drivers bringing in supplies.
This is America, and that is the US Treasury. Here, the national debt has exceeded GDP for the first time since World War II.
How likely is a war in the future between the US and China over Taiwan?
Republicans control the House of Representatives by just 5 votes. That's too close for comfort for US President Donald Trump.
A global conflict thousands of miles away is exposing California's reliance on foreign oil.
This is America, every weekday on Al Jazeera.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
Who wins, who loses, in terms of countries at least to begin with.
From global markets and economies.
A number of rate cuts were priced in for the year. Now we are potentially looking at rate hikes.
To understand how it affects our daily lives.
95% of our offensive capabilities have been destroyed. Don't want to minimize.
You're saying that you've won the war already. You clearly haven't.
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Across the frozen plains of the world's 9th largest country are secrets hidden by the Soviet Union for 40 years.
Between 1949 and 1989, the Soviet Union carried out 456 nuclear test explosions in this area.
The legacy of those blasts can be seen in the nuclear arsenal that underpins Russia's modern military might and in the activists who fought to end the nuclear tests.
We still do not know how many people died in Kazakhstan because of the tests. It was top secret and hidden from the world. But during the perestroika reforms, when free speech appeared, our leader said that the suffering must stop. This became the moment that awakened the entire people of Kazakhstan.
For the people of Kazakhstan today, a new era of nuclear technology beckons after nuclear power was approved in a nationwide referendum. It may help restore life to the rural steppe, but it comes with a warning from the past.
When the sun rises over the sea and the waves dance in the morning light, let the sun warmth guide your way. Through the trees, across the field. Every step, each passing day. This nature is a true piece of art.
You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Iran says it's responded to the latest US proposal aimed at ending the war. Iranian media is reporting Washington's agreed to temporarily waive Iran's oil sanctions during negotiations. Iran maintains that the lifting of all sanctions must be part of any final US commitment. Medical teams are rushing to the front lines of an Ebola outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. DRC's health ministry says new Ebola treatment centres will be established. At least 336 cases have been reported in DRC, with 88 deaths. Israel's relentless attacks on southern Lebanon continue despite both governments agreeing to extend the ceasefire for another 45 days. A new wave of Israeli airstrikes targeted Nabatea on Monday, as Hezbollah also announced new attacks on Israeli forces. An overnight strike near Baalbek killed 7 people, including 2 Palestinians, one of them a child. Health officials said on Sunday the death toll in Lebanon had risen to almost 3,000 since the war erupted on March 2nd. Residents say the truce was never fully upheld by Israel. The Israeli army has issued 5 more forced evacuation orders for villages in southern Lebanon on Monday. The number of displacement orders issued in recent days has rapidly increased, causing large numbers of people to flee. Zena Khoury reports from Beirut.
Homes, neighborhoods, that is what Israeli strikes are destroying across southern Lebanon. They're also killing civilians. The United Nations says it's an unacceptable toll. A month into what is being called a ceasefire, nearly 700 people have been killed. Those who are pulled from the rubble are sometimes only a few months old. An agreement between the governments of Israel and Lebanon to extend the ceasefire for a further 45 days so far remains just ink on paper. And the strikes are now taking place deeper inside the country, with frequent forced displacement threats to towns and villages roughly 55 kilometers north of the border. This is all happening while the United States hosts a diplomatic process between Lebanon and Israel, the first in decades. Political discussions are set to continue in early June, but there's still no commitment from Israel to Lebanon's priorities of a full cessation of hostilities and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanese territory.
We had a wonderful exchange of over 2 hours.
The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. says, for the first time, talks are not focused on when the Israeli army will withdraw from southern Lebanon, because Israel's presence there is because of Hezbollah's presence. Lebanon also agreed to security talks with Israel. The United States will host those meetings at the Pentagon later this month. They're expected to focus on coordination and communication between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries. Here in Beirut, it is being seen as part of efforts to disarm Hezbollah, which could trigger tensions inside Lebanon. Hezbollah, which is refusing to hold fire as long as Israel reserves the right to strike at will, is accusing the Lebanese authorities of creating what it calls very big predicaments for the country. It says neither the government nor anyone else will be able to carry out what Israel wants. And while its drone and rocket attacks are inflicting casualties among Israeli troops, Israel's firepower is causing death and destruction. For now, at least, there's little to show for the meaningful progress reported by Lebanon's delegation to the Washington talks. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Israeli forces have intercepted an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. So far, they've stopped nearly 20 ships out of a convoy of 60 vessels and arrested about 100 activists. The operation took place in international waters off the coast of Cyprus, which would make it illegal. The flotilla aims to break the siege on Gaza, which continues to face a humanitarian crisis due to the Israeli blockade. Authorities are now transferring the detained activists to Israel. Al Jazeera's journalist Abdulaziz Mujahid was on board one of the ships in the flotilla when the Israeli Navy started its interception.
Israel has begun intercepting several boats of the Freedom Flotilla heading towards the Gaza Strip. This time, the interception is taking place in broad daylight, unlike previous incidents. Israeli gunboats have reached at least 4 boats of the Global Samud aid flotilla and ordered the participants to turn the engines off so the boats would stop moving. As has happened in the past, this is the first step of Israeli interception of the Freedom Flotilla. They started with some boats and then moved to all of them. The Freedom Flotilla is large, with 58 boats this time, so we expect the interception to take longer. The interception operations may continue throughout the day.
4 people have been killed and 30 others injured following a violent nationwide strike in Kenya over rising fuel costs. Major cities like Nairobi and Mombasa have been affected. Commuters in several towns were forced to walk long distances to work and school. Transport unions are demanding the government reverse a recent fuel price increase. Kenya has seen prices rise by around 50% since the start of the Iran war. The higher fuel costs are also pushing up the price of food and other basic goods. Al Jazeera's Malcolm Webb is in Nairobi. He says Kenya's opposition is blaming the rising prices on corruption rather than the war in Iran.
The main roads leading into the city have been blocked by protesters. I'm going to step aside so we can take a look what's been happening here. When we arrived here a short while ago, there was a burning roadblock there, protesters standing in the street with tyres piled up on fire. Then police arrived, dispersed them with tear gas, and there's been an exchange, a to and fro of demonstrators throwing rocks at the police passing by again and firing more tear gas. And it's a similar story on many of the main roads leading into the city centre. The city centre itself is unusually quiet. The streets are almost dead. At this time on a Monday, it would normally be very busy. On this highway, it would be busy. There would be traffic. So these demonstrations have brought the city to a complete standstill. As you mentioned, it started with the private operators of the minibuses that provide most of the transport for hundreds of thousands of people in Nairobi, commuting every day, and in other cities and towns across the country. They're not operating, and demonstrators have blocked roads leading into the city and in some other towns and cities as well. The finance minister said a short while ago the demonstrations are completely uncalled for and that the cause of these price increases is the war, the US and Israeli war on Iran. But people here don't buy that. And one opposition politician, former Deputy President Gashagwa, said yesterday that this is President William Ruto and his business associates taking advantage of Kenyans by influencing prices and jacking up the price of fuel for personal enrichment. So we're just having to keep an eye on the situation here to make sure we're safe. And certainly that message resonates with people who are frustrated, people who are living hand to mouth, who've had to put up with a 25% increase, roughly 24 last month, and the same again announced last week. This is crippling for people who are trying to get by, and particularly for those working in the transport business.
For a third week, an al-Qaeda-linked armed group has tightened its blockade around Mali's capital, Bamako, increasing pressure on supply routes. Landlocked Mali relies on neighbouring countries like Ivory Coast for food and fuel. But transport routes have become more dangerous, with truck drivers facing growing risks. Nicholas Hart reports from Abidjan.
He drove through the night from a city under siege, dodging fighters on the road. Finally safe at the port of Abidjan in Ivory Coast, Abdurrahman Bacharu waits to load his truck with wheat bound for Bamako in central Mali, where food supplies are running low. Their journey back is frightening, he says. Members of the al-Qaeda-linked JNIM group hiding along the route, operating checkpoints, deciding who passes.
I am worried about my country, but I will not stop working. Even though the country is going through a crisis and nothing is moving, we are the only ones providing a lifeline and bringing things in.
And this is what JNIM checkpoints in Mali often look like. Young men, sometimes barely out of their teens, on motorbikes with machine guns mounted on the back. Fast, mobile, and lightly equipped, they stop trucks and buses on key roads leading to Bamako. Drivers say fighters search vehicles, force passengers off buses, and separate men and women according to their interpretation of Islamic law. Armed groups have also burned some trucks carrying food and goods. The blockade is choking the flow of supplies and spreading fear. Landlocked Mali depends on the port of Abidjan for goods, food, and fuel. Here, Malian truck drivers gather to share concerns, warnings, and tips on which routes may still be passable. The president of the West African Union of Truck Drivers has come to reassure them.
Preventing these vehicles from moving and delivering food to people is in effect condemning the population. That's why we continue to appeal to armed groups to allow these trucks to pass.
There is, in their attempt to keep supplies moving towards Bamako, an air of defiance against fear, intimidation, and a blockade designed to make the Malian people surrender. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Abidjan, Ivory Coast.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. We report on the prayer event critics say is promoting Christian nationalism ahead of America's 250th birthday.
Is the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran dragging the world to an economic meltdown? Join me, Steve Clemens, every week where I'll bring you the latest analysis on the global fallout of this conflict. Pull apart fact from fiction and get to the bottom line.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics, The Bottom Line.
This Qurbani, the greater your sacrifice, the greater their Eid. Share the joy this Eid al-Adha with Al-Care for All. Donate now.
Ukraine says overnight Russian drone strikes hit residential buildings, a school and a kindergarten in Odessa. At least 2 people were injured in attacks on the Black Sea port city. Ukraine says Russia launched hundreds of drones and nearly 24 missiles. Most of the drones intercepted, but some missiles managed to hit targets. The Philippine Senate has convened an impeachment court to hear allegations against Vice President Sara Duterte. She's accused of misusing public funds and threatening President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. A conviction would bar her from running for president in 2028. Barnaby Lowe reports from Manila.
We are outside the Philippine Senate, which last week literally turned into a battleground after Senator Ronald De La Rosa, who is wanted by the International Criminal Court for his role as chief enforcer of former President Rodrigo Duterte's campaign against illegal drugs, which resulted in thousands of killings. He resurfaced after 6 months in hiding, and he admitted that he did so to cast a crucial 13th vote to wrestle back control of the Senate. And this is as an impeachment trial against Vice President Sara Duterte looms. And this is why these protesters say events last week were to shield the Vice President from accountability.
Last week's chaotic events has clearly demonstrated that the Senate, under the leadership of the Duterte allies, will be converted into an institution that will protect the interests of the Dutertes.
Now, the Senate has convened as an impeachment court, but protesters say that doesn't necessarily mean that they will proceed to a trial, given that they also convened as an impeachment court last year, but ultimately voted to throw out the first impeachment complaint against the Vice President, and De La Rosa being able to flee after a shooting incident between Senate security personnel and federal agents. They say reinforces their lack of trust in the Senate, so they're calling on authorities to find and arrest De La Rosa and to hold politicians who helped him evade arrest accountable.
To our senators, instead of seeking justice for victims of extrajudicial killings, you helped De La Rosa evade arrest, and you removed the former Senate president to shield Sara Duterte.
Vice President Sara Duterte was impeached by the lower chamber of Congress on Monday last week, the same day De La Rosa resurfaced. She is facing trial for threatening to assassinate the president, the first lady, and a former Speaker of the House for the alleged misuse of around $10 million in intelligence funds and for allegedly amassing tens of millions of dollars in unexplained wealth. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
A prayer event has been held in Washington, D.C. as part of celebrations for America's 250th anniversary. Supporters describe the rally as a call for spiritual renewal, but critics say it reflects the growing influence of Christian nationalism in U.S. politics. Annie Rapaloe reports.
Come on, can we lift our voices? You were worthy of it all.
Worship music, prayer circles, and American flags filled the grounds of the National Mall on Saturday as thousands gathered for Rededicate 250. Organizers described the event as a spiritual renewal movement ahead of America's 250th anniversary this July.
This is God's country, and you can't celebrate God's country without celebrating God. And so I think there's no better way to kick off the birthday than this. So, yeah, God bless America.
The rally is tied to a White House-backed campaign called Freedom 250 and the administration's America Prays initiative.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Sherbanak, and Margaret Olson for the state.
Thank you. And for the defense?
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alex Ronalds for the defendant who is present.
Very good. This is the time set for sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows. First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes would include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of defense costs at that time. The state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richens an opportunity to speak if she so chooses. Any objections, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter, if I may.
Please.
Your Honor, the defendant previously waived the jury as it relates to the domestic violence finding. I cannot recall, or finding the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court to do that today if it hasn't.
I can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record during trial.
That's the issue.
Right.
Your Honor. And I think that
it doesn't impact the decisions today. It just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
that is
Right.
well, Your Honor, one thing, it will affect the analysis as it relates to a continuous protection.
Well, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay. Very good. So I think there's a stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richens and Corey Richens were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so, but bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down, keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not other people in the courtroom. You're of course allowed to reference other people in the courtroom, but speak to me. All right. Let's talk about setting the restitution here. What makes sense from the state's perspective?
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are well known in the record, or the defendant are well known in the record. So if we can proceed in very short order, I don't know if there's going to be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recoupment issues?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we need to look into that. I know that I'm going to be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm going to be out of the country. So if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same. So other than that,
Ricky, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set on a Friday afternoon? Ms. Nestor, the afternoon of July 10th.
Ms. Lewis will be out of town, and that is the week we are doing the preliminary hearing in my case in Utah County.
Understood. Well, maybe July 31, he said.
July 31 works.
That worked for the state.
What time, Your Honor?
That'll work, Your Honor.
All right. We'll say 1:30 p.m. on July 31. Ms. Nestor, would you like to appear in person or by web instead?
In person, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set a restitution hearing to include discussion of the state's arguments regarding recoupment as made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31, 1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything further on that, Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Blood, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this. Let me relate some of my concerns and have you respond to them, and then we can go from there. I looked at this cases cited by the state, I looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that. But here, or in a situation like this, where the Domestic Violence Act does not have a survivor, rather it has a decedent, it seems from the face of the statute and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death that the legislature has reverted to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as stalking injunctions, if they are receiving contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute, and I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to the harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo -7-8043D5.
Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crimes.
An argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me as the state brief that that is evident, that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from the defense counsel for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Erin Richards.
Well,
It would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that, that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the boys aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, in full transparency, I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richards was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse. It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended, and I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it. And the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case. In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richens' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put in place restrictions regarding Ms. Richens' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, may I ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richens?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other. Anything further on that, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the state is prepared to present.
Please.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, Corey Darden Richens tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richens. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children, using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. For these reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case, and the multiple associated civil cases. The state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5. Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018 and True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562. The state requests that the court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943. Corey Darden Richens earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent hearing from a few of Corey Darden Richens' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richens will present his victim impact statement first. Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richens Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richens will then present their victim impact statements. There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor, Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor, and Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact statements. Your Honor, Gene Richens.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please take your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Gene Richens. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives. Whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports, he built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated, intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never again stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Katie, good morning.
So as you know, I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's coworkers, my friends, and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts, your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties. Today is Eric's birthday. I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Corey's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagging along right behind. At school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were. He wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut, but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Corey tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves. And they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They're going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are age 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Corey gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom, where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Corey's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Corey has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Corey used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee of his trust, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Corey provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Corey's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Corey led them to believe I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our families shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Corey frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Corey prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them with false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Corey also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Corey's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get. Of course, Corey can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Corey has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself, and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Corey's crosshairs. One of Eric's sons recently told me that Corey used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Corey will not do, and no one she will not hurt to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Corey would prefer, worry constantly that Corey might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Corey. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Corey had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Corey was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks And he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Corey were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Corey loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is no question that this case is famous and that Corey is now famous. But what Corey never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court. It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Corey did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Corey's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Corey never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Corey might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Corey to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Corey to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson. I am Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Corey's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Corey either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters. Corey continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Corey has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Corey and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the riches demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Corey will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Corey and her family continue to plan media campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Corey is not before this court because she was mistreated, because she is a victim, or because the Richens family manufactured a false narrative that she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Corey chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Corey chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Corey chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Corey chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Corey to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thank you, sir.
Amy, good morning.
Good morning. Honorable Judge Marasek, my name is Amy Richens. I'm Eric Richens' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today's Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Corey said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Corey will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family. Law enforcement later confirmed through warrants that the message came from Corey. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator, but when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on CourtTV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here, to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I have not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Corey and me. I never touched her. Corey pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her, but Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Corey's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Corey's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We'd had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Corey did not just kill Eric, she attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children, she lied to the world, and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Corey Richens never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we've endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Corey Richens to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Take your time.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers and I didn't know what was happening. At first I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening and I had no control and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Corey would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Corey, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Corey's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Corey and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Corey. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Thank you. Christina.
Your Honor, I am Christina Green. I am a licensed clinical social worker, registered play therapist, and I will be reading for AR. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got run over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day. You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, C, W, and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Line 500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, just to confirm, anything further from the state? No. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks. Then we have some letters that some of which we've been asked to read. Others are here to read themselves. Due to the excessive publicity, several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, or that we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're gonna put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richens will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Please.
Thank you. May it please the court. Excuse me. We began this journey when Corey Richens stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty. A duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs. In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case. We have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today. It is our privilege and honor to stand beside Corey. We believe in her innocence completely. And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level, to a higher court. But that battle remains for another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor that this court is also tasked with a sacred duty. A duty under the Constitution and laws of our state to decide the appropriate sentence in light of Ms. Richens' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility cannot be denied. Everything we will present to your honor today is submitted for your consideration with an abiding faith in the court's commitment to its sacred duty, and in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Corey Richens has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done, making her worthy of the mercy of this court. Things such as the personal traits and characteristics that suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Corey the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations in her own life. All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws. Yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole. And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Corey Richens. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richens family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness and how after many years she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Corey's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richens herself. Her allocution is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We ask the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud. She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Corey's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not public.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Corey's mother, Lisa Dark, is here in the courtroom. She's actually, I feel, given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read the question. Your Honor, Corey is my daughter. I write to you today carrying grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These three boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether it's school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Corey is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this, she was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on three innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with two devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly and without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period. Then, they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections. Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Corey Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. Corey has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree. The same year, she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, Corey married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Corey continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Corey has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Corey experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Corey did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. She continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate Corey's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community. Corey was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Corey consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Corey and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Corey was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, Corey consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Corey made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Corey published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to reach students dealing with grief. Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the most difficult experiences a child can face. Corey has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Corey's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility. Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Corey's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Corey demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Corey faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Corey has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone. Corey and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Corey, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Corey also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, It was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Corey has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Corey takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united. Corey played an important and deeply integrated role within the Richens family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Corey provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Corey was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Corey had earned within the family. Corey and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Corey helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Corey accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richens family, Corey often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Corey's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Corey arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Corey was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Corey is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Corey's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Corey's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Corey's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Corey has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling, not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Corey and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Corey experiences deep deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Corey has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Corey, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Corey has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Corey and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Corey's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Corey did this, nor do I believe Corey could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Corey will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Corey accountable for the jury's verdict while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Corey's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and the profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Corey be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Corey is capable of committing murder. No one understands her loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Corey, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask Renee Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course. Renee, good morning.
Good morning.
One moment, please. Thank you. Renee, please proceed.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Corey Richards. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Corey's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Corey has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Corey is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Corey and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Corey has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Corey has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Corey is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She is also the smartest person I know. Corey has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Corey and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Corey, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to read a letter from Bree Darden. No. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read a brief letter from Bree Darden. That is Corey's sister-in-law who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richens family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Corey, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Corey and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Corey is to know the love she has in her heart. Corey is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Corey was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Corey for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased venire. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Corey is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Here are the next individual that spoke is Corey's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Corey. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Corey, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Corey were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Corey, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family. To the Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richens family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Corey to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Corey and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Corey was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Corey's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Corey deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Corey is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richens and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Corey for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Corey was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, but you heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Corey found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Corey before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Corey is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Corey that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richens in her real estate business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they are, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Corey Richens. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole. Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Corey Richens' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name.
Thank
you. The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money. So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrazek, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have an extra of that one. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Corey Richards. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak of my real estate experience with Corey over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Corey and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard in making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Corey and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Corey and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Corey found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on CourtTV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Corey was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Corey has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richards in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Corey Richards. I have known Corey over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitated art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Corey's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper. Dear Honorable Richard Mrazek, my name is Eric Marty Aper. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Corey Richards has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Corey contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Corey Richards. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so I need, thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that while I'm doing this? To the Honorable Richard Mrazek. Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mount Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Corey Richards has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we've talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts before sovereign God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She has commented, when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Corey I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray. She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail. Oh, yes. This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you on behalf of Corey Richards. I've been working with Corey over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Corey to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Corey actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Corey was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the times she did miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Corey. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Corey's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final 3, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richards, unless the court needs a break. You all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richards, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Your Honor. Okay. All right, this is, if Ronnie can come on up.
Good morning, Honor. I'd like to address the court with actually a person what I did bring to Corey.
Okay.
Little sister, I love you. miss you. I miss our random banter. I miss our calls. I miss your constantly over the top positive attitude every time you speak. I miss our game nights. I miss Eric's stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning. Way too early after we stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it'd be absolute perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with goat videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand. We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened to Eric. No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that, the police know it, the prosecution knows it, and everyone watching this trial knows it. They could not prove their theory, just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Court, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess. I promised Dad a long time ago that I'd always look after you and Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise. We'll get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot of defending yourself. When the day comes, I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. And until then, little sister, just know. Just know that I'm right by your side. I'll always be right here for you. I love you.
Right, thank you. Mr. Owens.
Morning, Judge. Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially of officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court, of Your Honor. This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today. It matters because a sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. The late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, and that is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Corey is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now. It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't. A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest. No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. That lies with God alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statements that we were going to do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Corey, but that have been through this horrific journey through no choice of their own. One is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're going to just share her name with only the court and the prosecution. Honorable Judge Richard Mrazek. I'm going to skip the names, including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost 30 years ago in a random act of violence. He was only 18 years old. The man who killed him was just a few months older. I know the kind of grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love. I grieve with the family of Eric Richens. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court because I wish I had known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. And I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one broken-hearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved for the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes. Far too often we let our fear and our pain put the focus on punishment with no consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness. And that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Corey is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other. And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx. This is very short, Your Honor. It is from a former prosecutor that imposed these types of punishments. Thank you so much. Also, I'm keeping his name private. As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence because it would reveal who he is. So I'll just let the court read the first sentence quietly. I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant. He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer system to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day, I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told them I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secure unit of the prison. This case was a textbook lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend more years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society. I agreed. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis will introduce the final speaker, and then she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to advance?
Emery Blanchard.
1 moment, please. Emery, if you'd please unmute your audio, I'd appreciate it.
Are we able to see her?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Emery, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Ms. Lewis is going to make an introduction, and then you'll be free to make your statement.
Emery Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the 3 children of Corey are going through. When Emery was 12, I believe, she can correct me if I'm off there a little bit, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room. He was convicted, and it was, the state was seeking death, but ultimately he, at that time, when the jury could decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm letting Emery take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emery, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emery Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it. It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace. Yes, this was the man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace, I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task, but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless, he was denied and given another 5 years. At his age, I knew it was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent, and I needed him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years, my father's incarceration wore on me severely. What I will leave you with is this: hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing. And thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Emery, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emery. Your Honor, there is so much more to sentencing a person than punishment. That is why in sentencing someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst act. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: "The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances. However, what the state left out is what the court said next, which was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole." Ms. Nestor spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Lockdown for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Corey Richards to be treated. A sentence of life without parole is safe for only the most heinous of crimes. The state wants to place Corey in that category. They say she is in that category, but this simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole. Currently, there are approximately only 72 people in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women, kidnapped 2 young girls, and attempted to kill those girls' father by lighting their cabin on fire. I believe that was in Summit County. It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s. He was convicted of killing 2 women, admitted to a third, and likely killed a 4th that authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch. It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed a spouse and no other individual is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Corey Richards has been convicted of. Eric Sampson abused his wife for 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15 to life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life. Joseph Castillo, his wife, stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences. There are many more examples. Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not satisfied with what was presented in this court and to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims. The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence. Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richmond exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence. To allow the state to use this sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richmond's right to due process and would be contrary to the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Limesick. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the site if you want it. Which stating that the due process clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court. Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples. They state that DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by Corey against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Corey had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault. In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Corey Richards, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Corey's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call him in rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members, this is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Corey's arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Corey's, Corey had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died. The state argues that Corey's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Corey was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Freckleton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner of these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Corey only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends. So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Corey took out together in 2017. However, now that Corey knows that these are still active, she will cancel them. Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about. Corey never asked her family to report criminal activity or asked for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richards family or against Cuddy Wright. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Corey nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective. She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not at her request. We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court in order to stricken from the record. The court does have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Corey or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Corey is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Corey has remorse and she has regrets about many things, and you're going to hear some of those when she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands that. So sentence her on what she was convicted of, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Corey Richards. Like Alex said, you're saddened by this case. We are saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system. I disagree with the verdict, but I respect it. I have to say though, in all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent. It was much more painful than I would have anticipated. Over the last 2 years, our team has got to know Corey. Corey is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people. Most of them you don't remember. Many of them you don't like. Many of them, some of them, you feel are dangerous. But Corey is different. Corey, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Corey, particularly having children that lost their father before age 10. We've talked a lot about that and what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that it's had on them will never, ever end. But when I share something with Corey, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? Is your family member okay? Before we talk about her. Every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another. Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute an abuse of discretion. In State versus Gray, the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richards. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Yes.
I think it only adds.
The guideline on the attempted murder is 192
It only
months
adds 41 months if we run it consecutive.
before she's eligible
Right.
for parole. But, well, I'm gonna come back to that.
Yeah, if
I will.
you're running the guideline differently, I'd like to know.
I mean, no, I'm not running the guidelines differently, but the sentence is, well, I
I
talked about
understand
this.
your larger point, and I apologize for
That's
interrupting you, but if you do have a different running of the guidelines, those forms are not obvious, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I would say a sentence of 25 to life, and then if she serves additional time, does not guarantee parole. And I'm gonna talk more about that.
Okay.
And it's almost unheard of for someone to be paroled at their first parole hearing on these serious offenses. And looking at the totality, there are mitigators. Corey had no criminal history at the time of Mary's death. She was involved in positive ways in her community. She volunteered regularly. She headed up a sub for Santa every year. She was a friend, a daughter, and a mother, and excelled in these roles. She educated herself. She was involved in every aspect of her son's lives. There is no reason to hold her in prison for life. We asked this court to impose a sentence of 25 years to life. When you put aside all of the media, all of the injuries, and you look at the crime she is convicted of, this is an appropriate sentence. A sentence of 25 to life is not a sentence that guarantees the release of Corey Richards. It is not saying that she even should be released. What it is saying is that the decision whether she should be released is a decision for someone else to make on another day. A day that will be, at a minimum, 25 to 30 years in the future. A future that could look very different than today. Although today is not a day for forgiveness, that day may come. A sentence that allows for parole is a sentence that gives a pathway to forgiveness. You heard from Emery Blanchard, the only person in this room that understands what the Richards boys have been through. You heard how the day came when she missed her father. She wanted her father in her life. I know that she came to a place that she hoped to spend one more day outside of the prison walls with her father. And that day didn't come. He was not paroled, and he died in prison. I don't minimize what Corey's boys are saying today. I understand it's contradictory to what other people are saying regarding Corey as a mother. I don't know why they're saying these things, but what they think and feel today, they are allowed to think and feel those things. They should be. Their feelings are valid, and it's okay. And I think Corey will say this too, but she wants her boys to know it's okay. People change, all of us change. Corey will change, those little boys will change. A sentence of 25 to life will not be easy time, it will be hard time. For the first part of that sentence is generally served in maximum security for the first 3 to 4 years. But if the day comes when her children want to see her face to face, a 25 to life sentence will make that easier for them. If they, like Emery, decide someday they want a relationship with her, even one behind the walls of the prison, a 25 to life will make that possible. And a sentence with the possibility of parole, like I said, does not mean she will be paroled. It's very possible she will spend her life in prison. And quite frankly, if her case does not come back on appeal and she is in prison and she maintains her innocence, parole's highly unlikely. But the Board of Pardons is uniquely qualified to make that decision. That is their job. And it is a particularly important job in the most serious of convictions. They will be the ones looking at a woman who will then be in her 60s or possibly 70s. They will decide if she has been rehabilitated and if she is a danger to the community. These are not decisions that can be made today. We don't stand here today asking you to give her a second chance. We ask you to let those best qualified make that decision when the time comes. When Corey's and Eric's boys are grown, when they can tell the board if they feel the same way that they do today. You heard a letter right today from a woman who once stood in the shoes of the Richards family. At sentencing, she wanted life without parole for her son's killer. Now she does not. She has changed. Her views of prison have changed, and her feelings towards the man that took her son's life has changed. But a life without the possibility of parole, the sentence cannot be changed. If Corey and Eric's boys someday change their mind, and it is too late to say something different than what they've said today, this day will become one more day that haunts them. If in 30 years they still do feel as they do today, they will have the opportunity to express those feelings. But don't allow their statements at age 9, 12, and 13 become another tragedy, another trauma that they may end up suffering as adults. A sentence that doesn't allow even the possibility of parole is a sentence that tells the world there is no hope. There is no growth. There is no change. There is no room for forgiveness. There's no room for love. That we are all our worst act and will never be anything more. And that is not the human experience. In a world where humanity is waning, act with humanity. In a world where hatred is encouraged, act with kindness. In a world where forgiveness is seen as a weakness, act with compassion. A sentence of 25 to life with the other charges turned concurrent reflects the seriousness of the offense, takes into consideration the totality of the circumstances. Further, it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report, and it is the appropriate sentence in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nielsen. It is 12:55. We're going to take a break until 1:25 to make sure Ms. Richards gets an opportunity to use the restroom and eat something. Mr. Bloodworth, you look like you have something to say.
Your Honor, does the court want to hear from the state one last time before the proceeding allocates?
I do not. I have this firmly in hand. I would like to make it clear, in case there was any ambiguity, that the court has considered and is denying defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Yes, thank you.
Court will be in recess until 1:25. Let's make sure that Ms. Richards gets something to eat. Thank you. We're off the record. This is case 231500139. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything further before we hear from Ms. Richards?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I I understand that Ms. Richards will like to stand at the podium,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you folks would like to join her.
Yes, Your Honor.
No problem. There should be Kleenex up there if you need it.
It's right here, do you want water?
My sweet baby boys. I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me, but you may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you, and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again in one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richards family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richards family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the Darden side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you. Please just ask them, whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living.
I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so sorry that you were going through this. You boys have the right to be angry and sad and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I have done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would-haves and could-haves and should-haves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving, and you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine. Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret. And I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love. Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce and you will have fights, but then you will make up and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question. Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family, because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home,
Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, your love is enough. One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else, the noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together, we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. That situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they are full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want. Be whoever you want. To succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you'll have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys. All the grace, the blessings, and the love. Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. Because you boys don't give up, and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say. They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor, if you cry, if you don't cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you, just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need. Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes, months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money. Your brothers are your best friends. Your dad and I raised you boys that if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them, you protect them, you take care of each other. You support each other, you help each other, and you trust one another. You be loyal to one another, and you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another. Don't keep track of wrongdoings. Let them go. Forgive. Move on. Show compassion, empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other. Because you are never too old or too cool or too busy to love each other. Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing, in your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations. Be like your dad.
Be generous. Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning through education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends, from your success and achievements, from your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad. Love the outdoors. Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul on the top of a mountain somewhere where it's quiet, where it's calm, where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad. Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad. Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family through the good, the bad, the disagreements, the back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad. Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy, that give you a break from life, but build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day, with a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad. As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most. Because I can't give you something that I don't have. An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings, the sadness and the anger. I would never wish that upon anyone. Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later, and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. I turn my stomach, and I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about. But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who killed it the most. My husband, the father of my children, still in shock and still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. We just lost both of their parents, and there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do, how I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me or our family had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing two. And no child should ever have to go through that, especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust. Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt, the tightening in your chest when you think of him, particularly on days like today, his birthday, because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken without your dad, broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life, your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother. And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain, a lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things, doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us, us. Every little boy needs their father. Because he's supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain. He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him, how much you love him. How much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me, for our family. I can beat myself up all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state, to the Richens family, or to the world, but I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home, not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to. We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you. And I will love you long after I'm not here to say it. And every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you, that this nightmare would go away, and we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three, when you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are, that you are loved by so many, and I am beyond proud of you, of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world. You boys have been through so much, and I wish I could take away all your sadness and all your pain. Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. I wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. You have to be strong. We have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days, because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, We will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
That's all you're.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information: the evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today, the victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence, and a pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richens has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richens was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richens, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options: an indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richens has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richens would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richens would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richens will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Corey Richens, most importantly, Eric Richens' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richens to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richens to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richens' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this: Corey Richens was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richens, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richens' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richens, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for a new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence, and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for a new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for a new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country and for half of July Ms. Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's gonna be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. can't imagine this is a decision that was made today. I think council's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends the 14-day time period as provided by.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that, as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration for attached to our motion for new trial. And it's gonna require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
Not a clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity, they have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Gotcha.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
No, sir.
Ms. Richens, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions.
All
We're
right.
off the record.
She has to get a mental health assessment. She is working on that presently. So asking the court to dismiss this violation, simply continue her on probation, but full aware that if this results in charges, she's going to be back here.
Mr. Polis?
Okay.
Then do we have someone from probation?
We do, Judge.
Agent Reeves from probation. She's been arrested twice for assault behavior. No charges have come yet. I've been on her about getting the substance abuse and mental health assessment, which she failed to do. But I wanted it on record that she has at least 30 days to do it.
All right, thank you. And you're asking that the violation at this time be dismissed? Ma'am, did you hear the representations of your probation agent?
Can you repeat that?
Did you hear what your probation agent said?
Yes, sir.
And you'll receive the necessary assessments in the next 30 days?
Yes, sir.
From what the court can tell, you've been given a lot of leeway. You are running out of it. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I hear you haven't completed that assessment, we've done all we can do with you outside. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's a court order, so it also violates your probation. You understand that?
Yes.
It means the judge is going to lock you up.
100%. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll dismiss the violation.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day. Call Shira.
Mr. Mills is in here.
All right. Mr. Carter. Court calls case number 2453326 FH, People versus Emily K. Bradley. Council appearances.
Morning, Your Honor. John Bowles. Yeah.
Earlier, I think Mr. Carter appearing she is standing present to my left today. We understand today's day 7, final brief trial, Wednesday. I had a offer
Thank you.
Court calls case number 2533738FH, People versus Corey James Harmon. Council appearances.
Morning, Your Honor. John Holtz on behalf of people. And good morning, Your Honor. Michael Beer on behalf of Mr. Harmon, who is standing to my right. I have, Your Honor. I've gone over it with Mr. Harmon. We don't have any additions or corrections or deletions to it. No challenges to the guidelines either, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Agreed, that's all that, Your Honor.
Allocution?
Judge, I'm asking court filed a sentence agreement that we reached in order to get this case resolved. The defendant is going to, per the agreement, receive no from jail or prison and comply with the terms of probation the court sets. He's got pretty high stakes here. He's agreed to HO4. That was the idea. Any more trouble, and we're not talking about probation extension or jail time. These numbers call for prison, and he can be assured that we're going to be asking for the top end of those guidelines if it comes back.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would 100% agree. The intention of this agreement was to make sure that Mr. Harmon is incentivized to complete his probation. He does have a significant history that much of it actually occurred almost 20 years ago. It doesn't resolve him of the fact that it's there. Mr. Harmon's been very, very forthcoming with me. This incident happened at a time in which he was in between insurances and he wasn't medicated. He's been proactive. He's going to counseling twice a month. He sees his psychiatrist at Tri-County Counseling once a month. He's back on his medications. He's doing significantly well, Your Honor, and that he understands. We knew that these guidelines were going to be what they were when we did this agreement, knowing full well that if he has one mishap, it doesn't even have to be said by this court because I've reminded him there'll be one place where he'll be going, and that is MDOC. And Mr. Harmon knows that he's been given a gift by the prosecutor and Your Honor, if you follow the agreement, to have the ability to determine whether or not he is out in society or if he's locked up at DOC. And I have no doubt he understands the need, his ongoing need for a lifetime of mental health treatment to prevent this situation from happening again. And I'd ask you to follow that, Your Honor. This was a no contest plea. There is pending civil litigation. That's why I want the court to know that Mr. Harmon has expressed to me that obviously he is incredibly apologetic and sorry for putting himself and everyone else at risk here. But if you ask him if he has a statement, I've advised him not to make it because it could affect his civil. So I'd ask you to follow the sentence agreement that we have, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the court would hold nothing against Mr. Harmon for not making a statement given the nature of the no contest plea and any pending litigation. Sentencing hearing having been held, defendant stands for the court at 48 years of age, 6 prior felonies, 13 prior misdemeanors. This is a sentence for a violent offense, and the defendant is a habitual offender 4. Sir, you should know that the recommendation from probation was that you be sentenced to prison. You have received the benefit of an agreement with the prosecution for no upfront jail or prison at sentence and a period of probation. Your attorney is correct with your history and with the nature of this offense. Perhaps prison is where you should be going, but the court also understands that there may be some mental health issues as well, for which I hope that you are currently on medication for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sentencing hearing having been held, defendant stands before the court again. 6 prior felonies, 13 prior misdemeanors. There is an agreement for probation. Court will sentence you to a 36-month period of probation. Crime victim fee of $130, state minimum cost of $68. You will receive credit for 1 day in jail. The focus on that probation is to maintain your medication, sir. If you can't keep up with it, we can't have you function in public. We have no other option. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Counsel approach. I'm handing your attorney your notice of appellate rights. Sir, you'll sign one copy. That copy will come back to the court. You'll keep the other for your reference.
And Your Honor, for the record, I have gone over with my client notice of right to appellate review and request for appointment of attorney form. I'm giving him his unsigned copy that he'll take with him, and I'm tendering the signed and dated copy back to the court. May I approach?
Please. Thank you. Court has received a signed copy of the notice of appellate rights. Counsel, anything further?
Nothing further, counsel.
Mr. Polis? Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
And I'll take him over to probation now, Your Honor.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Court calls case number 2551988 FC People versus James Douglas Shira. Counsel appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Here on mental health on behalf of the defendant, Mr. James Shira, who's sitting in the jury box.
Thank you. This is date and time set for a sentencing hearing. There are a couple of motions that were filed by both counsel. First, as to Mr. Polis. There was, I'm sorry, Mr. Ross. I apologize.
This is my case. I know who's Polis's court. He may not be able to.
This was a memo objecting to the scoring of OV6.
Yes, Judge. I set forth in my memo, I think that OV6 should be scored 25 to reflect that the charge was 25 points as opposed to 10. Based on the guidelines that they read. I think it's set forth in my brief that this is a second degree. The language reflected in the OV 6 as it relates to 25 points relates to a second degree. There is a ability to drop that down to 10 in the second degree if there's some type of mitigating circumstances related to passing that pain. So OV6 defendant killed injured another individual. 25 points should be scored on unpremeditated intent to kill and intent to do great bodily harm, or create a very high risk of death, great bodily harm, knowing that that's why great bodily harm is probably result. You can't over it, the extreme emotional state cause adequate provocation or reasonable amount of time lapse for the defender to claim that there was some negligence amount to unreasonable disregard for that. Situation is when we presented to the court when the contest plea was also video. The second degree, which is either unpremeditated intent to kill, to great bodily harm, known as a high risk of death, great bodily harm can occur. And part of it was the video. If you watch the video, there was some testimony in the exam. The court also had there was a fight where Mr. Taylor hit and or been spit on Mr. Shira. There was no evidence. Testimony there was no gun. The witness, an independent witness testified to that. And as you watch the video, and Mr. Shira leaves, he's gone just over a minute. He leaves the scene, so he leaves. He got over a minute at that point to drive around the block, wherever he drives, and he comes back and he hits Mr. Taylor full speed. By his own admission, he never hit the brakes. Testimony exam was there was never brakes were never hit. So I clearly think that there's it's 25 points based on that. At that time to leave, there was a fight, but there's no issue. I don't think there was a self-defense claim at that point. I mean, if there was, but I don't think there is at that point. Once you leave and you have a minute to leave, I know people are saying that's not very long, but it is. If you're driving away, you can leave, you can go home, you can turn left, you can turn right, and keep going. He told to turn around and come back, hit him in the street. If you see the video, you watch the video, swerves at him. Doesn't swerve the distance, swerves at him. He's on the opposite side of the street where you should be traveling, and he swerved at him. So I think 25 points should be scored as a move.
Mr. Millhouse.
Your Honor, the defense would respectfully object to that, just based on and agree with the way it was scored. And again, if we're talking about the video, I mean, it's just a matter of what you're seeing, because clearly we didn't see a swerve, but getting getting into the mechanics of that or trying the case now, that's not what we're here for. But I think that it should remain the same because everything was considered in order to score it, and that was appropriate.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Ross?
Nothing further, Judge. I wrestled that on the numbers as well.
OV6 at the 25-point score reads that the offender had an unpremeditated intent to kill, had the intent to do great bodily harm, or created a very high risk of death or bodily harm, knowing that death or great bodily harm was the probable result. The court did review the surveillance footage of the incident with both counsel's permission. What the court saw was the gentleman who was standing in the middle of an alley did note that the defendant left in a vehicle. There was a time lapse of approximately a minute where the defendant came back. The court noticed that there was an acceleration toward the gentleman in the street at a high rate of speed, particularly coming out of an alley. And the court did see the vehicle angle toward the victim, in this case, striking and killing him. Ultimately, the court finds that OV6 at 25 points is appropriate and will adopt that change. Anything further?
Judge, I know OV5 would also score psychological injury to members of the victim's family. I don't think there's anything in the record, but I've been provided some information about Mr. Taylor's children who have been going through counseling through school, I think, so that we can confirm as we go through the appeals process. There is an appeals process, but there's some evidence on the record of that. I think that suffices in order to present it to the court. I just got this morning. Both of his children, or at least one of them, has been getting counseling through the school. Other than that, people have no additional changes or guidelines challenges such as once OV5.
All right, thank you.
Nothing else that people as relates to that or changes to the report. Judge.
All right. Mr. Millhouse, you also had a motion for the court?
As far as with respect to the defendant's request for downward departure sentencing memorandum, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
The court reviewed the sentencing memorandum. The court will hear any argument you may have at this time.
Okay, Your Honor, as indicated, Mr. Shira and Turbo were best friends. And this incident happened on the night of Mr. Shira's wedding. And Turbo, or Terry, was his best man and his best friend. Mr. Shira has never been in trouble before. From 24 years old now. Nothing as much as a traffic ticket. He's not a troublemaker. The night of his wedding, there was alcohol involved, arguments, fights that nobody anticipated because they were looking towards matrimony and living a life together for the next 20, 30 years as opposed to ending up in this situation. And in the motion that I filed with the court, we're asking to take in consideration the totality of these circumstances and consider what this really was. There was a fight, an argument with alcohol involved, and things just got out of hand. There was fighting, spitting. However, at one point, because Mr. Shira is non-confrontational, he tried to leave. He left. He just left. But after leaving, he realized he left his wife and his brother-in-law. So he went back. He didn't go back to do anything but to pick them up. But that's when the incident happened upon his return. And Terry was in the street. Mr. Shire is coming from the opposite direction. And whatever happened at that time, Your Honor, was something that happened without thinking, in a rage, irresponsible, but never was it intentional or purposeful. And as far as after the matter, leaving, that was panic, chaos, and he just didn't know what to do at that time. But never did he form or have any intentions on what happened happening. And as the motion covers all of our positions of the objectively verifiable mitigation factors, one of the things is the facts. This is not a malicious murder. As a matter of fact, it's atypical. This situation where you have friends, lifelong friends, best friends, and things get out of control. Facts and circumstances, depending on who looks at it, clearly want to present their argument, their side of the argument. The one thing for sure is, no matter what, we can't undo or change what happened. It happened, and that's done with. And now we have to deal with the consequences. And speaking of dealing with consequences, Mr. Shire is going to have to live with those for the rest of his life. And he has been doing that since day one of the incident. And even now, he has nightmares. And the utmost remorse. And I think that if you take the totality of these circumstances and measure them, they won't equal bringing a life back, but they clearly will show that Mr. Shire had no intentions on his night ending the way that it did. And we're asking that, based on the brief, not the brief, but the motion and the information provided in it, that you take all those things into consideration when sentencing Mr. Shire. Mr. Shire, he's been incarcerated or been in the county jail coming up on 2 years. We see the terms of the minimum guidelines, the range, and we ask the court take it in consideration and find reason to depart and sentence under the minimum of 225 months. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Ross?
The people will object. I'll concede that Mr. Shire didn't have a record before this. But he went from 0 to 100. And this was his wedding. And I'm sure that day he's getting married and getting ready to go get married. He wasn't intending on killing anyone, but he did. He did. And the court addressed a lot of this when we dealt with the OV6 issue. He had a chance to leave, and he didn't. There was a fight. And I think Mr. Merrick says on this typical situation, the court sees a lot of these. There's no basis to downward depart alcohol and guns. A lot of times guns and alcohol, drugs and alcohol, guns lead to a lot of these murders. It's not a basis to depart down. If he wanted to say he was entitled to manslaughter, there was heat of passion or I don't know, whatever it was, we could have a trial. He pled second degree, knowing what the guidelines were. There was no agreement, we departed. You said you saw that video, the way he drove. He had that minute, Judge, at least a minute to contemplate that. Some people don't get that. There is a fight, and sometimes they bought a gun and shoot, but it's still second degree murder if you do that. He had that time to leave, and maybe he did come back. Maybe originally he wasn't going back in his place. I don't know. But what we see on that video is him not going back to pick anybody up. He's not driving the speed limit, probably twice the speed limit. We didn't get to that, it's not in the record, but it was very high if we would have got to the expert to actually reconstruct this. He didn't stop. He's to the street and points his car right at him. And that moment he intended to kill him. He did. And there arguably could have been first degree. He had that 1 minute to think about it and drive around while he thought what he was doing and came back. I don't think there's anything in the record, Judge. Alcohol isn't the basis to depart downward. That's not it. We don't have diminished capacity because of alcohol. We just don't have the law doesn't account for that. So based on alcohol and an argument, I don't think there's any reason to depart. Sure, he probably didn't mean to do it. I did plan his day saying, hey, I'm going to kill somebody. That's not even how first degree works anyways. You have to have that time to contemplate. And he did. And he chose to do what he did. And he's here. He did plead guilty. There's nothing in the record to indicate there's any basis for the court to depart outside the guidelines.
Thank you. Anything in rebuttal?
Your Honor, I can just go back and forth all day, and clearly we know that Mr. Shira didn't intend on killing anybody. I mean,
I forgot about that. And he left, Judge. He left his best friend, left him in the street, went home.
you already had the chance to say that.
And left, Judge. I forgot that. I apologize. And he left him in the street dying. Didn't call 911.
Thank you.
As I was saying, Your Honor, well, yeah, he left. We know he left, but he did come back. He came back, he left, just like stated earlier. When you have someone people do things out of panic, they're afraid, they're scared, they're confused. He was inebriated. I mean, you got so many different things. He did come back. And after that, he didn't come back to do any harm to Turbo. He came back to pick up his family. However, things just got worse. This was something that happened that, again, if he could do all over again, he would. But we're here now. And what happened was clearly an accident. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that was involved in this. And if Turbo was here today, he would probably tell you too that it was an accident. They've been best friends. They have their moments, their differences, but never to the degree to harm or kill the other.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.